Dictionary.
RD, RDK is the like the not the it's like either I think it's the Free Russian Legion guys, not whichever one's
I
not
call on the
the
supporters of the IDK to take
POW.
to take active action. We all have a unique chance to determine our fate and the fate of our motherland. German foreign ministry has spoken to foreign ministers of the G7 about the situation in Russia. No shit. We do have also in technical. Russian mill blogger Rybar provided a short update a little while ago. Per reports, Wagner forces reached Lipetsk Oblast, roughly 350 kilometers from Moscow, was 600 kilometers a few hours ago. Rybar claims that the Wagner column includes anywhere from 150 to 400 pieces of equipment and vehicles. Fuck.
Yeah.
Mario. Okay, so Mario, so I'm gonna read this out. So the RDK, so it's the Russian Volunteer Corps. Remember when they went into Belgorod, right? When the Ukrainians launched that offensive into Belgorod, and there was like the pro-Russians fighting on Ukraine. Yeah. So they released a statement. What is this? Like 10 minutes ago, so 15 minutes ago. So I'm just going to read it out because I think this is important because this provides context of the Russians fighting on Ukraine behalf what they're saying. So commentary of the Russian volunteer commander, quote, "The new time of troubles has arrived. The bloody tyrant has seized a stranglehold on his throne and is ready to kill the population of already Russian cities. Everyone has seen the videos of explosion in Voronezh and Rosendon, the footage of the execution of an orderly family by the soldiers of the Russian Guard. Putin himself, according to my information, has already been evacuated to Valdai, followed by representatives of the Russian elite leaving Moscow on their business jets. The front begins to collapse. Demoralized and deprived of control, the soldiers of the Russian army simply leave their positions. In the Bakhmut area and in the Zaporizhia directions, the fighters of the armed forces of Ukraine are advancing without encountering resistance. I call on all Russian Volunteer Corps supporters to take action. We have a unique chance to determine our fate and the fate of our motherland. All coordination will go through our official communication channels. Glory of the great Russian Empire." I guess that's how he signs out. I'll share the link.
And quick shout out to Elon. Thanks for just so Elon just quote retweeted us and said best coverage of the situation I've seen so far is from Mario. So I appreciate the support there from Elon. I do want to also read the. Look, there's so many updates. There's an update from Dmitry audio message from Prigozhin on reports of cash found in Wagner office. The information spread by some media. During searches in Prigozhin's offices, a Gazelle truck with cash was found. So there's just these rumors, facts. I don't know what they are. I don't have one Gazelle. I have a Gazelle and too many buses with cash intended for paying salaries, compensation for gurus, 200 deaths, and other issues. Wagner exists for 10 years using exclusively cash, which is said in the contract, and I'm respecting this carefully. When we were occupied in Africa and Ukraine and other countries, cash satisfied everyone, but now they came with searches. That's fine. Cash was truly found there. Billions of rubles were reported found in these trucks. The majority of transactions in Wagner are done with cash, and to be paid cleanly is a massive privilege. This is incredible. This is incredible.
Piotr, go ahead.
Piotr, don't go to Piotr, please. He's on a train, so he could barely speak for the last hour. He's been driving nuts.
Oh, sorry.
But let's go to James. James, good to have you back, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mario, and well done for putting on such a balanced space. Yeah, really, really helpful. A question for the military experts here, particularly Malcolm, Intel, Patrick. What would be your assessment of what Ukraine is going to do? Are they going to sit back and watch this play out, or are they going to restart the counteroffensive and take advantage of, potentially more mutinous units, or the Kadyrov or the VDV being redeployed? Thanks.
Go ahead, Malcolm. Yeah. I know you wanted to answer that, and we could provide more commentary. Go ahead.
I have to be very careful when I talk about the counteroffensive. I was briefed by the defense minister just a few weeks ago, and I have forces involved. I think right now everything that is happening is OTB, right? It's being overtaken by events. So the combat is still being engaged right now, but I think the next 24 hours is going to determine what I really think is the possibility that the Ukrainians may offer a ceasefire for Russian forces to withdraw. That will not stop the rocket attacks. That will not stop the artillery. But if they get and again, we tested this theory. We tried to implement this as part of defense intelligence last year to get units to walk away from the battlefield. It wasn't very successful, but now the situation has evolved to where it could be very successful. The entire Russian army command may either order their forces to talk to the Ukrainian ceasefire, but the Ukrainians will not stop their offensive actions. By the way, what you're seeing is not the actual main force counteroffensive. You're seeing a massive reconnaissance in force along the entire Russian line. I think the Ukrainians are still ready to have an iron fist punch in multiple places, but they may not have to do any of it if the Russian forces are either falling under the control of Prigozhin or respond to Putin's call or themselves decide to self-repatriate and what we called a walk east strategy. Take your guns, walk east.
Malcolm, if I may, I think to add some vital information to the what you said, right? So let's if we wind back yesterday, right, or when this first started to break out, one of the first indications that we had that the Wagner and Russia was actually fighting was in a Ukrainian Telegram channel that kind of reports a lot in Bakhmut area, was reporting that in the radio interceptors getting there, they were claiming that Russian soldiers and Wagner soldiers were actively fighting each other in Bakhmut. And then, Mario, if you remember, then we saw the whole, now the Ukrainians were starting to make advancements to the point that yesterday, a couple hours after the initial push, we started to get information that Ukraine has actually seized territory inside of Bakhmut, right? So, and I think to Malcolm's point, I think what we're going to see, and I'll pass it on to the speakers from a military perspective. I think there's going to be kind of guidance probably pushed from the Ukrainian general staff down to the subordinate units, to the corps and the brigades that are fighting, because that's kind of the unit formations that are fighting. But I think it's also going to be depending on the formation. For example, in Bakhmut, they probably see, hey, there is widespread chaos between Wagner forces there, Russian soldiers there, actively fighting each other. If you see a gap, take the initiative, go. In other areas, I can easily see the claim, and let's say in the south where the counteroffensive are happening, they might say, hey, you know what? Russian forces are still very entrenched there. We don't want to waste lives. I think this has bought us time. Stand back until there's a further degradation of Russian combat power to then push. But I think just, Mario, right here, what we're seeing is I think the Ukrainians are going to analyze the entire front line and then make decisions accordingly to make sure they can seize the most amount of territory and ensure, more importantly, that they still have the initiative. But I think it's very clear from now that any anticipation, at least for the immediate future, at least a week, like Russia is going to be, even if this dies down quickly, Russia's military from a command and control point is done. They're not going to have the ability to quickly adjust in time to then refocus on offensive operations. The Russian military situation.
But wait a minute, Russia was done a year
Patrick,
ago.
go ahead.
So I don't know. Hold on. Sorry, Kim. Also, can you hear Kim? Was glitching for you?
Oh, I was not hearing
Kim, I'll bring you. No, all good. Also, you don't jump down. I'll tell you if you do. So, Kim, I'll just bring you down and back up. I think it's on your end because you've been here for very long, generally. But Kim, what you're saying, let me say it on your behalf, and then I'll bring you down and back up. Kim, let me bring you down and back up. I don't know if you can hear me either.
No.
All right, sorry, Kim. Let me go to. Sorry. Also, you were going to who? Patrick.
Yes,
Patrick,
correct.
Go ahead. Kim, I'll bring you back up now.
Thanks. James, I think the Ukrainians are going to tailor this to the situation as they find it. It may be, as Malcolm says, if you have Russian units are going to have to make a decision here if this persists for any length of time. They're either going to side with the government, they're going to stick it out and make their own decision, or they're going to go with Prigozhin. Now, if they decide, hey, we want nothing to do with this, we just want to go home, maybe the Ukrainians say, hey, go home. We're not going to bother you. Get out. Go away. Now, if it actually gets genuinely bad and they start killing each other in their own trench lines, that's beautiful. That's absolutely gorgeous. If, as I suspect, Putin is forced to pull a lot of his combat power out to deal with Prigozhin before he makes serious gains and threatens cities like Moscow, that's also good. So the Ukrainians are going to have a lot of options. If it's they're leaving, you let them leave. If it's they're killing each other, you let them kill each other. If it's they're withdrawing and so you have weak points or holes in their line, then you crush them. You get in there, you overrun them, and you crush them, and then you exploit. So I think the Ukrainians are going to have a lot of opportunities, and right now, I would play it by ear for the moment and see how bad the rot is within the Russian army.
So actually, if I just want to provide a little update, we're getting footage, videos right now of PMC Wagner setting up a checkpoint and minefields in front of a road from Rostov towards Taganrog. So, and there's a video that it shows a minefield along the road.
We've been hearing these reports for a while. Wagner did refute those claims. But
I got the video.
exactly.
I'll share it in the. I got the video that shows the minefield
just
inside.
If you don't mind giving us a full overview again, also, so I know you've been doing it 14 hours ago before you fell asleep. Just a full overview again of what we know so far. Maybe give it 4 minutes this time instead of 2. Just considering we've got more updates, just for the people that joined in the last 20 minutes since Elon's tweet. Go ahead.
Yes. Now it's daytime in America. I think we're going to get a lot more listeners.
So hold on. Belarusian Security Council did say we were and still are an ally of Russia, and we cannot remain isolated from the events taking place in itself. Go ahead, also.
Yeah. So based on that, Mario, I think, and what we've seen in the response from the Central Asian states, the stands, and then Belarus, I think it's clear as day that the Russian military alliance, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, is a defunct organization. It's done. It's done. It's done. Like, that's it. There's no more CSTO. It is ineffective because the CSTO has also a clause specifically for the internal defense of a country in a situation like this. The Central Asian countries are never going to get involved. I think effectively CSTO is dead. But to the update.
And the hold on, and just again for the audience, CSCO is, very briefly as well?
It is the Collective Security Treaty Organization. It is basically Russia's NATO.
It has
Belarus, Russia.
Which you've been critical of it for a while, and obviously.
It's not like a NATO. It's more like a list of countries that Russia will protect, maybe if it's convenient. It's honestly been something that exists only on paper since it's found. Like, saying it's defunct is not accurate because it's never been funked. You know what I mean?
I would not disagree with you. Yeah, I agree with Vaughn.
Also, so if we can, cool. We can just get a full update, everything we know so far, all source. And if we can go back all the way from the alleged attack by Russian military on the Wagner camp that allegedly triggered everything.
Let me just go a little further because I know we.
Also, I would state that the CSTO died.
We've moved on. We're just going to go just a recap of everything. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So in 2020, let me go a little bit back because we're getting a lot of people from America joining in, and so just to provide a lot of context, because I want people to understand that this isn't shocking in and of itself that something like this happened. So if you go back to May of 2023, right, May 20th specifically, Wagner announced that they seized Bakhmut from Ukrainian forces. But prior to that, during the battle and immediately after the battle, Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner mercenary group, who led the assault into Bakhmut, was heavily critical of Gerasimov, the Russian general, the chairman of the Russian General Staff, and then Shoigu, the Russian Ministry of Defense. Wagner was heavily critical of the leadership of the Russian Ministry of Defense for what he claimed was them not providing the sufficient support that is necessary in their offensive in Bakhmut and just in general within Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He has consistently claimed that the Russian MOD is incompetent, corrupt, and causes unnecessary death.
Is the space crashing? Is all source muted? Can Vaughn or someone speak, please?
Oh, no,
okay.
I think I muted.
Yeah, go ahead. Also. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the Russian so from May to June to yesterday, June 23rd, what we basically saw was Prigozhin taking a very more and more critical stance against the leadership of the Russian MOD, consistently on his Telegram channels, releasing videos highly critical of the Russian MOD, claiming with the Ukrainian counteroffensive coming, at least Prigozhin's saying, is that the Russian MOD lives in denial. We cannot succeed. So Prigozhin, I think, was taking a very hard stance against the Russian MOD and really against the Russian state apparatus of the institutions and their claim against the fight for Ukraine. Yesterday, on June 23rd, Wagner released a video showing what they claimed was a Russian military strike against one of their camps in Luhansk. This strike followed from last week a Shoigu decree mandating that all Russian private military corporations must sign a contract with the Ministry of Defense. In effect, the Russian Ministry of Defense was trying to take over control of Wagner. Then Wagner gets attacked. Immediately after the attack, which for all intents and purposes, I think a lot of people are skeptical that is real. They think this was actually a false flag. And I think there's some legitimate claims to that. Regardless if it was true or a false flag, Prigozhin used that attack as a pretext to go on the offensive. And but when in his offense, he made it. What his statement was is that I am going after Shoigu, the Russian Minister of Defense, and General Gerasimov, the chairman of the Russian General Staff. And the first target for his offensive was against Rostov-on-Don, which is the city in southern Russia that is also, from a military point of view, is the headquarters of the Russian Southern Military District and also the overall headquarters for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They are in charge of all the operations. Wagner seizes control of Rostov-on-Don. Well, very likely, it looks like Russian military units switch sides and join Wagner. And basically, Prigozhin then mandated that, hey, if you do not give me Gerasimov and Shoigu, I'm going to Moscow. Just from that moment on, then we got Putin's speech. And in Putin's speech, he basically declared, I think without a doubt, war on Wagner. He called Wagner traitors. He said that they stabbed him on the back, and that and throughout this entire episode, it's important to highlight, since Wagner claimed the attack on their military base in Luhansk, the Russian media and government officials have been adamant that Wagner is executing armed rebellion. After Putin's speech, Wagner responded basically saying, you know what, Putin, basically implying that you're done. And since then, from what we saw earlier, which was minor firefights, minor incursions prior to Putin's speech, since then we've seen more and more reports of heavy fighting. Prior to Putin's speech, there was reports of 3 Russian helicopters were shot down. That is now looks like it's been confirmed, and now more and more heavy fighting is going on, to the point now that what I think we are seeing is not only an armed rebellion, but we can also see probably the initiation of, if this military coup is not successful soon, I don't see any end of this, and this can quickly transition to a civil war within Russia. I think with that, I kind of covered all the main things, Mario, unless or any of the speakers thinks I might have missed something important to highlight. Again, I'm catching up like everybody else right now.
Just a very quick update. Thank you for that, all sorts. So Putin has signed a law permitting 30-day detention for breaking martial law regime.
Anything missed? James, did you feel any voids or Von, any voids that were missed by all sorts?
Yeah, no, it's a great summary. Just to put things into perspective, I mean, this is potentially not just the end of the Ukrainian war, it's the end of the Putin regime. It's as epochal, it's as significant historically as the end of the Soviet Union, potentially, if it's true that he's just fled Moscow. It's equal to the end of the Romanovs' Tsardom. It's epochal. It's once in 100, once in 50
Where do
year
you find
event.
these people, Mario? This is
This is history as in front of us as it's happening. And,
Yeah,
thank you for doing it.
Go ahead, Von. Von?
I was just affirming Kim's comment. Like that was a bit.
Yeah, sure.
Bit
Yeah,
hyperbolic.
if you could push back, it'll be great, James.
I mean,
I'm just updating the thread.
Here, it's hyperbolic in here for some.
Yeah, sure. And this is still
and let me just
happen,
say something,
right? I mean,
Go ahead.
This revolt could fizzle out. It could continue, but potentially this is the end of potentially the end of the Russian Federation as we know it, if there's a proper civil war. So, just for the perspective of the new listeners, this is.
And
David
and Mario, I think it's important to highlight. I just want to
highlight and then we'll go to David just to push back.
Yeah. I just want to say this is from Ukrainian sources. This is Ukrainian sources reporting right now, and I'll just quote the tweet exactly. Breaking front collapses, and this is what they're saying. In the Bakhmut area and the Zaporizhia directions, the fighters of the armed forces of Ukraine are advancing without resistance. And then he quotes basically the Russian Telegram channel. So we're starting to see indications, at least from the Ukrainians, that they're able to advance without resistance in the main areas of the counteroffensive occurring right now, which is Bakhmut and Zaporizhia. I think we need to track this extensively to see what happens on the ground.
Kim or David. Kim or David, just to push back on the statements that James made. And, it is still premature to call this Putin's regime or Putin's power. Putin's going to be removed from power. I think it is very premature to state this now. Initially, it was like almost, unimaginable. Now, at least we could debate it. But I do think, James, it's a bit too extreme as a statement. David, Von or Kim, I'd love you to push back, please.
thank you for stating that, Mario. I mean, you have 55,000 people in the space. This is clearly a topic of large interest, and over the last few hours, all I've heard was that, Putin is basically dead, Russia has lost, the war is over, Ukraine is winning. Literally,
Kim, to be fair though,
no,
in the
hey,
beginning, all
I
we
have
heard
been
No, Joe,
listening to you
yeah,
guys.
Joe, I'll let you go after
I've
Kim.
been
Go ahead, Kim.
listening to you guys for hours, and what I find fascinating is that exactly what is happening here in this space today has happened so many times before. When we were told Russia is on its last leg, they're taking parts out of refrigerators to build their rockets. They have no more ammunition left. The soldiers don't have food. Like, it's always the same bullshit. And every time there's a new development, you have the same people come up. I've listened to these same people for a year, and there's just so much copium going on and very little reality. So my advice to people who are listening here is just observe what's happening in the next few days and see how this all unfolds. Everyone here is speculating right now. Nobody knows exactly what's going to happen or what's going on. And, I count myself in that group of people. I'm listening. I'm really trying to pay attention to everyone. But the amount of information that is coming through the space that is just pure speculation is crazy.
Yeah, and as I've said in my,
But-
also so I'll let you respond. As I said in my tweet, everything that is said by anyone, I've said this in the beginning of the space and throughout and in my thread, anything is being said by everyone is speculation. There is the fog of war, and there's very limited facts that we can mention. For example, is Putin in the Kremlin? Is Putin in St. Petersburg? We don't know for sure. We do know certain things that we've mentioned, but I'd say 80% of the information that will be coming out would be speculation. Also, I'll let you respond, then we'll go to Intel Schizo and David.
Yeah, no, I think it's important to highlight, and I'm not going to go into criticizing accounts. I'm not going to go that right now, but I think it's like, again, let's look back where we were 12 hours ago and where we are now. Nobody would have, if anybody would have suggested a week ago that something like this was going to happen, where Wagner and Russian military formations were actively fighting inside Russia, which we have video of it. We have reporting from it from the Russians. And again, a lot of this information is coming from Russian sources on the ground. And and Putin has declared war on Wagner. If anybody would have suggested this a week ago, they would have been banned, blocked, and called crazy. Let's make this clear. And now, when this all broke, the first reactions from a lot of accounts was, "Oh, this is a Russian psyops. They're trying to go in Ukraine or NATO or etc." I think it is fair to say that right now, in the situations we have in Russia, in Russia proper right now, is an armed rebellion. There is no doubt anymore. There is no questions. And this will have impact on Russia's military operations.
Also, can you just also I want to go back to the nuclear warheads that were moved to Belarus a couple of weeks ago. We covered it very lightly. The media covered it very lightly, and it's just rhetoric. Now we've had speakers come up and say the chain of command for these weapons is more decentralized than the weapons, the nuclear warheads within Russia. Can you tell us a bit more on what we know so far about these warheads and how concerned we should be?
So again, I don't know why I. So it's basically a very kind of similar model to how the U.S. has nuclear weapons in Germany, right? They are maintained by the Belarus maintains it. They are paired with Belarusian military equipment, so they're Iskander TELs or Belarusian Air Force. Those nuclear warheads are maintained.
Hi everyone, just a quick update on where we are. We're just discussing here the war. I say the war, it's what appears to be some sort of military coup by the Wagner Group in Russia. We've got some experts doing a podcast at the moment, which we're listening to. Feel free to continue listening. Just a quick update for myself on where we are at the moment. So let's go back to the podcast.
Belarus. But if there's no active fighting in Belarus occurring at this moment right now, then it's almost a fair assessment to say that those nuclear weapons are probably more secured than they would be if they're in Russia, where there's active fighting occurring right now in Western
And
Russia.
we're seeing now more defensive positions being constructed around Moscow. So Moscow is building a defense line right now, and it just doesn't seem. Look at the photos in the breaking news group. I'm not sure the source, but I'm sure War Monitor and the other sources we've been referring to would have those photos listed. But it just seems to be very limited defense relative to the convoy that's coming in. And again, we're seeing limited action from the Russian Air Force. We talked a few hours ago that this is the main advantage, the main weapon that that the Kremlin has. Yet to stop the attack. Yet we've seen limited strikes. We saw a few strikes a couple of hours ago, and nothing since. What do you make of this, Patrick? Patrick?
Sorry, Mario, I stepped away for just a second. Could you repeat that?
So Skidjo, I'll go to you actually, and then I'll ask a question again to Patrick. Skidjo, would love your thoughts, any updates you want to add, just the limited, and Patrick, the question I was asking, and Skidjo and yourself could answer, the limited strikes by the Russian Air Force.
Yeah, in terms of the Air Force, who knows what they're doing? Maybe there's some conflictions within the flight crew to carry out strikes. I couldn't really explain why they haven't really done much. In terms of updates, in terms of Rybar talking about the estimated amount of equipment, so I'm just going to read from Rybar. Columns of PMC Wagner past the settlement of Yelets in the Lipstek region. Information about the total number of vehicles and personnel in the columns varies. Some talk about 150 pieces of equipment, some up to 400. The thing that seems consistent is that it's 4 separate columns from Yelets to Moscow, 340 kilometers in a straight line, without taking into account terrain, roadblocks, checkpoints, etc. Other updates from SOTA, which is one of the only independent media organizations left in Russia, is reporting, let me scroll back up, that mass riots in support of Prigozhin began by thieves in law on the territory. I assume that means like prisoners, maybe a translation issue. We have seen some reports as well that in Rostov, Wagner opened the gates to the prisons to give the prisoners the option of joining. And then we have from the head of the Investigative Committee of Russia, Alexander Bastrikin, probably getting his pronunciation wrong. He has instructed his subordinates to take comprehensive measures to respond to the crimes against the state power and military service. He is working on establishing a unified command of the Russian Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the Federal Security Service and the Russian Emergencies Ministry. And
so it goes on with the reports, and again, it just shows the resistance happening in Moscow to look weaker and weaker as time passes. Moscow police officers are urgently called.
Just a quick update from myself where we are with this. I'm just letting you know this is a podcast. We're live listening to a podcast with some experts discussing the whole scenario and the situation regarding Ukraine, Russia, and this what appears to be a military coup. So stay tuned, and I'll be back shortly.
Heavy military equipment. We've had analysts come in earlier, whatever is 10, 12, 15 hours ago, that were critical, a bit less probably, they were critical. Also, do you remember a gentleman, I think it was David, that was very critical and that was just constantly saying, despite all the military bases, we looked at them on a map, all the military bases in and around Moscow, most of these are fighting in Ukraine. Moscow was never anticipating any ground invasion, and probably Wagner's chief knew this. And the main defenses they have is air defense.
I think the Russians made a decision, right, because the vast majority of the Russian military is deployed into Ukraine. And although the National Guard, the Russian National Guard, did play a role in the initial push, and they're still active, I think it's fair to say that a huge portions of the Russian National Guard was still inside Russia. And I think the reason why was that Moscow's decision, the Kremlin's thought process was, if there's going to be any internal stability in Russia, it's going to be kind of like a mass protest, or as they like to call, is they call a revolution. As such, the National Guard and the police would have been sufficient to handle that situation, right? Wagner has tanks. The Wagner has T-72s, T-80s, armor personnel carriers, heavy weapons, and those types of capabilities. The Russian National Guard just does not have any resources to confront that, and so. I remember before I fell asleep was that my comment was the only saving grace that Russia would have is that somehow them utilizing their air force and helicopters or fixed wings and rotor wing assets and then utilizing the National Guard to try to destroy Wagner formations. But unfortunately for the Russian Air Force is that they're not up to the standard of providing accurate close air support as we've seen in throughout the Ukraine war. Yes, they've had some success here and there, but you're fighting the Wagner that has a very sophisticated short-range air defense capabilities, and it's shown on the ground. They've managed to in less than 12 hours to shoot down 3 Russian helicopters and now an AN-12. And this is continuing. So I think the Russian Kremlin does not have any resources. They're going to have to start pulling forces from
also.
Ukraine.
So let me just go to David. David, I would like some balance and just a counter argument here. Like, what would you make the argument with Wagner forces and allied forces of Wagner moving towards Moscow, and then when we look at the resistance being shown in Moscow, the barricades with machine guns, the police officers being called to duty, Prigozhin's army, Prigozhin's support that's heading towards Moscow seems significantly more armed than the forces in Russia, in Moscow, sorry.
So Mario, before David, I'll pass it on to you, but I do want to say we're getting more and more pictures from Wagner forces in Luhansk starting to pull out of Luhansk and going straight into Russia. We're getting more and more of those pictures. But sorry, go ahead, David.
Yeah, David, the question I have to you is that with the argument we've made constantly for hours is that the Russian Air Force will be able to stop that, and then it's just a matter of time before they strike the convoys. But we're just not seeing those strikes. What do you think we're missing, David, or do you think things are just looking worse for Moscow? I would love your objective thoughts on this.
Fundamentally, what is happening here is that we're all talking hysteria. We're turning a molehill into a mountain. If the Russian army wanted to neutralize this Wagner convoy that's on its way to, as Prigozhin said, to meet Putin, they would already be dust on the road. There is no enforcement against Prigozhin at this point in time, and that can only come from Putin himself. Because if Shoigu or the rest of them were allowed to do it, they would already be burning heaps of scrap on the road to Moscow. There is going to be a meeting between Prigozhin and Putin. From what I've been told, it's not my opinion, it's what I've been told, that Prigozhin has now got the relevant information that he collected in Rostov and is going to present it to Putin and to the Russian people. There is a total turn down of the Russian army against Wagner forces at this point in time. They are not fighting them. They are consolidating police presence or military barracks and also counterpoints on the road, but they are not fighting them. There was a fog of war initially. It's over. And what is now being allowed is the transit of Prigozhin to go meet with Putin and his relevant inner council.
But David, let me just remind you. Want to remind you, Putin's speech, and David, I respect your perseverance with the same position despite changing situation. But it's always good for balance. Just Putin's speech, and I'll read out some highlights just for the audience as well that wasn't there earlier. I'm just going to read out the points that I think are the most important. He said, Russia is waging a hard fight for its future. He said, the troops are fighting heroically. The fate of our people is now being decided. The authorities will not allow a split in Russia to repeat. We will protect the people. We faced betrayal. Exorbitant ambitions led to treason against Russia. Any unrest is a mortal threat. Our actions will be tough. Neutralize those who organize the armed rebellion. I will do everything to defend the country. Decisive actions will be taken. We need Russia, the unity of all our forces. What we are witnessing now is a stab in the back. Any internal unrest is a mortal threat to the state. I know I read that already, but I'm reading it again. He's mentioned the word, where are the summary of what he's mentioned, how many times I've got it written down. Treason twice, mutiny twice. He did mention Wagner. He never mentioned Prigozhin's name. But my and then Prigozhin's response is not any better. Now he's calling out Putin directly, and he's saying we're not going to put out weapons down, not for anybody, not the military, not the Russian military, not Putin himself. And Putin chose the wrong side, and Russia will have a new president. So that's again Prigozhin's words. Russia's going to have a new president. So David, I just don't understand how the rhetoric from both looks like they're at war, and you would say that Putin and Prigozhin will be meeting. We'd love to get your quick response to this, if you don't mind, and then I do want to go to Von right after. David, go ahead, sir. David, you got to unmute. We can't hear you. I'm not sure if anyone could hear you.
Well, let me chime in then real quick. I think one thing...
go ahead, Kim, and then we'll go to Von. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, I think one thing that is important to note as well is that the Wagner troops have absolutely no support. I sent you a couple of videos, Mario, of civilians stepping outside, going to the Wagner troops and protesting against them and telling them that what they're doing is wrong and that they should stand down peacefully. People are throwing Russian flags over their tanks and military vehicles. This is not working at all. Like, the pro-Ukraine people in this room are ignoring all the clear signals from the population that they are backing Putin. And if Prigozhin ever arrives in Moscow, that is exactly what he's going to find. People outraged by his action.
Von, I'd love your thoughts. I know you were just
Tim,
jumping
I
in.
can put.
Joe, I'll give you guys. Malcolm, hold on, everyone.
video.
Just hold on, everyone. All source, just you're unmuted. Von, go ahead, and then we'll go to all source. Von, you got to unmute.
Yeah, sorry, I was.
All good, all good.
It's early in
All
the
good,
morning.
man. All good. Go ahead.
I
All
can't
good, all good. Go ahead.
Okay. First, I find it really curious that Wagner has good short-range air defense, but why haven't we seen a Su-34 or something from like 35,000 feet up bomb the shit out of these convoys? I don't know the answer to that question. I think it's weird, and frankly, if it's and frankly, kind of pathetic that it hasn't happened. But also, Kim raises a really good point. I've been seeing those videos too. The Russian people are not on Wagner's side on this, and that's the thing. If you're gonna do rhetoric about how there's gonna be a new president, you need the people on your side. The whole shtick in 1917 was that it started as a people's revolt, and a Cossack unit switched sides to support the people, and that's why that revolution succeeded. This isn't a revolution. This is, I don't know what this is. Eventually a coup, maybe. But when the people don't support you, it doesn't really matter who else does, to be honest, because it won't last.
Piotr, and then Schizo. Go ahead, Piotr. Patrick, go ahead.
Vaughn, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. I got to tell you, that is not Russia. That is not the Russian experience. The Russian experience is if you have enough firepower to get and hold the centers of power.
So just one monitor just tweeted. Sorry, Patrick. Just one monitor tweeted, and this is why I'm getting videos is supporting both sides. It makes it very difficult. So one monitor's video, contrary to previous videos, this one shows a crowd of Rostov resistance supposedly supporting the Wagner troops that occupy the city. So we're seeing videos both sides. We're seeing people support Wagner, others people not. So we're talking citizens not support Wagner. Seeing military personnel mainly support Wagner. We haven't seen too many clashes, but I would be surprised if we're seeing more support towards Wagner versus Putin.
Mario, and I just have more information again. I think it's important to highlight this, and I'll provide a counterpoint though to this. Is saying incoming reports of Russian soldiers leaving their missions in Africa and Syria to join the military coup in Russia against Putin. But I think one of the problems Wagner's going to run into is they have generally relied heavily on the Russian Air Force to provide transportation of support to Wagner's deployments in Africa and into Syria. I don't know how they're going to try to do this now. I don't know how that's even possible. And this has a lot of problems because we always forget, we talk about Wagner a lot about Ukraine, but we completely ignore their international presence across Africa and Syria. But there's reports saying that they're trying to come back to Russia.
By the way, Mario, the video that War Monitor just sent you is a video of Russians thanking troops from Wagner that have agreed that this is not right and that they are stepping down. This is not them greeting Wagner. So, please be careful with these people and what they're telling.
I appreciate that. David, so not David, Intel Schizo, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so some other updates. I have not completely geolocated the video yet, but I'm sure the GeoInt guys that are out there will probably geolocate it soon. The rumor mill is that the Catarite forces are going to be en route to Rostov and should be engaging within the next hour.
So which forces? Intel Schizo, can you just tell us what forces those are, please?
The Chechens.
Chechens, which have allegiance towards Putin based on the commanders. Yeah. Okay.
So their convoy, I guess, they're deciding to engage Wagner at Rostov, allegedly. And then the other updates in terms of what the Russian government's doing, you have pretty much the the Federal Service for the Supervision of Communication, Information Technology, and Mass Media, abbreviated as RKN. I'm not going to even try to pronounce its name in Russian. They're pretty much the federal agency in charge of social media censorship, has come forward saying that they will be cracking down on all internet platforms within Russia to pretty much downplay and censor any post that supports Wagner and Prigozhin.
Okay, so we just got an update here on one of the planes that was being reported earlier. The plane of Putin's friend Rottenberg flew to Azerbaijan the day before. The business jet of businessman Arkady Rottenberg, who is a close friend of Vladimir Putin, flew to Azerbaijan a few hours before the start of Prigozhin's campaign against Moscow, according to Flight Radar 24 data. According to the service, the plane took off from Moscow's Vnukovo airport and landed at Baku airport. The source of the plane, the Telegram channel that we've used for this information, for tracking those planes, just got more information here. Claims that since Rottenberg left Russia, he has stopped communicating. In addition to Rottenberg, Deputy Prime Minister Denis Manturov could also fly from Russia. The We Can Explain Telegram channel noticed that this morning its business jet left Moscow for Turkish Dalaman. We're seeing a lot of business jets fly to Turkey. President of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, said he would continue to support Russia, but the president of Kazakhstan, Tokayev, told Putin that Prigozhin's rebellion is a private affair of the country. I know this was mentioned a while ago. It was just reported again. I want to go to Alex. Alex Javi on the panel. I think it's your first time on here. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I've heard a lot of what's been said, and I think honestly, it's just too early to tell where everything is. I mean, given the constant changing situation on the ground, I don't think anybody can speak holistically for where the Russian people stand altogether. I heard Kim, but there's also been videos of people bringing them food and water and everything else. How widespread support or people being angry at the Wagner troops, what they're doing is kind of hard to tell at the moment. And if you look at the number of Wagner forces that exist, right, Prigozhin's not a moron. He's not going to march that far north against Moscow unless he at least believes he's got support from somewhere, or that he's going to pick up support along the way, unless he's completely lost his mind. So, I mean, what we're seeing is incredibly real. There was a lot of denials at first, and we are seeing reports of, leaders fleeing the country. How far this goes, I mean, I can't predict at this point. The outcomes are it could completely fail. He could end up getting support, and this works. Elements of the military could start changing sides. We haven't seen any indications of the latter yet, and I think it's going to take a little bit more time before any of us can actually make, some sort of an informed production.
I appreciate that, Alex. Also,
Alex, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Also, just a quick question. So, Norwegian Foreign Ministry just said we are closely following the situation in Russia and in close contact with our allies. Nothing important there. Also, the video that was mentioned earlier, Kim, I know you commented on it. So we just got it translated. It just shows the citizens saying to the soldiers, to the Wagner soldiers, please calm down, relax, don't be aggressive, and then giving them high five. But yeah, go ahead also. So I'll let you ask your question.
Yeah, that's right. And by the way, what he's saying about handing out water and food, this is just Russians being kind while saying this is not a welcome activity. You are not getting our support. And there are now dozens of videos that confirm that. So, again, I mean, people claiming here that these Wagner troops are welcome is completely false.
Go ahead, also.
I just want to ask Alex a question, because again, I don't disagree with any of the comments either Kim or everybody's saying. I don't think Wagner has a chance of succeeding. I just think it's shocking that he succeeded so far, like this much already. Because Alex,
so your stance also, so actually, just to confirm your stance, because you've been covering this for me since the beginning, other than a few hours where you fell asleep. But otherwise, you've been covering this since the start, and your stance is still, despite all the developments, and I kind of share your stance, that Wagner still has no chance or little chance of succeeding. Just want to get your stance.
I don't know how much chance they have. That's the thing. It's very hard to try to extrapolate how much chance they have. I can see where they're very successful. I can see where it's an absolute failure. It's just very hard to predict something like that. What I will say, though, it is shocking that they have succeeded so much so far so quickly. Because Alex, I think it's pretty shocking that Rostov, the headquarters of the Russian military operation Ukraine, was seized in a couple of hours from the start of this, and we had, Prigozhin there. So from your point of view, what is your opinion of Wagner's ability to seize the Russian headquarters in charge of Ukraine within a couple of hours of Wagner announcing that they were going on the offensive against Gerasimov and Shoigu?
Just very, very quickly before we go there, the Iranian Foreign Ministry has said recent events in Russia are an internal matter of this country. Iran supports the rule of law in the Russian Federation, and this is coming straight from the Foreign Minister, Nasser Khani.
So TASS just started out, the TASS just read out the chairman of the State Duma Committee in State of Construction and Legislation, said the following: the fighters of Wagner can still lay down their arms and avoid punishment, given their merits in the course of a special military operation, but this must be done sooner. And yeah, it's just here we encourage Prigozhin's move, and the bloody regime of the Kremlin will only be defeated by military force. That's the opposition Russian volunteer corps. So we're just seeing the opposition of Prigozhin's forces or allies being very aggressive. That the regime in the Kremlin will only be defeated by military force. Yet here we've got the Duma committee, the chairman of the State of Duma, who's allied with Putin, be more peace-oriented, allowing room for Wagner still after all this time to lay down their arms. Would you say that what does that show on the Russian side, in your opinion, Patrick?
I was going to comment on all sources.
Go ahead.
About them seizing Rostov that quickly. Also, I think that was a combination of command confusion and speed. I really do, and I agree with Alex. How this develops is going to hinge on how the rest of the Russian military and the paramilitaries react to this. If a bunch of them turn coat, this gets real ugly real quick. If they stay loyal, this probably goes away fast, quiet, and bloody. It's going to be, and odds are maybe, or it could be something in between. We just don't know yet.
Hey, this is Malcolm. I think Patrick's absolutely right about his assessment on speed and command confusion in taking Rostov. All they had to do was have Wagner forces, which were already withdrawing, run to Rostov-on-Don, and checkpoints wouldn't care one way or the other, so long as they were pro at that time Russian forces. And they just surrounded the headquarters, took the city, and now mutiny is in full effect. And I think that denying that this is a mutiny or thinking that this is not going to be successful, this run to Moscow, we've already seen tangible effect. The question is whether this moves from a mutiny to a full-scale coup d'etat, and at what range the mutiny itself will spread throughout Russian forces. You're going to find other places where Wagner's going to pop up. That's because there are sympathizers in there that will align themselves with Wagner.
Mario, sorry, Malcolm. I do want to, because I know I shared the reports of Wagner forces from Africa and Syria deploying back to Ukraine. There's an account that heavily tracks Wagner activity specifically in Africa. Casas Belli, phenomenal reporting on this, and he's saying this. And I'll just read it from this: reports of Wagner getting out of Africa. He says this is absolutely false. Sources in the Central African Republic, Mali, and other African countries confirm that there's no significant mercenary activity at the moment. So those reports are being he's refuting it, and he's a very reliable source.
And we're getting mixed reports as well on the advancement of Ukrainian forces in the advance towards Bakhmut and Zaporozhye.
The Russian volunteer.
Yeah, so there's two sources. So again, forces allied to Putin are saying they've repelled attacks by Ukrainian forces. Yet the opposition Russian volunteer corps obviously are opposed to Putin and supporting Wagner. They said that the front is collapsing and the Ukrainian forces are advancing towards Bakhmut. So we're just seeing, again, different sources with different information. So we take everything with a grain of salt. I want to go to Schizo and then Piotr. Schizo, go ahead. Schizo, you there? Piotr, go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Schizo.
Yeah, just having some technical difficulties. So if you want to just skip me for a few minutes.
Sure, go ahead, Piotr.
Yeah, thanks, Mario. Sorry, I jumped out a bit. No Wi-Fi in the middle of Poland. But there was data enough to speak with my family. So Novosibirsk, third largest city in Siberia. There is support for Wagner Group. There is support for Prigozhin. It may not be the level of Putin, but for other commentators to be saying that there is no support is just incorrect. There's support in Rostov. There's support in Voronezh.
Are you talking? Sorry, are you talking military support or people, citizens?
Public support.
And that compares to the support that Putin has, because I'd be surprised.
No, it wouldn't be the same level, but I just want to push back against, absolutist claims that there's no support for Prigozhin. He is someone who has been in Putin's shadow for the best part of 15, 20 years. Putin has given this man the opportunity to, have a very wealthy lifestyle and become a military mercenary chief. So, the two are very, very, supportive of one another. So it's not correct to say that there is no support for Prigozhin. In this instance, I think it's more about whether or not there is enough support for him, not just amongst the public, but among certain members of the political and military establishment. As I said before, any successful revolution.
Austin, good to have you back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I want to get your thoughts on the latest updates. You've been here since the early stages. Do give us a quick update, and then I want to go to David. And David, my question to you is going to be similar to my question to Piotr and others. I never thought the support that Prigozhin has from Russian citizens would be even comparable to the support that Putin has. I think you'd agree with me, David, but I'll give you the mic right after Austin. Austin, go ahead.
Yeah, so still catching up, just waking up, had to get some sleep after going, 9 hours straight. Mario, it's a marvel of human nature that you're still awake yourself. But so I think in regards to popular support for Prigozhin, I think we need to remember that, for the last 9 to 10 months, Prigozhin himself has been, the darling of public media coverage of the Russian MOD. He's been described as like one of the only commanders who was advancing, whether it's the Battle of Bakhmut or anything like this. When we were looking at large scale sort of systemic failures within the Russian military, Wagner was sort of seen as this other path. So I can't really say that I'm that surprised that there is quite a bit of public support for him, not necessarily more popular than Putin by any means. But that being said, like when you look at, the positive media coverage of him within Russia over the last, 10 months, I think it makes sense that, the chickens are kind of coming home to roost here.
David, I want to go to you just to balance out the discussion. We're talking about support from support towards Putin versus Prigozhin. Now, I do have people messaging me that, and I've asked them to. Danish, actually, I'm going to go to you. Danish, before David. You've messaged me, and we've been making an argument before that a coup would not succeed without support of the people. But we've had people make both arguments earlier when we were discussing this. Danish, is there examples where there's coups that succeeded without the support of the people?
Yeah, the most popular example that has been given, obviously outside of many African countries where with military support, but not population support or public support, we've seen coups take place and succeed. The most prominent example of this, and it's kind of interesting because we were interviewing Imran Khan yesterday, he mentioned Musharraf. President Musharraf did not have any public support, and he was able to take over power without even a sneeze. And so, I know that this is a common approach to think like this, but the most important support in a mutiny that can then turn into a coup, which is what Malcolm was saying, and I cannot agree enough. I don't think this is considered a coup right now. This is a mutiny that can turn into a coup. The biggest, most important part is the support of the military, not the people. That's just the way it goes.
So I think, Mario, it's important to highlight that I think that from just in this year,
Just strictly, there's been a number of successful military coups that did not have the support of the people of the country. 1973 Chile coup d'etat, 1980 Turkish coup d'etat, 1981 Greek coup d'etat, 1991 Soviet coup d'etat attempt, but that was not successful, so I wouldn't count it. 2014 Egyptian coup d'etat. Now again, there's just too many factors at play, and I think that what we're seeing in Russia is not going to be 100% compared to anything else that we're seeing, considering that Russia is the second or third biggest military in the world. Go ahead, Ursos.
Yeah, I just think that it's important to highlight that I think another example of what we saw is what happened in Sudan, where although a coup failed, it then quickly descended into active warfare across a specific cartoon around Sudan into basically a civil war. Unfortunately, what we're seeing now is kind of the initiation stage of this, where if Prigozhin can't launch a knockout punch, but he's still entrenched in his position as in maximalist demands, that can continue that. And so what we're seeing now is two things. I just wanted for the audience, we're getting more videos of Chechen forces going vehicles and their convoys moving over to Rostov. That's number one. And then the second thing is that we're seeing more and more claims and requests by Wagner. There was recently posted some pamphlets basically asking and messaging getting pushed to Russian soldiers in Ukraine to leave Ukraine and fight on behalf of Wagner to fight against Putin.
So let me
Very quickly, just a statement, Mario, coming out of Moscow. that their current CTO legislation, and they're listing this, and this is a statement they've just made, includes those related to the use of personal transport and means of communication. And they've warned the leadership of political associations, media representatives, and the blogosphere about the inadmissibility of distorting official information and disseminating false information. So this is coming out of Moscow.
Can I add to that? My cousin sent me a message on Telegram about 10 minutes ago, saying that they're actively going around some neighborhoods asking them to come out.
So just got important updates. So Chechenian forces are on the outskirts of Rostov. Again, they're allied to Putin, and Rostov is arguably under the control of Prigozhin's forces and allies. We've also got Iran. Iran called the attempted armed rebellion similar to what Kazakhstan said, and I'd like some thoughts on this. Tara, I'm glad you're here because I know you're in Russia. It's a complicated story on why you're in Russia. I'd want to stay away from it and just focus on what's happening in Russia, Tara. I'll go to you next. But back to Iran. Iran called the attempted armed rebellion an internal affair of Russia and then expressed support for the rule of law in the country. So can someone explain to me, and this goes back to Kazakhstan, for Iran, which is allied with Putin, to call this an internal affair and then support for the rule of law without mentioning support for Putin. What does that mean, and how does that compare to what you'd expect from an allied country to the president? Von?
Support for the rule of law implies support for the government, which implies support for Putin.
Why wouldn't they explicitly say? But wouldn't they explicitly say similar to Belarus?
Because it's a diplomatic statement, and Iran is.
It shows you the limitation of their relationship. This is why I've always pushed back
against
him and other people, because it's an illustration that these countries are about survival. These regimes support each other until a better actor comes along. If Putin suddenly becomes less favorable as an actor that will support the Islamic Republic of Iran, then they will leave Putin and go to Prigozhin. They're self-interested first and foremost. This is what we call the realist theory of international relations. If they were truly a dead hard alliance like France and the US or something, then they would support the incumbent president, Putin. But in this case, they're not mentioning him because he could be he's expendable.
Possible.
Let me.
Von,
go ahead.
Expecting Iran to
No. So Von, the only question I have is why wouldn't they express support for Putin himself directly and explicitly, similar to what Belarus did?
Because all alliances must be possible, and all alliances are temporary. As Piotr said, it's realpolitik. I'm sure Patrick agrees with me on that front. But your question is what are we expecting Iran to do? Send troops over the Caspian?
No, again, my question, Yvonne, I've never mentioned that. All I've said is that why wouldn't they mention directly Putin? Does that mean they're willing to support an alternative to Putin, or considering that that's a possibility? Because the more people distance,
they want to see the continuation of Russia.
Yeah, but the more, all I'm saying is the more people, the more people, the more officials that distance themselves from Putin, even slightly, it might show Putin's weakening grip, because they would know more than we know, and I think we'd all agree to that. That's why I'm asking that question, Von. Not sure if you agree with the statement though, and then I want to go to Tara.
Suggest that they're hedging. They'll support their ally regardless of how this turns out. But they're not
they'll support the most effective actor that serves their interests and needs. If Putin suddenly becomes expendable, which he has always been, he's just incredibly effective at, avoiding that, then the Islamic Republic will shift over to whoever ensures that their interests and their survivability.
Piotr, we're not in disagreement here. It's just that their options are limited because of
I don't disagree with you there. I'm just saying,
Tara, if Putin is replaced, they will support the replacement. If Putin stays in power, they will support Putin. That's why they're making non-definitive statements.
Tara, I want to go to you. I know you're in Russia. I don't know if I can use the word defected to Russia, but I want to just make sure, Tara, we focus on the situation in Moscow right now. I know you're there. What can you share with us just on the situation?
Yeah.
Hi, just wanted to address this question regarding, do I think Putin, I'll come back to the experts in a minute, whether Biden would support Putin in exchange for leaving Ukraine. Difficult to say. I think ultimately, the only thing that NATO and the Americans would likely support would be something where there would be regime change. I think as far as most of the planet's concerned, if Putin can't stay in power, but I think they would be prepared to negotiate a transition potentially on that basis, but it's very difficult to say. But it's a moving situation, and I'm sure they've had these conversations behind the scenes. Let's get back to the podcast.
Belief that there will actually be a coup. It seems like the West is kind of, frothing it up a bit. Because reality is Rostov's is what's going on even in Rostov. And I've talked to someone who was there. Some of the students are studying as normal. There's a few people at the streets. Yes, they've surrounded the government buildings, but they have not gone in. That's a very
sorry,
very
Tara.
big distinction.
Excuse me. Who surrounded government buildings and where?
Prigozhin and Rostov.
In which cities? Because they've gone in some cities, depending where you're referring to.
Just in the one city that I know of, they've surrounded that's the one he claims that he's gotten. But
they've entered the building. We've seen videos of many hours ago. There's footage of him meeting the general surgeon, the commander of the Southern Military District, and deputy defense minister. They met, and there's footage of them.
Yeah, they haven't taken over the buildings.
They've got footage. They've got footage of them on the rooftop. Tara, just quick question. There's a lot of reports coming out, Tara. Just a quick question, and then I've got an important something I'll read out, Nathaniel. Sorry, I want to read out Intel Schizo afterwards. If you could just verify the source, Schizo. But Tara, just one question, very important one. Multiple reports, and we've seen TASS, the government-owned news agency in Russia, report something, and then the secretary of Putin refute that report, which is very uncommon, very unusual to see. So the report is that Putin left to St. Petersburg. We've seen military flights that left from Moscow to St. Petersburg. We don't know if Putin's on it. Again, Russian-owned news outlets did say, or government-owned news outlets did say, that Putin was on those flights and by now should be in St. Petersburg. But his press secretary said that he is not, and responded pretty quickly to those reports. Have you heard of? Is there any talks or any concerns about Putin having left the Kremlin?
There's no concerns or talks about it here because generally on the weekends he could even be in Sochi, and he was recently in St. Petersburg because of the conference, of course, back and forth because of meetings. So it's not unusual for him on the weekends to be gone or in Sochi during the summertime, right? In this particular case,
he's in the. So they've said he's in the Kremlin on multiple reports.
Right.
Vice Press Secretary said he's in Kremlin hours and hours.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they're claiming, but bear in mind they have to. Yep. Right, Dmitry Peskov. But bear in mind, they also have to be careful of not giving his exact location because of his security risks. So sometimes he's in the Kremlin and sometimes he's not. What I would say is that right now the mood is, and I think that's kind of what you were getting at because I'm here in Moscow, is it's fairly relaxed. People are going about their business. It's very quiet. And so there's not a lot of tension or worry about it amongst the general population. And as David pointed out, there's a huge support for Putin. I think Pyotr spoke to something about there's a support for Prigozhin. There is, I think, in some ways there are, but it's not enough. And I think that this probably will be resolved, I would think, within 48 hours. And that's that's my guess.
Thank you for sharing this, Sarah. Piotr, hold on, just hold on, everyone. I've just been waiting. Schizo, are you able to share the source and the piece of information we're just discussing in our group? Is Schizo on stage or did he drop out? I think he's dropped out. All right, all source.
Oh, he DM'd me. He had connection issues.
Good. Oh, you can see it in the breaking news, all source, and I do want to read it. It's this is it here. I'm going to tag you right now. If you could please review it and read it. I'll give the mic to Austin, and also as soon as you reviewed it, please jump in, read it, and mention the source because I think it's very, very important to at least mention, but be clear about the source. Go ahead, Austin, while waiting for all source to review this.
Yeah, so that statement from Tara was actually pretty enlightening, to me at least. Having covered previous attempted coups or attempted forced policy changes, stuff like that. It's not surprising that authorities are trying to keep the situation extremely sort of fluid within Moscow itself. This is generally what you see in a capital city that could be under threat. Business is normal, everything's fine, we're dealing with it, right? That's the messaging that's going to be coming out, and that's the messaging that's going to continue. Which very much is in alignment. That being said, earlier, Mario, we did see sort of evidence of Wagner forces entering into SMD headquarters, the Ministry of the Interior in Rostov-on-Don. So I think what's interesting here is what I've seen change is that, number one, all flights have been diverted from passing over the M4 highway between Voronezh and Moscow. There were some flights mostly coming from like Armenia that would traditionally pass over that on their way to St. Petersburg. They're no longer doing so. Additionally, those special flight squadron flights that we saw initially come from Ufa to Moscow and now heading from Moscow to St. Petersburg. I don't know if that necessarily indicates that Putin himself is going, but there are most definitely highly ranked government officials on those flights, getting the hell out of Dodge, so to speak.
All right. So
as we see this,
yeah. Also, I just want to mention. Also, you ready to share the news or the piece of information?
Yeah. So I'll just read it, and then I will kind of provide it. So PMC Wagner is preparing to seize a warehouse with nuclear weapons. Coming from the partisan movement attached. So the advanced detachment of the PMC went to the outskirts of Boris-Loglipsk, Voronezh region. There's a warehouse with nuclear weapons 375 Object C, 12 management of the Russian Navy. It is likely that the Russian armed forces will not be able to protect the warehouse on its own. So the source of this, basically, that Wagner's going to seize a warehouse that contains nuclear weapon, is coming from a Russian partisan movement that was created in 2022. This partisan movement has been very active inside of Russia since the invasion of Ukraine, doing sabotage operations. So the reason, though, I think it's important to someone highlight, and again, for people not to panic and to say, is that I think it's a very hard, there's probably a good understanding of warehouses that have been used by the Russian military to store nuclear weapons. But the actual knowledge of knowing if these warehouses actually have nuclear weapons at that moment, I think it's fairly hard to say. Unless you're like an intelligence agency in the West or even, high levels Russian government, it's very hard. So I just want to put a little bit of caution in that reporting, because although they might have had nuclear weapons in the past, we have no way of knowing if they currently have nuclear weapons right now.
I appreciate that update. And we do have, again, the concerns relating to nuclear weapons, the ones that were moved to Belarus a few weeks ago. And then we've got the ones in the southern district as well, that was taken over by the Prigozhin's forces hours and hours ago with limited resistance. So again, we have no idea of the command structure for being able to launch nuclear warheads. We have no idea if Wagner has any access to nuclear warheads, but it's obviously a concern we're watching very carefully, and we've had experts on stage a few hours ago discuss that and break it down. I do want to go to Alex again. Sorry, Tender, good to have you. How are you, Tender? Tender, are you there? Can you hear me? While waiting for Tender to...
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Can you
Hey,
hear
Tender.
me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm still awake. Since 35 hours I'm awake. So I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. I want to circle back to the discussion.
Right, everyone, just keep it's very fluid. It's breaking news at the moment. So we got this podcast, which is live at the moment. And I'll bring you back to it in just a second. But it is a live, it's fluid. Very difficult to make what's going on at the moment, but we're trying to make sure there's plenty of experts on here that will give you a lot of the facts of what's going on. But obviously, bearing in mind, a lot of this information is difficult to verify. But right, let's go back to the podcast.
1 hour ago, sent a message that around 400 vehicles are on the way to Moscow. You cannot do this with only
400.
Wagner.
Sorry.
Yes.
400 vehicles. Can you tell us the source of this?
It was mentioned in one of the tweets. I'm not certain where exactly it came from. I think it was a Telegram. I think it was Rybar, if I'm not mistaken. And Rybar also issued a map where they tell that they are around in Lipetsk, which is around halfway to Moscow, around 220 kilometers away from Moscow. And again, this is not a small insurgency. This is a big one. And somebody was mentioning before, why is not the Russian Air Force striking with bigger weaponry, such as the Sukhoi 34 and so on? And this is a very valid question, because in the end, we are seeing a totally paralyzed army. This army is totally paralyzed and is not capable of making any decisive decisions. I also mentioned this before.
And that's your explanation. You think this is why the Russian Air Force is not striking Wagner's convoys as they get closer and closer to Moscow?
Exactly.
And again, and just to give everyone an idea of how close they're getting, just a couple of minutes ago, we got a report and a video. I haven't watched the video yet by Sota. Another video of Wagner in Yelets Now the convoy has been hours that we're getting, about a couple hours. Now the convoy has already passed the city of the Lipetsk region. The presence of mercenaries in the region was also confirmed by its governor, Igor Artamonov. So they're getting closer and closer to Moscow.
Mario, if I hear, can I just share
Yes,
something
sir.
before Tender
Go
you
ahead.
go? Sorry, I just want to provide another news. And this is coming. Intel Schizo sent this to me. He dropped if he could send him an invite. But Ukrainian defense is basically now giving an option to Russian soldiers to drop their weapons and leave. So this is what they're saying. Ukrainian defense quote: Russian soldiers to flee from the lands and go to help their comrades in Russia, so it is safer for them. I think the Ukrainians are going to start developing plans to allow Russian forces to retreat back into from Ukraine back to Russia unopposed because it benefits Ukraine.
Tender, as you give your updates, can I ask you a quick question, Tender? Whoever is it, it's everyone, just not sure. Khaleesi, did you have an update? Go ahead, Khaleesi, and then we'll go to Tender.
Yes, on the
Khaleesi? All right, I'm just gonna drop you off. Tender, I've just got a question for you. So, and then I'll let you continue with your updates. Something we've discussed constantly in all our Ukraine war spaces that we've done over the last few months. If Putin is pushed into a corner, this is when we should be worried about the use of nuclear warheads. I think this is the definition of being pushed into a corner. Should we be concerned about Putin using tactical nukes? Again, it's very difficult to believe he'll use them on his own in his own territory, and something we never expected. Yet here we are.
Yes, and I think this is a just question, but I want to express my opinion in that matter, and I believe it is very, very thin. Even when Putin is pushed into a corner, there is still a chain of command, and he's not one who has a button and just push it. There are still many people around him who have to accomplish him in this deed, and he will not be able to go through all of this. And I don't think that everyone would be so suicidal to make that decision. That is my opinion in that matter, especially when it is reflecting the case that we are talking about Russian soil. That is coming even more into this calculus. So from my perspective, that is a very thin possibility. It's of course always there, but I don't believe in that. This is, we had in Germany during the Second World War, big stockpiles of taboo gas or taboo nerve agents, and we did not use them because the generality and other in the chain of command knew exactly what that means. Even Hitler knew what that means. He was a former soldier from the First World War. And even in the end of this very dramatic war, Germany did not use the taboo gas. And I see this in the same matter like Putin and the nuclear weapons.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the update there. And Vaughn, I want to go to you just to balance it out.
No, I mean, you're going to the wrong person to balance it. I know it's shocking, but I don't disagree with Tender. I don't think it's likely. Honestly, if he's not sending a Su-34 up to obliterate.
Vaughn, when you mentioned those acronyms, just tell us what you're referring to.
Oh, sorry, ground attack aircraft. They fly really, really high, so they're hard to hit with practically impossible to hit with short range air defense, and it would obliterate a column. If we're not seeing that, we're not going to see TAC nukes. Certainly not on Russian territory. It's 0 point.
Shout out to my co-host Suleiman, who's currently asleep. He'll be waking up and taking over soon, hopefully. Him and All Source have been covering this the whole time. Most of you know Suleiman, who's always co-hosting. I've got more updates. I'll be reading.
Actually, yeah, I do have a question. And I know Tender, David, Patrick, Austin. I know this is kind of going on. If you guys are tracking Flight Radar ADSB, apparently the Russian Ministry of Emergency Service. I think there's an error because it shows it flew over eastern Ukraine, but it does look like it at least probably departed around the. We can't see the exact initial track. I believe it left out of Moscow.
Chechenian. Okay, so we're seeing two things. So we got unverified video. Supposedly it's War Monitor again, supposedly showing heavy roadblocks being set up in the Lipetsk region to stop the Wagner convoy, and we know this is about 6 hours away. Again, unverified. War Monitor just posted it 3 minutes ago. So on one side, we're seeing desperate moves by the Kremlin to stop Wagner's advance. On the other side, though, we're seeing Russian sources report that Chechenian troops, which are loyal to Putin, are entering Rostov region. So on one side, we're seeing advancement from the Kremlin, the forces loyal to the Kremlin. On the other side, we're seeing desperate moves from the Kremlin to stop the advancement from Wagner. And we've got another update from War Monitor.
Also, Mario,
Wagner equipment is moving across the territory of the Lipetsk region. All necessary measures are being taken to ensure the safety of the population, according to the governor. And then we're seeing footage of military convoy in Moscow. So we're seeing a lot of movements in Moscow, of course. Go ahead, Khaleesi.
Yeah, sorry. So there's reports that the Wagner Group soldiers are leaving their missions in Africa and Syria to join the military.
So we're getting
Russia
this one. We're getting mixed reports. On one side, we're getting reports that they're leaving.
Khaleesi, I would.
Go ahead. Also, so I'll let you do clarification there. It's important.
Yeah, no, Khaleesi, I was just going to say those reports are blowing up right now, but there's like an account that tracks Wagner activity specifically.
But that but that wouldn't be surprising. That wouldn't be surprising if they're moving to Russia. Why would that be surprising? That's like the most obvious thing they would do, no?
But it's like, well, it wouldn't be surprising, but how do they do that? Because they heavily rely on the Russian Air Force to do that. And I think if we were going to see that, accounts that track Wagner activity in Africa would have already been noticed it. And this account that has a lot of sources in Africa, specifically in countries where there's Wagner activity, has said, I have heard nothing from my sources that's saying that this is happening. And I think it goes into how would Wagner, they would rely on the Russian Air Force, and I don't see that happening right now.
Exactly. It's a long trip without an airlift.
Yeah, the thing is that they could do airlift if Wagner consolidates at Rostov-on-Don. They have civil airlift. I dealt with Wagner in Libya. They're in Mali and their Central African Republic. And Sudan, South Sudan. Their operatives are talking about it. They're possibly going to mobilize over time.
Sorry, I just want to say we're starting to get the first videos coming up right now. So the Akhmat, the Chechen fighters. The first videos are now claiming that they've entered Rostov right now. So the question is if we're going to start seeing gunfire and shooting reported.
And I want to make a very, very important point about this. Somebody earlier mentioned, it might have been Kim.com, that we couldn't have predicted this. I predicted this exact scenario in January. When the fighting starts between the Chechens and Wagner, Russia officially has entered a civil war, not a mutiny.
Okay, so Tandar, go ahead, and then we'll go to Austin. Actually, Austin, I want to get your thoughts first on the civil war comments, and we'll go to Tandar afterwards.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, it's not a good look for any state when you have two separate armed wings of your military, whether those are subordinate under a private military contract.
And also touch on, I'm just really confused. Where the hell is the Russian Air Force? Vaughn.
So I'd be curious to hear Vaughn's position on this as well. My take is that most of the Russian Air Force's combat-ready aircraft are posted in postures to help with the campaign in Ukraine.
But that's the thing. So sorry to interrupt you, Austin. But my question is, ground troops and ground forces will take a long time to reach Moscow, but the Air Force is the only chance for a quick response to the Wagner convoys by the Kremlin. So this is like, am I wrong in saying this is their only hope based on what we're seeing right now in terms of the movement of the convoy towards the Kremlin? Austin and then David.
Yeah, so the answer to that is that we have seen evidence that Wagner forces do have integrated air defense systems. We've seen Pansirs, we've seen videos of them having Strelas, so that's anything from SHORAD to more strategic sort of anti-air assets. It would honestly, in my opinion, it seems like the Russian Air Force is trying to assess how many of these systems they have before sort of going full bore against them, because obviously it would be a terrible look for Putin's regime if he mobilizes the Air Force and loses 4 planes in his first attempt to sort of bring this convoy down. So I think a risk assessment is currently ongoing, and we will likely see more activity from the VKS in the near term, but that's my best guess. What I can tell you is that obviously, civilian aircraft are avoiding that entire sort of salient. But in regards to these comments about civil war and everything like that, number one, I think it's important that we look at that there has been a long-standing rivalry between Prigozhin and Kadyrov, and even
Kadyrov again. Also, Kadyrov, just for the audience, is
Kadyrov is the Russian-backed leader of the Chechen regions within Russia. Previously within the conflict, he sort of mobilized his own sort of, I guess they're subordinate to the Russian military, but they're almost kind of like a private military force as well, just based upon sort of radicalism within Kadyrov's rule and everything like that. That being said, they hate Wagner and Wagner hates them. So I think the next sort of 6 hours are going to be really key here, especially in Rostov, looking at what clashes between Kadyrovsky and, which is what those Chechens are kind of referred to, and Wagner forces look like here. Because on the one end, when you look at Wagner as a fighting force, they've been through, you know, some of the worst conditions in sort of Bakhmut, sort of grinding out attritional battles time and time again. Meanwhile, the Kadyrovsky were really sort of put in the press a lot in the early stages of the war, notably with Mariupol, but mostly have been conducting sort of security operations behind the front lines here. So we're looking at, on the one end, we're looking at a very battle-hardened, mostly mercenary force going up against a very ideologically driven force that hasn't seen a lot of frontline combat. So this will be an interesting little bellwether in regards to what the staying power of Wagner's forces within Russia actually are against some of these forces that are claiming to, you know, initially support Putin and are very ideologically driven.
All right, so I just
I don't think that the Air Force.
don't mention the one I've sent in the breaking news chat. It's too big, and I do want to verify if that's the one you're referring to.
No,
okay.
I wasn't going to. So very quickly, Medvedev has said, we will defeat the traitors and punish them, and we will deal with the internal and external enemy of Russia. That was a minute ago. Also, Latvia is strengthening its border security and preventing Russians from entering its territory. And Erdogan has just told Putin that Turkey is ready to contribute to resolving the situation in Russia. And this is from the office of the Turkish president 1 minute ago. Thanks.
Mario, let me just put it this way. I know. So I just want to highlight that the oblast in the south, we just got a comment from the governor of that oblast saying that Wagner forces are freely maneuvering. So this report that they entered the Moscow oblast, which is they've entered the city of Baranovo, which is 2 hours from actually Moscow City, but it's part of the Moscow Oblast, is not crazy, because the Oblast, the state right to the south of it, we just got a comment from the governor saying, yeah, Wagner's here, they're operating freely. So
hold on. The governor, sorry, also the governor of who said that?
God, there's so many information. It's basically the Oblast, the state south of it, of Moscow Oblast, and kind of that whole region, we're getting consistent reporting of Wagner forces operating south, heading north. We're starting to see videos, even them digging trenches, etc., along those areas, breaking through any obstacles they encounter. Wagner is trying to go to Moscow. I think that's clear as day that they're trying to go there. So the fact that they're in the Moscow Oblast and then we're getting the first reports of that, I don't think is a far-fetched. That's the goal. That's the objective, and nobody is stopping them right now.
And which governor confirmed this?
Well, for the south, let me go back and I'll share in the breaking news. I'll show the exact one about that.
All right, so we're getting reports, and that's what I've been hesitating to share, but also has gone through them, multiple sources, and I'm waiting to see which governor that Wagner forces or forces loyal to Wagner and Prigozhin have entered Moscow Oblast, and if that's the case, they will be about 2 hours away from Moscow City. Again, just about half an hour ago, we're talking about them being in the that other city, I forgot the name, that was 6 hours away, and apparently there's trenches being dug up to slow down the advance. But obviously that's outdated, because now they're reportedly in Moscow Oblast. Also, do you have more information on this? Anyone that has, before we get opinions and more developments, I just want anyone that has more information on the reports of Wagner forces having entered Moscow Oblast.
Mario, I'm gonna keep on looking, but this is Wagner's. They have openly stated they're going to go there, and I think that it's legit that they're going to Moscow Oblast, and they're not going to stop. I mean, Putin has to do something. I mean, Wagner is operating freely across large segments of the Russian territory, basically unimpeded. I think with the other area we have to look into very closely right now is Rostov, to see if we start seeing reports of Chechen fighters and Wagner forces actually fighting in the city of Rostov, where this all kind of really started.
There's some more practical military strategy matters to discuss here, right? And put aside Russian or Ukrainian biases for a moment. You have 25 to 50,000 combat-hardened troops who have crossed the border into Russia, allegedly, right? Where they are right now is a matter of speculation. There are some reports coming in, but nobody has solid facts right now as to where everyone is. Prigozhin supposedly has been preparing for this for a little bit, but there's been a global shortage of Soviet-caliber munitions all over the place, right? We've seen piss-poor fire discipline from both sides. The Ukrainians and the Russians have been firing at rates far beyond the rate of manufacturing. And Prigozhin himself has been complaining about supplies. So for him to push this far north without having any support or without having any ability to resupply means this has to get concluded rather quickly, or he has to have some support. It simply doesn't work any other way. And a long, protracted siege on Moscow or surrounding the city may not be resolved militarily. I mean, how much more does he need to do before people start switching sides? That question is sort of unknown. So there's too many unknowns right now.
And I do want any updates again before anyone just jumps in. We were just talking about Wagner forces being at Lipetsk, which is 6 hours away from Moscow city. Now we're talking about reports and a video of them being in Moscow Oblast, the state, and that will be about 2 hours away from the city. Also, if you keep verifying the sources, because it's a pretty major development.
Yeah. So the area that we got. Okay. So this was posted about an hour ago. Is that they were in the Lipetsk region. We have video of that, and it was geolocated in the Lipetsk region about an hour ago. And I think we might actually have the first videos of so this is Yelets, which I believe is a little bit south. And so we're starting to get all these videos of Wagner forces moving along the M4 highway north. So this idea that I think it's pretty much, I mean, it's not confirmed, but it's very logical to assume right now that Wagner is in the Moscow Oblast, not the city, the state of Moscow.
Right. Alex, Mark, if I can make a comment related to what...
In a bit, Malcolm, sorry, just in a bit, because I know David's been waiting patiently so far, as well as Tender. But just, Lev, you've been covering a lot of news for us earlier. Have you heard anything of the Wagner forces being in Russian Moscow Oblast?
I'm actually making phone calls right now. I just got up to a couple of hours.
Please make every phone call you can. I need to know if this is true. And if this is true, Vaughn, I want to go to you briefly before going to David and Tender. What would that mean if the reports are true that Wagner forces are already in Moscow Oblast?
Then shit's gonna get spicy within 2 to 3 hours, and we're gonna have all the answers. Honestly, Russia looks, well, the MOD at least, and the government looks, pardon my language, absolutely fucking pathetic right now.
Mm-hmm. David,
yes, where the Air Force is, I don't know. That's why I've been asking why they're not blowing these convoys out of the sky. I don't know. It looks like, what are you even doing?
All right, so I'm going to tweet.
So really quick update. No problem. So we have the deputy head of the Russian Guard saying the Wagner enlisted personnel were not privy to the plans of the command, at least most of it. The soldiers were told they were being transferred to the defense of the Belgorod region, and they were surprised by the subsequent events. And then he's ended this statement. It's a long statement. I won't read it all, saying the plans of the Wagner leadership also include the capture of Krasnodar. Well, forgive them, Lord, for they do not know what they are doing.
By the way, Mario, we're also getting reports right now from multiple accounts that are kind of proven credible that Ukrainian military forces are making advances right now in the Bakhmut area.
Yeah, we've been getting those.
I also want to qualify what I just said. I want to qualify what I just said. One more thing. I think that was Alex. They raised a very good point. Wagner does not have the means to draw this out. They have to act very quickly, and that is why I say we'll have all our answers in a span of hours. They have no supplies.
They cannot afford to delay this and allow Putin to rally support and move military equipment from Ukraine to Moscow. All they had to do was go ahead, also.
So, Vaughn, I think just wanted to share this.
Just a quick update where we are at with things. Apology for any bad language you might have heard on the podcast. It is a very fluid situation at the moment. We all just need to take a step back and remain calm and just let's listen to the facts from the experts. We'll go back to the podcast in just a second, but this is quite a dangerous situation for global stability at the moment. These sorts of things, by the way, you can get a spillover into a border, etc. It's all, it's very important that we keep things level-headed. But let's keep an eye on what the experts are saying. We've got a lot of people there who are reporting on live on what is going on at the moment.
And which is not very far from Moscow at all. So it's, yeah.
Mario, if I can just make a quick comment related to what Alex said a little earlier. I think some of the practicalities of you guys may not understand just how Wagner is moving so quick, so fast, and with so many vehicles. My unit alone in Ukraine, we had over 30, pickup trucks That's a substantial amount of movement, but it's not a substantial amount of manpower. PMC Wagner right now has speed and all the
I'm confident. Sorry, I'll give you the mic back. Sorry, Malcolm, but look, I'm confident enough now, based on all the messages I'm getting, to tweet that. I'll read exactly what my tweet says. Sorry, I'll give you the mic right after Malcolm, and David's been waiting very patiently, so David has to speak afterwards. But I've tweeted it. I'll just pin it above for everyone to see. But I'm pretty confident to state the following. Reports of Wagner forces have entered Moscow Oblast, being 2 hours away from Moscow city. Note, below video is unverified. So there's a video there of them entering Moscow Oblast. And we could not confirm Wagner is actually in Moscow Oblast. However, based on all the reports we're getting, I'm confident tweeting this and stating that this is likely true. We are trying to verify this in the current space. Also, so you're comfortable backing that the tweet that it is likely that Wagner forces are in Moscow Oblast?
Yeah. And it looks like, so again, this is a video of a Russian soldier. It's kind of hard, and somebody just tagged me on it, but I've also seen it that the 217th Guard Paratroop Regiment, there's a soldier from that regiment saying that basically the unit of that Russian military has basically switched side to the Wagner mercenary group, and they're going to fight besides Wagner.
Who's that? Sorry.
So the video claims that it's the 217th Guard Paratroop Regiment. So, but again, it's one soldier who's. I'll share the video right now if I can.
And this is true. How big is this regiment? Just for everyone, I've just pinned above the tweet I've just talked about.
I mean, we're gonna have to.
Go ahead.
It's going to be hard. I would have to do some research and look into it specifically, like how it is. But I mean, it could be a very large element or not. But I think what these videos are showing, though, as Malcolm was alluding to earlier, and a lot of people were here alluding to, that the only reason, and Alex as well, is the only reason Wagner's having this much success. They have to be having support from elements of the Russian military. That is the only explanation. They are having support, and this video at least shows, I think, certain elements of the Russian military is supporting Wagner. Yeah.
So
David,
David,
good morning. Can I break in for a second?
I'm not sure who's speaking. I do. David. So David, secrets. David, I'm going to give you the mic next because you've been very vocal and you faced. I'll give you credit. You faced a lot of slack for the comments you made earlier, like a lot of slack. And people were requesting for me to remove you from the panel. You stated constantly that the military that exists in Moscow does not have the ability to stop Wagner's advance, and that was many hours ago. And I'm guessing you went to sleep and woke up, and now we're seeing reports of Wagner troops and the convoy entering Moscow Oblast and Putin potentially in St. Petersburg, along with his
Mario, well, some of my contacts are telling me yes, it's they're confirming that they're in the Moscow Oblast.
Yes. Yeah, I got a lot of flack last night for saying that they could get this.
Can you tell us, sorry, Lev, can you tell us who those contacts are or how trustworthy they are? What can you share?
I can't tell you the names, but I'm pretty confident they're inside Moscow.
Not Moscow Oblast, just for the record.
Yeah, but the people I'm speaking to are inside Moscow right now.
And how's the? Do they know anything about Putin? Is he in Moscow, St. Petersburg? Are people confused, or do we know for sure he's still in the Kremlin?
I'm still making calls. I just got up.
I would not expect him to be in the Kremlin, considering what you just told me. But please, if you can chat to them about where Putin is, that would be great. Otherwise, I'm going to give David secrets. I'm going to give you the mic after David E. David Stoich, you've been pretty vocal about this all being planned or planned. I'm not sure what your stance is now, but Prigozhin is not going after Putin, and they're communicating and they're going to meet and everything's going to be okay. David, is your stance still the same? And then we'll go to the other David.
Mario, I said an hour ago that Prigozhin is going to be allowed to go to the meeting either inside or outside of Moscow, and we can clearly see that has taken place. If indeed Putin wanted rid of Prigozhin, that 400 numbered convoy would have been neutralized a long time ago. If anyone believes in their right mind that there is no air force ability of the Russian army to take care of a colony heading to Moscow, then you're living in Gaga land. What I've just been told actually on a call from Moscow was that everything will be okay, that Prigozhin will be allowed to make his submission in case to Putin, that he is a patriot to Putin and to Russia. There is no civil war inside.
And then Putin
Russia.
saying, and then when you say Putin saying everything he said, and Prigozhin saying everything they said, they're attacking each other vehemently, publicly for the last few hours. Is all you're saying? Is all theater?
What you're reading is that it's a simple fact is that Putin is making acknowledgement that there are internal forces within the Ministry of Defense. He did not specifically say Prigozhin et al.
He said Wagner, and Prigozhin is the chief of Wagner.
And others.
And Prigozhin said Putin multiple times.
Oh, he hasn't.
Yes, he has.
Actually,
There's multiple reports. Prigozhin has openly said on more than one occasion, and we've reported it for hours. He did say Putin, and he said Putin's on the wrong side of history. Russia will have a new president. That's Prigozhin saying that.
What Prigozhin has issued on his Wagner Telegram channel, I just posted it 5 minutes ago. You will say that is in total counter what you have.
When did he say that? So, David, can you pin it above? And when did he say that? Because initially he said that, and then after Putin's speech, he changed his narrative and now started calling Putin directly and going against Putin directly.
He is with Putin. I'm going to say it for the 10th time. I said an hour ago he's going to be allowed to go to Moscow. What are we witnessing? We are witnessing being allowed to go to Moscow. So as Yvonne said, in 2-3 hours' time, we will know what is happening, because by that stage, he will either be in Moscow talking directly to Putin or through a video conferencing with several allies. What Prigozhin has just stated is that several members of the Ministry of Defense that he hates have now left Moscow. He's calling them, he's actually stated they are running like rats from Moscow. So the action of Prigozhin going to Moscow is working. He has been allowed to go there by Putin, because if Putin picked up the phone and wanted them eradicated on the highway to Moscow, we would be witnessing carnage. We are not.
Can you pin the tweet where he says is there anything he says where he's supporting Putin? Anything at all in the last couple of hours since Putin's speech? Is there anything Prigozhin said in support of Putin?
You can go to my tweet. I'll post it up in the nest now here in a minute. But if you go to his Telegram channel, it's issuing all his notes. You can read it for yourself. It's all
okay.
there.
And that's after. Can you confirm this is after Putin's speech, and this is from Prigozhin directly?
Yes, the last half an hour. This narrative that you're having inside this.
So again, David, can you please pin it above now? I could just quickly check it.
Yeah, well, just give me 30 seconds.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. And in the meantime, while you're pinning that, Austin, I would love to go to you.
Yeah, I would heavily disagree with this notion that Wagner is just kind of being allowed to go to Moscow. I think from the videos we're seeing out of Lipetsk, it seems that, barricades are attempted to be manufactured. The videos I'm looking at mostly look like anywhere from like dump trucks to construction equipment, which, if you disable those vehicles on a road, they tend to be quite difficult to remove from there unless you ram a tank into them or something of that notion, or a bulldozer even. So yeah, no, I would definitely, like to push back against this idea that this is planned by Putin or anything like that. I think everything that we've seen thus far has been contrary to that narrative, whether it's localized security forces attempting to erect barricades, whether it's, messaging from the MOD itself. I think the idea that this is all planned is not.
So Prigozhin released a new statement. It was 4 hours ago, saying that Russia is corrupt because of Putin, and that will destroy everything around us. We're all ready to die. That was just one I'm finding quickly. There's multiple similar statements made against Putin. If someone could be bothered finding them again. But I'm just found one.
Mario, and if those weren't true, then he would have stepped out and said that they weren't true by now, letting this go on this long. I mean, I think Ted's right in the sense that yes, if the Air Force was allowed to go ahead, they would bomb them. But basically arriving at the conclusion that the only reason that's happening is because Putin has said, let this happen, as opposed to potential support from the military or something else, and discounting that without any facts is irresponsible.
That is a valid point. If it's not happening, it's because no order is given. So why is no order given?
Hold on, there's nothing. So David, there's nothing in what you've pinned above. Nothing that supports Putin. Doesn't even mention Putin or any support of Putin. There's no link to the comment himself. So you said there's a tweet. You said in the last half an hour he's supporting Putin. Well, what you just read above, he says, understand one thing. We do not mind. We appreciate fighters. In our company, most of the employees consist of combat guys who have served in the authorities, and those who are now serving know perfectly well what attitude to the fighters. We have questions for the Ministry of Defense and officials who cowardly now flee from Moscow. They cannot and do not want to answer to their actions. It's not even men. So you've just sent me a tweet where he mentions no support to Putin, and I've just read out already one, and I'm trying to find more if you want, where he's talking directly. He's directly attacking Putin, and there's more of them as well. Hold on. Right, so I'll find him later. David, secrets QRL. Please, let us know your thoughts. And I'm sure now you'll say, because you were saying it earlier, now you'll probably say with more confidence that you expect Moscow and the Kremlin to fall. And do you expect? Do you think Putin is currently in the Kremlin?
I have no idea about whether he's in the Kremlin. I saw the report about the aircraft leaving, just like everybody else. I got to push back on some things. First of all, they've got 4 dead aircrew right now. 4 dead Air Force aircraft down. A lot of people dead, and so we do have a video of Russian airstrikes. But there's the Wagner forces have Panjshirs. With that radar on, everybody in that part of Russia knows that Wagner has radar guided air defense, the best, and it's the upgraded one. It's the new one. It's not the old one. So anything that flies anywhere near that probably second convoy is going to get shot down. We don't know what is in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th convoys, but that first convoy is probably a recon convoy, all on wheels. They're not playing. They've made it clear that anything comes around them, they're going to shoot down. And the Su-35s that they have around Moscow, like I said yesterday or last night, this morning, whatever, they're not trained for dropping bombs on this. And you got a convoy intermixed with civilians, and you got friendly forces on the ground nearby. You've got pilots going, how am I going to target anything with no forward air traffic controllers on the ground? You got that going on.
I'll let you finish off. I do want to get an update. Is there any updates?
Mario, I just want to provide a quick update. Sorry, and then I'll push it on to David. So, quick update: I'm getting pictures from BNO News. They posted this, and there's pictures that the parts of the main road in St. Petersburg have been blocked, and you can see like dump trucks, etc., blocking the main roads in St. Petersburg at the moment.
So roads being blocked in St. Petersburg. Why would they block roads in St. Petersburg all the way up north?
Why? I don't know. Panic is probably the most. To me, it looks like the significant areas are in panic in the Russian Federation right now.
Be a national security protocol.
Okay, so and is there any updates on the Moscow Oblast? Because if we had reports about I don't know if it's already half an hour. Let me see when I tweeted. I think it's been. So I tweeted about 20 minutes later. I said I would get information 20 minutes later. I tweeted 12 minutes ago, so it's half an hour. They're 2 hours away from Moscow City. So if these reports are correct, then we are. Then the Wagner forces are about an hour and a half away from Moscow City. Again, that's assuming these reports are correct regarding the Wagner forces being in Moscow Oblast, meaning they're 2 hours away from the city. Would love any updates on that. If anyone has any updates on that, please do just jump in. Otherwise, Colonel, you are glitching, and I do want to go to Tender. Tender, would love to get your thoughts on what we're seeing so far.
Yes, I wanted to answer your question before why we don't see the Russian Air Force. And it's a very simple question. The command structures have broken down. Where is Gerasimov? AWOL. Where is Shoigu? AWOL. Where is Putin? Gone. Why should any pilot now fire any weaponry? They are totally scared, paralyzed, and no one will make any initiative because they don't know what is the comrade doing. It is a total paralyzed state, and I don't expect anything to happen in the next hours except for all the insurgents. And I'm not talking about Wagner. I always hear Wagner. It is not only Wagner. That's an insurgency comprising of all parts of the Russian military. We have Wagner, we have Mobiks, we have regulars, we have Rosgvardia, we have even OMON, we have FSB, we have everyone in this insurgency. Everyone might remember when Wagner was moving into Rostov, and all those OMON goons, which we know from beating up, let me say, the shit out of demonstrators, were just at awe when Wagner was moving in. It was over when Wagner entered Rostov. And now we just see the stones falling. It is over. We will see in the next 3, 4, maybe 8 hours maximum, the troops moving into the Red Square. They will storm it. The people in Moscow will join that. And it doesn't matter if they like Wagner or not. It doesn't matter. It is over for Putin, and people have plenty of reasons for being happy, because the Russian people They can endure everything except for one thing, and that's defeat. And this is now a defeat, and Putin has to pay the price for that. And that is what I wanted to say.
So actually, Tender, I want to ask you, Tender, I don't know if you've seen the statement from the Belarusian oppositionist Tikashkala. I always have a hard time. The Belarus opposition leader in exile. We're seeing a lot of reporting also now from Belarus, in which opposition figures and then in exile and then pro-Ukrainian Belarusian fighters basically now calling for arms to topple not only the Lukashenko regime, but to expel Russian forces from Belarus. Do you believe that that with the situation currently going on in Russia right now, that Belarus is probably a more precarious position?
I absolutely believe that the revolution will also go to Belarus, because Belarus was effectively an occupied land. It was not self-sufficiently in its dictatorship. It had to rely on Putin. Lukashenko would have been long gone without Putin, and with Putin gone, he will be gone too, if it is not already gone. Some people still believe he's in Turkey. That sounds for me very, very realistic, but in the end, it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter if the revolution in Belarus comes from the army or from politicians or from the civilian society. It will happen eventually, and the Belarus will not take up the fight. It will be over there as soon as it will be over in Moscow. That will be a domino.
Sorry.
So it's a quick update. Putin has signed a law for convicted conscripts to serve under a contract. So he's going to, unless they've done a very serious crime, he's going to start releasing people from prison. Convicts may be released ahead of schedule, signing a contract to serve in the armed forces. They'll be given legal guarantees and grounds for exemption from criminal liability if they work for the armed forces. And the Belarus, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya that you were talking about, she's called for the closing of the border between Russia and Belarus, as well as expelling Russian troops from the country with the forces of the Belarus. So she's going to use the army to expel the Russian troops from the country. That's what she's saying. And she created an operational headquarters and has asked for help from Kalinovsky Regiment, which was fighting in Ukraine.
So can I just got something else to share. I guess we're starting to get the first video, possibly. Again, this is just breaking, so no way of confirming right now. But the tweet says Wagner and Rostov disarms Kadyrovs and take them prisoners. And what you see in the video, and I'll share it up in the group chat, Mario, is there's a civilian vehicle with the Z symbol, the Russian military, and you can see a couple heavily armed, what appears to be Wagner forces surrounding what appears to be men carrying in that vehicle and taking them prisoner. So I'll share it there to see if this is the first indication of like Kadyrov and Wagner forces encountering itself in Rostov, and possibly Wagner just being ahead right now.
Just a heads up, also. So there's, I might need to do something that can reset the space. If the space crashes, just for everyone, we'll restart it relatively quickly. Otherwise, Alex and Colonel, I will not be able to hear them. I know this glitch well. So so if they speak, I will not be able to hear them also. So you'll need to moderate if Alex or Colonel speak. I can hear everyone else. And any new speakers that join will probably have the same glitch. I will not be able to hear them. So I've also updated. We're getting more sources that the Central Election Commission also of the Russian Federation supports the president and is ready to ensure the implementation of the electoral rights of citizens during the elections. Nothing too important there. But we are getting more reports of Wagner forces in Moscow Oblast. So I just want to update that. I'll
If
give
I
the mic
can,
to Patrick.
Never mind. Mario can hear me.
Patrick?
Oh, thanks, Mario. Just add on to something Tender said. Not only do you have to have, command cohesion in order to pull off an airstrike, you have to find politically reliable pilots who are also dedicated enough to the regime to risk serious civilian casualties. Because as several of us have pointed out, Wagner has air defense sufficient. You're going to have to fly very high and drop a lot of bombs in the hopes of hitting something. And to do that, you're going to have to risk hitting a lot of civilians. So you got to find a pilot willing to do that. And you got to find a pilot who isn't going to turn around and drop that payload wherever you are if you're Putin. And how do you find them? How do you know who's reliable? I'm sure that thought is running through their heads right now. Who do we have that we can reliably entrust with a lot of firepower and then send them out in the field? And I think that is probably a sticking point, assuming that they have the command links that Tendar was referring to. And if they don't, then they really are screwed.
Also, if you could take over moderating just for 2 seconds, I'll verify something. I'd love to go to Malcolm and then Colonel. Go ahead, Malcolm, and also please do take over.
Yeah, that was a very good point about about Russian Air Force command and control. Right now, the biggest problem that I think many of the non-professional watchers here are seeing is they don't understand why things aren't happening. Things are happening. They are happening like a heart that's in the middle of a heart attack. They're fibrillating. One part is trying to figure out what's going on here. That IL-22 that was shot down may have been a radio relay aircraft. Wagner understood that by destroying command and control. They could keep the South isolated. No one's answering the phones at the command center. So in Moscow, in the National Military Command Post and the Kremlin, they may not actually know where this column is other than watching social media and receiving phone calls from police and mayors. How do you strike them? Well, first, this is going to devolve into aerial reconnaissance, putting out Orlan 10 drones. But what Putin has is a real existential dilemma. He has policemen, he has FSB, he has some MVD, and he has essentially what military ceremonial forces are in the Moscow district to stop a determined force. I've fought PMC Wagner in Kharkiv province. These guys know what they're doing now. They're combat experienced. And I think that they are pulling their 1917 2.0. But again, once the real fighting starts with the Kadyrovskis and the Russians, I'm sorry to say it, we will be in a civil war. It is going beyond a mutiny now.
All right,
Forces are choosing.
I will, Von, I'd like you to push back on this, but before doing so, I'm going to get you, Von, to push back and just balance it out before we go to Colonel. Just for the audience, what I'll do now is I'll be resetting something to make sure that the space doesn't crash. While I reset this, the space may crash. We'll start it again immediately. It's been going on for like 15, 20 hours without crashing, which is incredible. Such a big audience. Just shows space is getting better and better. But so I'll be doing that now. Also, and Von, are you there, guys?
Yeah, I'm here.
Also, so space is yours while I do this. And again, for everyone, if the space crashes, we'll be starting it immediately after. So just make sure you're on my profile. So everyone, just open my profile so you can see when your new space starts. If this crashes, it may not. Also, so mic is yours. I'll be back.
Colonel, go ahead.
Yeah. So look, I'm going to push back a little bit on Patrick, right? Because I would argue that the problem that you have is not that there's aviators willing to be able to support this effort. It's an issue of it takes you usually about 12 hours to plan a good strike mission, right? And so you've got a 12-hour planning issue. You don't have a target set really because the thing keeps moving. That this convoy keeps moving. It's not like it's a building where you can put a DIMPI or designated mission point impact onto something, and on top of that you're lacking for orders. Your maintainers are a little bit distraught, and then you've also got crew rest issues for the crew. So you'd need a mission planning team. You'd need no kidding really good mission planning packets. Then you'd actually have someone actually do the briefing, and then the guys step to the jet. This isn't, and it's not like the days of World War II where you could just run out to the airplane and at 200 250 knots actually just kind of fly up and down a road and find someone. There's a lot more that goes into planning for a MiG-29 or Su-27. On the positive side, though, I will say, there's not a lot of GPS jamming going on deep in the heart of Russia. So if they can find, Prigozhin's guys and they are stopped somewhere and they're not moving, precision guided weapons are probably going to be very effective against them.
Hey, so sorry, Colonel, that's a great point. I do want to provide an update. It looks like the Kremlin is considering designating Wagner as an extremist and terrorist organization. So that I think, Mario, that kind of just came, if we're getting a lot of these reports. I think that I don't think there's any desire anybody to talk right now.
Yeah. Look, I just want to say, so who was just Colonel? You're still talking about the use of precision weapons by the Kremlin, by Russian forces. Why hasn't that happened already then?
Yeah. So that whether are you talking once from an aircraft or from ground to ground?
The ones you're referring to, remember, I had to go offline and fix the issue, and we're fixed. We're back to normal. We didn't crash, but go ahead.
The air-to-ground issue is there's a lot of mission planning that goes into this, right? It's not World War II where guys can just run out to a P-51 Mustang and light it up and fly up and down the road at 250 miles an hour. When you're flying 500 miles an hour and you're looking for like my IP to target run, I'm looking for visual impacts. There's a lot of mission planning that goes into flying, Su-27s, Su-35s, MiG-29s. This just doesn't happen automatic. Not to mention to spin up and prep the jet and get the weapons hung and get them hung and then checked correctly and getting green lights on all of the indicators. Again, it takes a very long time to make those things happen. Most of the time, it takes so long to actually do mission planning. You actually have a mission planning team of pilots that, while the other pilots are sleeping, they're planning, and then the pilots who wake up and then come in will actually get briefed by the pilots who did the mission planning and then take off and go fly, because there's just too much that goes into it. The trail is really long. I'll give you one last data point. From the time that a commander in the United States Air Force or NATO says, I want to have X impact in the battle space, from his indication to the actual strike, it's 72 hours. So in other words, the US military works on a 72-hour air tasking order cycle, right? So that it doesn't happen overnight. So speed right now is Prigozhin's friend. The faster he can get to Moscow and get his guys bedded down and hidden, he's far less exposed to aircraft striking him. Whether that changes, if he beds down and slows, or if these guys can change protocol, I don't know. Maybe they can, but right now it's just not going to happen.
Appreciate that update. Is there anything new from your end, all source, before I check my sources? I've just fixed the issue now, so we're all good continuing the show.
So I think, no, I mean, right now, nothing. And I think we're trying to get confirmation of more video from Wagner in Moscow Blast. And then again, just the first video coming out of Chechen. Reportedly, it's really hard to really say decisively if that's the case, but of Chechen forces being detained by Wagner in Rostov. Because
how powerful are the Chechen forces? I know nothing about their capabilities.
Okay,
and their equipment.
so the Chechen forces, the kind of the nickname they are given is they're called the TikTok brigades. And the reason why they're called the TikTok brigades is you see them like very well equipped, and then they do videos and they upload it on TikTok to make them seem very, let's say, badass and masculine. But from a military point of view, it makes absolutely no sense, and they're uploaded for propaganda purposes. So they're called the TikTok brigades. It's kind of like just to kind of poke fun of them. They look, they do fight. They are a military force. They're key of maintaining stability for Kadyrov inside of Chechnya. But I guess the question is, once we start seeing Kadyrov and Wagner, two of the most powerful military formations that are kind of like, quote unquote, not necessarily part of the Russian MOD, etc. And I say that loosely, by the way. Once these two if they actually start fighting, I guess we'll see who's on top and who's powerful. But I think Wagner has demonstrated themselves a lot more in combat, especially in Bakhmut, than Kadyrov has.
And yeah, we're seeing videos of clashes, again, unconfirmed videos of clashes. War Monitor posted it. Not clashes, just confronting each other, beating each other, but there's no shooting at all. I don't know who's beating who. We are seeing a whole convoy of Chechen troops in the suburbs of Rostov. That was 6 minutes ago. War Monitors, who doesn't sleep either, posted it. We also have 30 minutes ago, we mentioned parts of the main road in St. Petersburg have been blocked. You did mention that also. So about 30 minutes ago, Dmitry did post a video 23 minutes ago showing a member of the Russian 217th Regiment switching to Prigozhin's side. But obviously, this is unconfirmed. So I would not take that too seriously. So we got an update from Rybar. Per reports, Wagner forces reached Yelets, Lipetsk Oblast, roughly 350 kilometers from Moscow. Rybar claims that the Wagner column includes anywhere from 50 to 400 pieces of equipment and vehicles. That was 2 hours ago. Oh shit, I thought that was just now. Austin Technical went to sleep apparently. That was 2 hours ago, because now we're talking about Moscow Oblast. Has there been any other sources or any other reports? Lev, have you spoken to anyone else? Actually, your sources, Lev, have they talked about if Putin is still in Kremlin or he's in St. Petersburg or unknown? Lev, are you there before going to Alex? Go ahead, Alex. In the Department of the reports, Galagunet says, in the Department of the FSB in Moscow and the Moscow region, measures are being taken to prepare for the introduction of a curfew in the capital. That's just another quick update that just came in now. But I'll go to Alex. Alex, go ahead.
Sure, thanks. A couple of points, I think, on what was made earlier. I believe Khaleesi read out a report about Putin signing a law allowing convicted criminals, I think, to serve in the armed forces there. So, I mean, that says one of two things, or possibly both, right? Are they trying to lure Wagner fighters with criminal records across to come fight for the Department of Defense or the Ministry of Defense if they're, disaffected for some reason?
I'm sorry.
Or is the
Alex
situation
actually speaking? Because I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah. So we have Alex speaking. Yep. Go ahead, continue, Alex. I'll fix it for you. Also, just give me a sec.
No problem. Thanks. Do you want me to wait?
No, continue. Go ahead.
Okay.
Everyone else can hear you.
So the second piece is, it's also not indicative of things going particularly well if you're then going to have to conscript prisoners to come to your defense at this point. Again, logistics and resupply and things aside, and whatever support that Prigozhin gets or doesn't get, just put that aside for a second, right? When we talk about the forces that are here, if we're talking about Russian National Guard troops who haven't spent any time in combat in Ukraine against probably some of the most combat-hardened forces, that the Russians have had after Bakhmut, and everyone that survived, seen some pretty serious combat. As we like to say, after years and years of 20 years of war, reps matter, right? And the Wagner forces have a lot of experience that a lot of these young conscripted troops or National Guard forces who have never seen combat don't have. And so, just in terms of a force-to-force, makeup, that's what we're looking at. Never mind Russian propaganda that's been coming out, for months, over the last year, hyping up the Wagner capabilities, and the intended target audience was obviously the Ukrainians to scare them about what was coming, but the unintended target audience would also be the Russian military who saw the same reports. And so now you've got a year of that propaganda in their minds after some of the most hardened combat forces have turned and are now headed inside Russia. So we'll see where it goes.
So we do have just a bit more updates here. Let me just verify it briefly. In the meantime, I want to go to, actually, let me fix it for you, all source. But I do want to go to Von. Von, I would love to get your thoughts on the developments we're seeing so far, just a quick update. And then all source, right after Von, I want you to just give a recap of everything we know so far. It's been about an hour or two. We haven't given a recap. Von, go ahead. Von, are you there before the recap? All right, so while waiting for Von, all source, are you there?
I am here.
Also, can we get a recap on what we know so far?
Yeah. So quick summary of what the events of the last 24 hours that it seems pretty crazy that we're seeing right now is that so tensions between Wagner leaders Prigozhin and the Russian military Ministry of Defense leadership, specifically Shoigu, the Minister of Defense, and Gerasimov, the chairman of the Russian General Staff, have been increasing for a while now. Yesterday, Prigozhin claimed that the Russian military struck a Wagner camp in the Luhansk Oblast, and Prigozhin used that as an excuse to basically declare war on Gerasimov and Shoigu of the Russian Ministry of Defense. And I think it's important to highlight that video, a lot of people speculate that it was fake, that it was a false flag, that it did not happen. Regardless if it actually happened or not, if the Russian military actually struck Luhansk or if it was a false flag, Prigozhin absolutely used this to launch basically an armed rebellion, as the Russian state media has termed this, against the Russian military. And shortly after that, after a couple hours, we got reports of Wagner entered Rostov-Nodov, which is in southern Russia.
I just want to address this this comment by Tom. Thanks so much for your comment, Tom. The Kremlin may take this chance to replace Putin and then use the excuse to withdraw from Ukraine to focus on putting down insurrection from Wagner. I can see the logic and why that is an option. But I think Putin's power within the Kremlin is too high. Certainly from his thing, I think the biggest threat would be, or a more realistic threat would be, from his own military personnel. So, for example, the Wagner Group have made it quite clear that their problem is, whilst they mentioned Putin and they said there needs to be a new president, they've quite clearly said that it's the head of the Russian military, the Ministry of Defense, and the various corruption at the highest level of the military. Now, those generals and those very high officials, they may see if Putin is prepared to save himself by essentially feeding the lion, if you like. If he's prepared to feed the lion its meat, they may then decide to remove Putin to save themselves. So there's so many different ways in which this can end really badly with Putin. I personally, however it happens, I do believe this is the beginning of the end for Putin. But thanks so much for your comment, Tom. Let's get back to the podcast.
3 Russian helicopters were shot down, and then later on, we also saw a report of a Russian communication plane, an IL-22 Mike M, got shot down. Since then, a Wagner convoy has been moving north from Rostov, seizing other cities and towns and operating freely across a couple of Russian oblasts up to Moscow. I think that's important to note and highlight, though, that we don't have an exact figure of how many Russian Wagner forces are doing these operations. It is very hard to tell. We see numbers thrown around to a couple of battalions, maybe that's a couple thousand Wagner soldiers. But really, from the Russian side, it looks like a lot of the military is in Ukraine, unable to stop them. And more importantly, we're getting more and more reports of Russian military units switching sides and joining Wagner at this moment. Just recently, within the last 30 minutes, we got the first reports and videos of Wagner entering the Moscow Oblast, which is the state, not Moscow city proper, but at least the Moscow Oblast, which is 2 hours from the city.
And we haven't been able to 100% verify this, but we just got an increasing number of reports, and that news would not surprise us. Continue.
It would not surprise us. It matches everything else we've been seeing of things that have been geo-confirmed, and I think we'll continue to check if a lot of these videos have been geo-confirmed. And lastly, we got reports of Chechen forces. Kadyrov, the leader of the Chechnya, basically called Prigozhin a traitor, and he was going to deploy his forces against Wagner and Rosanov. We're getting a lot of videos of Chechen formations operating near Rosanov. Right now, we got an unconfirmed video of the claim that Wagner managed to capture a couple of Chechen fighters, but that claim of the video those captured, that what's unconfirmed is that the people that were captured by Wagner are Chechen fighters. But we do expect Kadyrov's forces and Chechen forces to imminently enter Rosanov at any moment now, and we'll see if a situation escalates to an armed conflict or Kadyrov is able to seize control of the city. Mario, I think unless I missed something, I think that's that I'm a good.
No, I think you've done a pretty good update. Again, I don't know if you mentioned, but we don't know if the President Putin is in his reports. He fled Moscow, the Kremlin, and he's in St. Petersburg.
I think after that video, though, I think it's also very important to highlight from the Russian media. I just remembered. Again, this is important to highlight. Russian media and Russian government officials speaking to the press have consistently said that what Wagner is doing is an insurrection.
Okay, so we have more update. Hold on.
Yep,
We have reports now. Just came in. You can check the news here. Okay, there's reports. We're trying to find the source. So that report here, can you check it out? And I'll read that report just so everyone knows. Advanced detachments of the Wagner group have been spotted in the Moscow region, according to the Moscow police. So I don't know who's reporting the Moscow police.
Seem to have lost audio. Let me just have a look at what's going on there and come back to you on that. Let's just bring this up and perhaps refresh. I've lost perhaps some technical issue there. Okay, let me just see what's going on now. I'm not getting any audio from this at the moment. Ah, there we go. We're back. Okay, we're back. 1 second. Let's bring you back on.
I can't verify them yet. I'm trying to, but there are some things that would suggest what you're saying is true. So I just wanted to chime in with that.
Very quickly, Kadyrov has just released a statement formally. It's quite a long statement, so I'm not going to read it all out, but I'll put it on the group in case all sorts you want to have a look at it and maybe read selected parts of it.
Von, are you there? If not, I'll rotate you down. So I'll give you a few seconds, Von, to respond. Yeah. Von, okay, so we're getting reports now that Piotr mentioned reports from his side. We also got reports from apparently the police, Moscow police, saying that members of Wagner have been spotted in the Moscow region, and Piotr said that they've been spotted on the outskirts of the city itself. If this is correct, and if in the next couple of hours they enter the city, would it now become, for the first time, can we say it's most likely that Putin will no longer be in power? When would you say that? When would you be able to say that? When they enter the Kremlin, when they enter the city, or you already think that's the case?
Honestly, it's difficult to say because they've made it this far largely unopposed. So that's concerning. Honestly, I don't understand why they made it they're unopposed, but like Putin does not look very good right now. So it's maybe like
So would you say, are you okay? So far,
Who's
Mario know me.
Sorry. Hey,
who's going to oppose him, Vaughn? That's the thing.
Wait. Sorry. I just need some clarification. I'm really sorry for jumping in, but I just need some clarification from this that you shared, Khaleesi. It sounds like from his comment, right? So Kadyrov is basically blasting Wagner. He's calling them traitors. Kadyrov, the leader of Chechnya, is saying, "I support Putin, the commander-in-chief, elected by the people. We have a military. We need to do everything." And Pyotr, I'll push it on right to you next. You know what, Pyotr? Why don't you go ahead, because I think you have an update that's more important. Go ahead, Pyotr.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this generally strikes me as a blitzkrieg style attempt. I think the Wagner Group need to do it quickly, or they're going to run out of time to be able to take the city effectively, right?
So actually, sorry, but Pyotr, just 1 second. Let me just go here. What I'm interested in this, and if anybody can, if we're going to look into this, but it looks like what Kadyrov is saying, and I'm just going to read this. Okay, soldiers of the Ministry of Defense and the Federal Guard Service of the Republic of Chechnya have already left for the zones of tensions. We will do everything to preserve the unity of Russia. Okay, I misread it. Okay, so no, never mind. He's basically, I thought he said he left Rostonov, that he's not going to confront, but no, it looks like this statement is that everything that we're tracking, that he's going to fight Wagner and try to suppress this rebellion. Sorry, Mario, there's nothing new, but thank you, Khaleesi, for sharing that.
So Vaughn is correct that this doesn't look good. There's the 3rd Motor Rifle Division in Bakhchar. Now, I realize a large majority of that unit is in Ukraine, but there's still at least multiple battalions that are back. And then the convoy passed the 106 Guards Airborne Division in Tula, and there's also an elite division there. Again, there's a large part of those forces that are forward, but there's still guys in training. There's guys that are back on rotation. Nobody showed up out of either one of those, and these are division size units, like that when they're at home station. Nobody showed up out of either one of those entities to come out and stop the convoy moving forward. This is pretty impressive.
I do want to go to Jessica. Jessica, to have you on the panel, I think for the first time. How are you?
Hi, pleasure to be here.
Jessica, we're getting reports, and now multiple reports of Wagner's forces being in Moscow Oblast and potentially on the outskirts of Moscow City. We're rarely getting reports of any clashes. Would love to get your thoughts on where we stand now in the coup.
Absolutely. Firstly, it's not a surprise that Wagner is seeing very little resistance on their way. Put yourselves in the shoes of your random Russian policeman, soldier at a checkpoint who hasn't been mobilized to Ukraine. They've spent the last 16 months hearing nothing but horror stories about the Wagner paramilitaries. These are seasoned killers, torturers, psychopaths. And now they're coming at you fresh from Ukraine, armed to the teeth, taking shit from no one. If I'm that policeman, if I'm that 20-year-old soldier on a checkpoint, am I going to try and fight them when I don't know if Moscow has my back? I have no idea what's going on and who to trust. Or do I maybe step aside out of the road, take a well-timed bathroom break, and just let it pass me by and hide? So I think we're going to see a lot of this in the coming days. And if Prigozhin is still alive on Monday, then Putin has a serious problem.
So Jessica, can I ask you a question? Because I don't.
Sorry,
know
Colonel. Can I just provide an update? I do, but while you do this, and then I'll push it on to you. On an IRGC Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the kind of the elite formation of the the Iranian military, they posted on their Telegram channel. And I said this to Xerxes, who's a regular speaker, has said this, is that the IRGC has declared its support for Putin and hints at getting involved. This is from the Telegram channel. Quote, if necessary, just as we prevented the fall of Assad, we will prevent the fall of Putin, end quote.
But do they have time? It seems to be a bit too late, no? Also?
That's the $1 million question.
Yeah. So Jessica, the 3rd and the 106 obviously didn't show up, and I agree with you why they wouldn't. But in Moscow, right, things are a little bit different, right? In Moscow, there's
Absolutely.
there's two tank battalions, or motor rifle battalion and airborne division. Do you see them stepping up? Do you see the same thing happening?
Well, it'll depend on who's behind them and what the calculations are happening in the FSB and in the military right now. This is a power play, an internal power play, and yeah, first and foremost, as everyone needs to acknowledge, this is world history unfolding in real time. Nobody knows what's going to happen. And, as a German, I can't help but, think back of the parallels on the morning of November 9th, 1989. If you had said that Trabis and East Germans are going to be pouring through the Berlin Wall tonight, people would have said you're crazy. But sure enough, that's what happened, and the world changed in a day. So we are living through one of those weekends right now, and nobody knows what the outcome is going to be. Not in an hour and not in a week. So that being said, I'm not in the business of making predictions, but what my sense is, just as somebody who has followed a lot of dictatorships over the years, people are going to be looking to save their skin. They're going to be placing bets on who to back. And on the one hand, you could have been saying yesterday that, oh, maybe Putin is pulling strings here and trying to position Shoigu to be a fall guy, and blame everything on him and then emerge from the war unscathed. But that theory, as of this morning, and Putin's own statements, that theory seemed to fly out the window. Now, I've heard chatter from Russian colleagues, and in exile, who have put forward that this is perhaps coming from the FSB side, and putting Putin forward as a fall guy for the international community, and saying, hey, if we can get rid of Putin for you, can you let the rest of us get through this, and somehow have a piece of the Kremlin survive? So there is a lot of power play going on right now. But Moscow certainly is in a much better position to protect itself. And I don't think Prigozhin's play is to say, I'm going to make a frontal assault on Moscow, and watch the city fall. No, he's positioning himself to come into the conflict with as much backing from within, so that the orders to attack perhaps don't materialize at key points. But as I said, this is all conjecture at this point, and people in the Kremlin right now don't even know what's happening. So we here certainly also don't.
Jessica, can I ask you a quick question? I put it towards Malcolm and others earlier, but one of my biggest
Oh, hi, Malcolm.
one of my biggest concerns with this is, where does the West stand on this? NATO, the United States, right? They're retaining a degree of calmness and mutedness because I don't think they want to exacerbate the situation. But my biggest concern is, surely we would prefer, and I use that word obviously loosely, Putin to remain in power because at least we know how he operates more than Shoigu, right? Prigozhin, right? So if we get Prigozhin in, suddenly he's a statesman. We have no idea. I know this is a large degree of conjecture, but sort of surely there's going to be a bit of game theory going on, some different scenario planning being done by members of the White House, the DoD, and so on, because it's the rapidity of which this has developed is quite scary. And it's one has to wonder what this means for sort of nuclear doctrine and all that. So just any thoughts you had on that?
Some unknown convoy seen in Moscow Oblast. So we saw a convoy. War Monitor just posted that. We just don't know if it is a Wagner convoy, but we've heard reports that there's a Wagner convoy in Moscow Oblast. So we could say that this confirms that Wagner. We could speculate that this confirms Wagner is in Moscow Oblast, not Moscow City, at least not yet. But go ahead with Jessica, and just again, I think before Jessica answers the question, like we have to all understand that it wouldn't be too surprising, and I can't believe I'm saying this, if the Kremlin falls in the next few hours. I woke up this morning not even thinking about Ukraine and Russia. And obviously, it's been like 30 hours or so.
Wait a minute, you woke up? I think you've been awake the whole time.
Now I'm talking about a day and a half ago. But I'm just saying that now we're talking about the Kremlin potentially falling in the next couple of hours. Just this is a realistic expectation that we could now discuss that we were not discussing earlier. But Jessica, I'll let you answer Piotr's question and maybe comment on what I just stated as well.
Yes. So firstly, to the question of the Western reaction, well, Western capitals are absolutely right to be staying quiet right now. We don't need to be noisy. The Russians are making enough noise for themselves. And go ahead.
We can use this one.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
How should I put this? I mean, it's not a binary choice between Putin and Prigozhin, and even if it were, we're talking about choosing between the devil and his demon. So this, it's we have a problem with Russia no matter what. I think first and foremost, on a strategic level, this instability is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for leverage, because right now, both Prigozhin and Putin's camps will want and need things from the West if they want to somehow cling to, or rather gain power. So they are both in a position of needing things from the international community, whether that's China or whether that's NATO. Secondly, this is good for Ukraine. This is very good for the counteroffensive. The Ukrainians right now also, they're not rushing into anything. They're not taking anything for granted, but this instability and this breakdown of morale, of cohesion, of communication, and of trust from the frontline soldier in the trenches to the very highest levels of command, this is good for Ukraine. Now, from the Biden White House in particular, we have not seen a great deal of courage or proactive pressure against Russia in the past months. So I wouldn't anticipate.
Jessica, actually, I have some breaking news. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, no,
I just
please
have some
go
news,
ahead.
and I want your comment on this. I think it's coming from Turkish media, if I'm not mistaken. But and I got this shared by
arrive?
Go ahead. Sorry. Also.
Yeah. So it's Putin had a phone call with both the leader of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, the president of both countries. He just had a phone call with them. And so, Jessica, I would like your opinion on, how do you think the Central Asian countries, the stands, are basically viewing the current situation with Putin regarding this new information that's come out?
And we've seen, just going to say, Belarus was pretty vocal in supporting Putin. Kazakhstan was more distant, calling this a domestic issue. And I can't remember, I think it was Turkey, I can't remember the country that said this, we support the rule of law, instead of saying we support Putin's administration. So I'm not sure if I'm looking into this too much. Jessica, you're muted. I'll let you unmute and respond. Jessica, you got to unmute bottom left corner, otherwise we'll go to Patrick.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
So it's not a secret that Kazakhstan in particular has been very icy to Russia throughout the special military operation. And it's no surprise that they are not supporting Putin today. I think earlier today it was also already reported that the Kazakhs and Belarus and let me see who was also, yeah, it was Kazakhstan, Belarus, and the Collective Security Treaty Organization basically refused to support Putin outright. That was already this morning. So you're not going to see the former Soviet republics in Central Asia come out swinging for Russia. On the contrary, they have not been supporting them directly in this war. They've helped Russia avoid sanctions. They have their economic and business ties. But at the end of the day, they are not going to put their chips on a losing ship that has also been extraordinarily disrespectful of their own governments and interests, quite frankly, over the last 20 years. There is a long colonial history there as well as deep grudges since the breakdown of the Soviet Union. Yeah, go ahead.
Essentially what you're saying is that Putin we can almost say he has no friends left, based on what you're saying, based on what we're seeing.
Absolutely.
And we can say,
he has no friends left unless, people want to back a winner. They're in it for themselves.
So then Putin is now officially pushed into a corner as far as he can be pushed. We've had analysts say that this is the time to worry of the potential use of tactical nukes. Is that a worry that should now be considered more than ever?
No. Let's just play the scenario out.
Please.
What does Putin gain by using a tactical nuke tomorrow? How does it strengthen his position in any way? It doesn't. No, this fear-mongering about the nuclear threat from Russia has been exaggerated from the beginning, has been used very, very well by Russia to frighten Western politicians, media, and public alike. But at the end of the day, it's as just an empty threat today as it was last year. He does not gain a benefit on the battlefield by deploying a tactical nuke, and he does not nuke his way out of this crisis either.
So I do want to go to Alex to follow up on those comments. We're looking for more reports, and we are seeing more videos and reports that Wagner's forces are in Moscow, let's just say Moscow region or Moscow Oblast. We don't have any reports of them being in Moscow city. We also have a statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Key points: the adventuristic aspirations of the conspirators are aimed at destabilizing Russia. The rebellion plays into the hands of the external enemies of the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation will continue its sovereign course to ensure its security, protect its values, strengthen its authority in the international arena. The attempted armed rebellion is strongly opposed by Russian society, which strongly supports Putin. All goals and objectives of the military of the special military operation will be fulfilled. So it just shows that they're showing perseverance in the war in Ukraine. The Russian foreign, and they're still calling it a special military operation. The Russian foreign ministry warns the West against any hints about the possible use of the domestic situation in Russia to achieve Russophobic goals. The Russian Federation is fully aware of the Allies' understanding of Moscow's position to ensure its security. That came out about 8 minutes ago. So that's the latest updates. I don't have anything else. Not sure also if you have any other updates. We did see the mines in St. Petersburg in the museum also. So have you checked that out? Is it worth mentioning?
Yeah, I mean, it's just breaking. That's the claim that's why. But we did see roadblocks being established in St. Petersburg. But I just think that we have to be very, Mark. This is kind of the situations like this, it's like a fire hose, and then all these events going on, and then we necessarily tie everything or try to make everything connected, or we vouch that it's true. I think we just need to wait a little bit until more situation develops to see if this is an isolated event, if it's false reporting, or it's part of a pattern that we're seeing overall. But I did see the reports of mines apparently in one of the St. Petersburg Museum. We see reports of roadblocks there. You know, if you're Putin and your fallback is St. Petersburg, I don't know if that's a safe bet right now.
We did have reports. We don't talk about it much, but we did have reports that Putin did try to go to Kazakhstan, was turned away. No confirmation. Not many reports of this. Not many sources. And yeah, but we've had more reports, and we've seen planes of Putin's plane heading towards St. Petersburg, and we also saw the Russian government-funded news outlet mentioned that Putin is heading to St. Petersburg, but then not long after, Putin's Secretary of State said that this is not the case, and that was hours ago. I would not be surprised if Putin's in St. Petersburg. If anything, I'd be surprised if he's not in St. Petersburg. I want to go to Austin, and then we'll go to Tandar. Go ahead, Austin.
So I just kind of want to echo some of the comments that Jessica was making. First and foremost, even if sort of Putin is seemingly sort of backed into a corner on this, I don't expect this to escalate in a nuclear sense for a couple of reasons. Number one, what we're looking at is the threat inside of Russia itself. The use of any sort of weapon of mass destruction on your own territory would pose sort of a critical blow to the legitimacy of the Russian government, because there's no way to prevent sort of collateral damage in an instance like that. If you're using nukes on your own territory, that's a massive sign of weakness, that you don't have the forces capable of patrolling your own area. Secondarily, I want to comment a bit on what we've seen messaging-wise from the Turkish government. This actually surprises me even less, so to speak. I mean, we all remember the attempted Turkish coup d'etat in 2016. So the idea that Erdogan himself is sort of, coming out and being, hey guys, I'm anti-coup, that's very much in line with, recent Turkish history there.
I appreciate that update. I do want to go to Tandar. Go ahead, Tandar.
Yeah, I want to also pick up from what Jessica said. As a German myself, I can vividly remember also when the Berlin Wall fell. I was actually very young, but I still asked my mother what's going on, and she said, "Etwas Wunderbares," so in German, something wonderful. And I still remember that words. Afterwards, I learned, of course, as we most know, that Putin was also part of that. He was in Dresden, and I think this also gives another trajectory when we talk about what he's doing right now. Because he was in Dresden and he was actually on the other side of the fence. He was left alone. He was waiting in his KGB headquarters for orders. Nobody in Moscow was responding to his calls. And what happens right now is exactly the opposite. Now he is the one who is not returning any calls. And I think that plays very much into his psyche when it comes to decision making, because I believe that is now for him a PTSD moment where he has to.
Tender, I'm sorry. Tender, sorry to just break in. I'm so sorry. I want to provide some. So I think this is important. This is information valid. I don't know, Mark, if you brought this up, but Tender, if you want to answer this. So this is coming from Medvedev, the former Russian prime minister and president, also very close to Putin personally. He said, "quote," and this is coming from RIA, the Russian state media. The development of events show that the actions of the persons who organized the military rebellion fully fit into the scheme of a staged coup d'etat. I'm going to say that again. Medvedev, who is tied to, he was still in the Putin administration, he was a former president and prime minister of Russia, is claiming what Wagner is doing is, and this is the quote, fully fit into the scheme of a staged coup d'etat. Go ahead, Tender, if you want to answer.
Sorry, say that again. Are you talking about Medvedev's comments, are you?
Right, correct. That he's referring this as a coup d'etat.
Yeah, yep. And again, he calls it a current military mutiny. And he also says this current armed rebellion is well thought out and planned operation, the purpose of which is to seize power in the country. And that kind of goes to comments of David that we had on stage earlier. That's just hard to still say this is all staged. But sorry, who was speaking? You were going to also? No, let me choose someone.
If Tender wanted to, I just cut off Tender. So if you wanted to,
yeah, Tender, go ahead. Let you finish off, and then we'll go to
I was almost finished. Like I said, Putin was already in this situation, only on the other side of the fence, and now he's the one not returning the calls. But I still believe that this pretty much also bothers him, and that will also make also a mark on him when he's now facing Prigozhin, because I think Prigozhin is a very strong man, and I think he's now breaking apart Putin in his mental state. I think he's not really really 33 hours. I think he's still not very stable, and I think that plays also a big toll on his decision-making process.
Sorry, just bring you up Suleiman to co-host. Alex, go ahead. And also, if there's any new updates, just please jump in, interrupt us, and let us know.
Yeah, I'd like to hop on just a couple of things that Jessica said, and also let's just separate, fact from projection and speculation, right? So there's some reports indicating that there are Wagner forces in the Moscow Oblast, right? How many forces that is and what that actually means is kind of unknown. But what we talked about earlier was the fact that Prigozhin's going to need support. He's going to need to be resupplied. There's only 50,000 troops. It's about speed and seizing the initiative, right, to sort of take control if that's exactly what is going to happen. So I'm going to drop in the chat section. There's a wonderful institution called the Open Minds Institute that does public opinion polling. And there were some assertions earlier that there's no support for Wagner or for Prigozhin. It's actually not true. The opinion polling indicates that it's sort of split within Moscow, in Russia in general, that there is in fact some support that Wagner and Prigozhin does enjoy when it comes to this context. So that's one piece. Second, Russia's a country of about 150 million, right? If the projections for casualties are true, say 100,000, right, which is what's been stated, in the open press, even only half of that is true, right? The United States lost about 8,000 troops combined between Iraq and Afghanistan over 20 years. Now,
I just want to bring you a video that I've just seen on Twitter. There's a long line of vehicles. Let me just bring it over and let's bring this up. Look at this. Look at that long line of military vehicles. Now, these are unverified videos, but wow, that is what is heading to Moscow. So, wow. All right, let's get back to the podcast.
Potential that the Russian military aspects of it, and I'm switching sides. The conditions on the ground suggest that it's absolutely possible.
All right, so let me just mention more updates. Gherkin just posted the following and just kind of confirming what we've been saying for a while. And again, when we get reports of something constantly, it just means that it's happened a while ago. And we got the first report about an hour and a half ago now, maybe even 2 hours. So an hour and a half ago, 2 hours, we got reports that Wagner forces entered Moscow Oblast, which is the region. That means they were 2 hours away from the city. And now it's just confirmed again. Gherkin eyewitness reports that the columns of the rebellious Wagnerites, so Wagner, entered the Moscow region and have already passed the village of Barabanovo, Kashira. The Moscow is 2 hours away. Ahead is the Oka River, the last major hurdle. Again, that was posted. I don't know when exactly. Let me check the link. And just to as I'm checking the link before anyone jumps in, 6:58, 7:11. So I was posted 20 minutes ago, and we've heard the first report at least an hour and a bit before that. So I would say we're about half an hour away from Moscow City, assuming those reports are correct, those unconfirmed reports. I do want to go to
Mario.
Colonel.
I do want to share something that so we do have the first geoconfirmed image of the first Kadyrov forces have arrived in Rostov-on-Don, about 300 meters east of the Southern Military District headquarters. That was geoconfirmed. The original video was posted, it looks like around 50 minutes ago. And so far, there's been no reports of, I have not heard any shooting or fighting between Wagner and Kadyrov forces in Rostov as of right now.
You have not shooting, which forces?
Between the Chechens and Wagner. So it looks like the Chechens, at least in like a small element of like an advanced party, has made it to, which could explain the people that were detained by Wagner earlier. Right, we saw that there was Wagner claimed that detained people. It looks like there was an advanced party who did enter the Rostov-on-Don, and they were about 300 meters away from the Southern Military District headquarters. So now that the 300 meter distance from the military headquarters has just been geoconfirmed for a video posted earlier. So at least advanced. So this could be an advanced party. That's what's been. It looks like it's suspected of Chechens in Rostov-on-Don to confront Wagner. We have not seen any reports of shootings. The only thing we saw was Wagner appears to have detained what is being reported as Chechens that might match that image.
And just as I was saying, just as I was saying, that they've arrived. You know how we said just a couple of minutes ago, report that the next hurdle is the Oka River, and there's just another report here from Amir Tsarfati, and again, all these are unconfirmed because things are moving so fast, but they just all correlate. Wagner forces arrived at Oka River near Barbanovo and have entered the Moscow region. So that was apparently the last hurdle that now they're saying they've entered. So we also have, Danish, thanks a lot for this. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said that he spoke with the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and G7 foreign ministers about the fast developing situation in Russia. Quote, the US will stay in close coordination with allies and partners as the situation continues to develop. So another statement that means nothing. Just came out. Putin signed a law establishing September 3 as the day of victory over militaristic Japan and the end of World War II. Khaleesi, I'm not sure if you just shared this. Is Khaleesi on stage? No. Yeah, I'm not sure why Khaleesi mentioned this. But unless also you've got more context on this. Otherwise, I'll go to Colonel.
Go to Colonel.
Colonel.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the nuclear weapons, right, and the tactical nuclear weapons. So even if there was an idea of using them, right, the chain of custody for the weapon is actually pretty significant, right? You've got to get a commander to actually order his logistics officer and a logistics supply team to actually pull a weapon out of supply. It's got to either go out to an airplane and have the airplane, crew chief agree to actually put it on there, or if it's going to go to land, it's got to actually go into it, an artillery battery. And then from there, you actually have to get a pilot to.
Can I just you do have a TV in the background? It's hot. You can understand what you're saying, but
okay.
just if you can move away,
let me shut it down. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And then obviously from there, you've got to find a pilot that's willing to fly that weapon and use it in combat. And I would tell you right now, I think that's probably going to be your biggest challenge. On top of that, once the pilot's flying it, he has to get an order from above to actually release it. So there's a lot of moving pieces happening there. I did have a question for Jessica real quick, right? So Jessica, you're in Germany. I'm a guy in Austria doing, security analysis. And I would tell you that I think the Austrians are kind of, their jaws are kind of on the floor. They did not see this coming. And I'm wondering if you're seeing the same thing in Germany.
Pretty much, yes. And with the Austrians, I mean, they're even been more closely in bed with with Russia than the German political establishment over the years. But of course, as a smaller player, that maybe gets less international headlines.
Jessica, I'll give you the mic right back. Let me just mention just important developments. The Ukrainian forces have just said that they've regained control of positions. This is so fast moving. This is mind boggling. They've regained control of positions that had been occupied since 2014, southeast of Donetsk. That's according to the Ukrainian forces. Also, CNN citing sources said the Biden administration, unsurprisingly, held emergency meetings to assess events in Russia that surprised US officials. Again, that surprised US officials. According to various sources, US and European intelligence officials did not expect Prigozhin to move to storm Rostov. And we're way past Rostov now. We're talking about the Kremlin. And okay, so we have acting head of the LPR, Mr. Pasechnik. Do you know who that is? Also, can you give us a bit of context?
Yeah, he's the leader of the LPR. Very, very pro-Russian, very heavily involved since 2014 in Russia's campaign.
How powerful?
I mean, he's not as influential as like senior figures within the Russian Ministry of Defense.
Okay, so I urge the Russians not to follow criminal orders and not to take the path of rebellion. Quote, order and unity of command, unity of the front and rear, solidarity around the president, Putin, our supreme commander-in-chief, is the key to our common victory. I urge everyone who's pushed onto the path of rebellion not to carry out criminal orders, not to commit crimes against the people of Russia. He wrote that in his Telegram channel. We also have Lukashenko held 2 meetings against the backdrop of events in Russia with the leadership of the power bloc and the military. The press secretary of the Belarusian president told RIA Novosti. And we have, according to Flash News, this is unconfirmed, Prigozhin has enlisted support of Surovikin and is transferring groups of mercenaries from Syria to Russia. We've seen those reports constantly reported, debunked. That's according to Russian media now. There's currently no official confirmation of the information. It's also reported that the leader of the Wagner PMC and the commander of the Air Force, Colonel General Teplinsky, are on the side. Again, that's all unconfirmed. This one, unlike the previous pieces of news. I do want to go back to the most important thing I just read. Ukrainian forces have said they've regained territory south of Donetsk. That's been occupied since 2014. So I apologize for interrupting you, Jessica. I'll give you the mic back. But we'll interrupt you again if there's more developments. I do apologize.
No, absolutely no need to apologize. I am looking for the breaking news updates as much as anyone else here. Quickly to the news you just shared. Let's remember, for the Russian regular army right now, what we're not hearing are valiant calls to arms for these guys to stand up and kick Wagner's ass. That's very much what I'm not hearing. These pleading, oh, please don't engage in any sort of terroristic or treasonous activity. This sounds pretty desperate to my ears. And again, I think what we're going to see a lot of is simply regular Russian forces who are not willing to maybe join Wagner, but who also aren't willing to stand in their way. And by simply stepping aside or hiding, that will already be playing into Wagner's hands. So watch that space. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of this uncertainty, broken morale, broken lines of communication and trust up and down the Russian front lines, this is only going to keep giving Ukraine opportunities. And they're smart, as we know very well. They are not going to overplay this, but when they see a weakness in the line, they're going to exploit it. So we can hopefully expect more good news there in the coming hours and days. But back to the Colonel's question. So yes, absolutely. Political Germany, Berlin here is caught by surprise, like everyone. But I think in contrast to Austria, as Tendar and I also mentioned earlier, as Germans, we do have this very recent memory of the world changing and the country turning and dictators toppling literally overnight in our case. So this is something in the living memory of Germans. I was also just a little kid when the wall came down, but I still remember it. It's actually my first political memory. And this is really also, I think, going to add wind into the sails of the stronger Ukraine allies within the German government and within parliament. This is basically showing that those of us who stood with Ukraine from the beginning and called for a stronger line against Russia were right. It also encourages Scholz and his crew that as they've been coming more strongly for Ukraine, that's a positive development, and it is a huge slap in the face to the Vatniks and the Russia apologists and the Russian collaborators in this country. So this is also, even though folks.
Just a quick update. So as you know, we are live streaming this podcast on this very significant day in Russia. There's a lot going on. It is a very fast-moving, very fluid situation. We will continue with the podcast for as long as it's continuing. Please take note. They are some of the best experts on the matter. Oh, we've got new updates. I just need to go back.
Now we've got dozens reports and video of dozens, thank you, Khaleesi, for sharing. Dozens of militiamen landed near the bridge over the Oka River near Serpukov. So Serpukov is less than 2 hours away from Moscow City. We don't know when this exactly happened, but again, just fits the various reports we're getting that Wagner's forces are in Moscow Oblast. We had reports that they're in Moscow City, or they've been seen near the Moscow and the borders. I think Piotr mentioned the outskirts of Moscow City, but we have not had. We personally didn't receive any reports of that other than Piotr's comments and sources. So just an important update there. I do want to go to Russian bridges in Paraguay. So Bracken, Mr. Ruski, first time on stage. We'd love to get your thoughts on what we're seeing so far, and the rapid, the speed in which things are evolving.
As you can see, this is a very, very fast-moving situation. Let's get back to the podcast, and I'll be back shortly.
A discussion about Rostov, and then all of a sudden Smolensk was mentioned, then activity in Kursk, and obviously Voronezh to the kind of northeast of Ukraine, where Prigozhin was kind of going through or heading towards Moscow. And it made me think of the many people don't know, there's 4 nuclear power plants in these areas, in Smolensk, in Kursk, in Voronezh, and in Rostov. And we're talking about who's going to have control of Russia's nuclear weapons, or who could potentially get control of those, and how that could potentially escalate. But we've got these nuclear power plants that we've seen, with Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine, has been a real challenge for Ukraine to try and recapture or regain control of that.
I think it's just dropped. Austin, I'm going to ask you the same question. Just get your thoughts on the rapid development of everything we're seeing.
Hey, Mario, I'm going to bed in a minute. Can I just say a final thing?
Yeah, of course, Kim.
Yeah.
Of course. And just hats off to you, Kim. You've been with us since the early stages.
Yeah,
So I don't know how you're still
I'm
awake.
getting a bit tired with the NATO fan club on the stage. So let me just give everyone a thought that I want to leave you with. Let's just assume for a moment that Prigozhin is successful with taking Moscow. Do you really think that Putin will hand over Russia to a group of mercenaries that may have sold themselves to a higher bidder? I don't think so. I think you should seriously consider the scenario that this turns into the end of the world, and not sit here and try and celebrate that this is happening, because this may backfire big time. And I wish everyone a really good time with the rest of the space.
Not the end of the world, but maybe the end of careers of
Kim,
Russia
I'm coming.
apologists.
Kim, I'm coming to your place, by the way, Kim. As soon if this escalates, I'm going to your little
you may
hideout
not
in New
have
Zealand.
enough time. You may not even be able to board a plane.
So, why, Kim? What would you say that? What would you say? So, are you worried about the nuclear arms?
Well, Putin has made it very clear in one of his speeches that a world without Russia is not a world worth existing. And if you think that he's going to hand Russia over to a group of convict mercenaries who may have sold themselves to the US, then you are mistaken. He is not going to just step down peacefully and hand the country over to criminals. So this is really an
So
end of the
what?
world
Let's Kim,
scenario.
Kim. I want to explore this scenario a bit further. I'm glad you brought it up. What could he do?
Well, he has
in a situation like this,
he has the power single-handedly to activate the launch codes and send all of the nuclear arsenal of Russia to all the enemy states that he considers part of this aggression. That the what was the word? Everyone says it was an unprovoked war. Everyone who's really spent some time with it knows that this was very much a provoked war by the United States. So he's going to, unleash his nuclear arsenal against all of his enemies. And that includes Europe, that includes the United States. If you think this is good news, that this guy Prigozhin may be able to take over power, then you are completely mistaken.
Appreciate the update, Kim. And Jessica, before you
Mario,
jump in,
I want to share some.
I'd like to address that
there's
as well.
pictures
go
where-
ahead, Osos. Go ahead, Osos.
We're getting pictures of the Moscow River bridges across the Moscow River are being disconnected, and this is likely an attempt by the Russian authorities to halt Wagner's advance into Moscow city proper.
Hold on. Medvedev just said 1 minute ago the whole world will be on the brink of a catastrophe if Russian nuclear weapons fall into the hands of bandits. So as Kim was speaking, Medvedev said he described the current armed rebellion as a well thought out, well planned operation, but he also said the whole world will be on the brink of catastrophe if Russian nuclear weapons fall into the hands of bandits. Now, the fear mongering around nuclear weapons is something that a lot of people push back on. And rightly so. Every time I do a tweet talking about like the movement of nuclear weapons to Belarus or the narrative by Medvedev, Putin, and others on when they would use nuclear weapons and how they're constantly being pushed, rightly or wrongly, just stating facts, is a point of concern. Well, we've crossed this a very long time ago, and where we're at now, I just refuse not to discuss the nuclear threat that we face, and I don't think we've come even close. People were saying days, weeks, months ago that this is the closest we've gotten, including many officials, the closest we've been to a nuclear armed conflict since the last Cold War. Well, where are we now?
But I mean, Mario, what I would say is I think it's important to highlight that this isn't the first time that during the Soviet Union time we saw this happen already in the past in Russia, right? When the Soviet Union dissolved and became the Russian Federation. Not only that, a lot of the significant Soviet arsenal of nuclear weapons were in Belarus, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan, and then an agreement was to ship them all back to the Russian Federation. That's the whole Budapest Memorandum. But this isn't the first time. Russia has suffered intense periods of internal instability, not only with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, but also the failed coup of August of 1991 during the Soviet Union, and then what was it, 1993, 1994 against the Russian, quote, White House, which is basically their State Duma, when Congress and Yeltsin basically got into the dispute of who had powers and authority, and Yeltsin came on top. So again, I want to just be very clear. Of course, Russia is going to push heavily now, of Russian figures and government officials are going to heavily push this notion of nuclear weapons heavily all the time because they want to instill fear so people automatically back Putin. But this is a Russian problem. This is internal to Russia. This is Russia. Putin created Wagner. Let's be clear. The Russian state created Wagner. They created this monster that is now challenging the Putin regime. They created this Frankenstein. This is an internal problem of Russia. So this whole idea that we always talked about Putin plays 4D chess and blah, blah, blah. Well, you created this, and this guy's going after you, and now he's in the doorsteps of Moscow, and you have nothing to stop him.
Also,
this is on you, Russia, period.
Yeah, and all source, this isn't a 007 movie where some lunatic tries to take control and blow up the entire world like people like to think. I think it's really dangerous the way they spread these rumors, these conspiracies.
I agree.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think Kim just jumped off, unfortunately, because I wanted to push back on two very specific points he tried to make. Number one, exactly, this is not some evil Bond movie where Putin can just push the red button, cackle, and blow up the world. As one of the earlier speakers said, and as also a colleague of mine who's literally been working on Russian nuclear observation for the last 25 years said, there is a long chain of command and logistics to deploy a nuclear weapon. So even if Putin wanted to do it, it would require every link in that chain of command to be on his side and to follow through. And that is not a given. And the second sort of fear-mongering point that Kim was making, that Putin is not just going to let Prigozhin into Moscow, he's not just going to let him seize power. Well, no, of course not. He's fighting back. He's trying to save his hide. The point is not whether or not Putin lets him do it. The point is, will he win or lose? And will enough people come down on his side to help him fight off the threat from Prigozhin? But it's not a question of Putin, the all-powerful, deciding whether or not he lets Prigozhin live or not. He is running scared. If you've seen his body language in his usual speeches about the war, about NATO, about his usual boogeymen that he likes to rant about, his body language, his presentation in his comments this morning were totally different. The man is scared, and he does not know what's going to happen, and he does not know who to trust. And in those conditions, he's going to be making mistakes. So this is not a situation where we need to worry that
Actually,
Putin
let
is
me
going to
just
destroy
read
the
some breaking
world.
news. Sorry, I just want to read some breaking news because I also saw this break on BBC and all that. So, and this is just straight from the mayor of Moscow, right? He said this, and I'm just going to read it all for everybody. Dear citizens, a counter-terrorist operation has been declared in Moscow. The situation is complicated. In order to minimize the risk, I have decided as part of the operational headquarters to declare Monday a non-working day, so a couple days from now, with the exception of the authorities and enterprises of the continuous cycle, the defense and industrial complex, and the city service. Please refrain from traveling around the city as much as possible. Traffic closures in individual neighborhoods and on individual roads are possible. Inform the 112, which I assume is their 911, in good time about abnormal situations and incidents. The city services are in heightened alert. That's the statement from the mayor of Moscow right now.
Well, that's one way to try to get civilians off the battlefield. And more than anything else, I think Jessica's right. And let's point out a couple things because we have to be honest here. The same people that are pushing these conspiracy theories spent last weekend trying to convince everyone that National Guard annual training movements was somehow the United States preparing for some war. Like, we're still waiting for that to happen. I mean, this is not serious adult analysis.
And Obama
just
was
a question
creating
on that,
FEMA
to
camps
push
to
back.
imprison
Let me
Americans.
just push back the
It's
vote.
constant.
I mean, the question on that, what I've been hearing for a year, maybe longer, is from pro-Ukrainians that essentially Putin is a risk because he can use the nuclear codes at any time. And now Russia can use it at any time. And now we're saying that this is highly improbable. That's fine, but I just want to highlight that that's happening. The second point is a more important point. It depends on who's, this is just my opinion. It depends on who's behind it. If this is Prigozhin being rogue, then that is of concern because you basically got a rogue bandit who are extremely right, who believe that Putin has not been aggressive enough in the war and and Russia should be a lot more aggressive to Ukraine. They don't agree with Putin's comment that basically Ukrainians are Slavic people, and there has been a number of instances in the war where Putin has held back. So if this guy takes over, Ukraine should be more concerned because this guy's going to go full in. But if it's the case that basically NATO or America behind it, then yeah, then there's less concern.
So just a bit of an update here from Fight Tooks. Security measures are being strengthened at a number of entrances to Moscow. And we've been hearing this for hours now, but we're seeing more videos. And this one, a checkpoint with a grenade launcher and an armored personnel carrier has been set up. Essentially, every single video of these checkpoints has literally barely anything. This one has a machine gun, 2 personnel. I don't see the armored vehicle. I see the armored personnel carrier. The crazy thing is that we're not seeing the Russian Air Force, and we're not seeing any significant equipment whatsoever on any of the checkpoints that we've seen so far, or any other videos of military movement in Moscow. Unless someone has those videos, I haven't seen anything. Elijah, I want to ask you the question. Good to have you for the first time on stage. Where is the military? Where is the National Guard? There just seems no way that Wagner will be stopped based on what we're seeing right now, unless something changes and changes fast, especially relating to the Air Force that can act the fastest.
Yeah, well, I think that's good evidence that Western media has a huge misconception on what's actually going on. I mean, the amount of people probably that are pro-Ukraine, pro-Wagner group that, fell for the lies about the vaccine preventing transmission, or even fell for Ghost of Kiev, Snake Island. I mean, it's been misinformation about this war, disinformation. I know Malcolm Nance was in here earlier as well, and he's famously was in Ukraine and was telling everyone to stand by and put on some show about bombings and cruise missiles, and thank him for his service. But the Western media has been disingenuous, especially even with the deplatforming of Russian media. It's our own fault, right, with the banning of so many different Russian platforms on.
Just a question on. Sorry to interrupt. We are getting more footage. I'll be mentioning that shortly. But Elijah, the question is, I want to ask a question again. But just on the reports of the limited forces protecting Moscow from the advancement of Wagner, I would love to get your thoughts on that. Is that catching you by surprise?
No, it's really not, because the way that Putin goes with negotiations. I mean, we're heading on 24 hours, so he's probably got a 48-hour maximum. But not only with the speed the Wagner group is moving would mean that there's probably not a huge amount of time to mobilize troops, but you got to realize a lot of the Russian military is already mobilized fighting in Ukraine. So this is going to be a complication. But this also just shows that probably the intent of Putin is not to wage an intense ground battle with armored divisions and artillery that's going to destroy the capital here. I mean, if he has any sort of plan, then it may be, through the Air Force, through bombing the convoy, or perhaps there's something else here. I'm trying to say, like, genuinely, that we're not seeing. And clearly Putin's not trying to engage in a ground battle using checkpoints and having shellings inside of the city. I mean, that would be an ultimate defeat for him if you're going to see Moscow being leveled or razed to the ground like you've seen in eastern Ukraine. I mean, it's just not going to help him in any way.
Colonel, I'd love to get your thoughts on that same analysis on where that resistance is. Where is that support? Where is that Air Force? Where is the National Guard? Where are the tanks? I haven't seen one tank yet. I know there is, but I haven't seen any tank on the checkpoints yet. I'm sure there is, but where the fuck are they? Colonel?
Yeah, to be fair, it's going to take, the U.S. is on a 72-hour ATO cycle, air tasking order cycle. To think that pilots can just walk out to jets and they're going to be armed with the right assets and be able to go fly missions immediately, and that the pilots don't need crew rest, I think is a false narrative. I would also say that, because someone DM me is like, well, what about the airplanes that are sitting on alert? I'm like, okay, well, yeah, but the alert airplanes were defined days ago for what they were supposed to do. Those alert airplanes most likely were configured to do air-to-air assets because they were intended to actually go into Ukraine. A day ago, as Mario Nevros said, hey, I woke up this day and it's completely different than what I imagined. So alert airplanes are sitting with AA-10s, AA-11s, AA-12s, all these air-to-air assets because they were expecting to go against, MiG-29s and Su-27s of Ukraine. They weren't expected to do air-to-ground stuff in their own country. So dropping all the weapons off there, putting up new weapons, all this takes a lot of time, right? And the one thing I agree with the previous speaker is once Wagner's in the city, you're not going to bomb them, right? Because if you miss and you hit your own people, it's really gonna go bad for you, right? And the only the most loyal force structure that exists in Russia right now, as Wagner moves towards Moscow, is the FSB. And the FSB might have machine guns and they might have some heavy weapons from a personal perspective, but the FSB doesn't have tanks. They don't have armored personnel carriers. They don't have assets like that that could stand up. They might be loyal and they might fight, but they're going to be heavily outmatched.
So, hey, Mario, and by the way, Casas, I'm glad you're here, and I'm going to get to you shortly. For those who don't know, Casas Belli, you'll see him as backup. Does a lot of great reporting on Wagner and Africa. It's awesome sources, so I know we're definitely going to use you soon. But Patrick, I know you DM'd me directly, and you want to hit on this point specifically. So please provide your opinion on this.
Thanks, all source. And this gets back to what Jessica and a few others were talking about earlier. When does Putin give up? And that's when the army decides what side it's on. And that's the answer to this too. Prigozhin can take Moscow. If he can't hold it, it doesn't matter. Putin is going to have to get reliable force that he can deploy. And to my mind, that means his least shot up units with the highest number of veterans who are pre-war service, rather than these traumatized conscripts that have been getting the crap kicked out of them for the past 16 months in Ukraine. They may end up in ad hoc Kampfgruppen that he has to deploy piecemeal. That's possible. He may end up having to give up huge amounts of territory in Ukraine to keep power. If that becomes the choice, he will do it. So he may be on the back foot, But if he can reestablish effective command and control and get some of these veterans from various units mobilized together into functional combat formations, then maybe he has a chance. I expect the conscripts to sit it out, frankly, or side with Prigozhin in some numbers, possibly.
And I think the important thing to highlight, Patrick, on that again, where continues to get reporting of Russian units switching side to Prigozhin. We cannot just analyze this right now purely as a Wagner-only military formation. This is Wagner with Russian military defectors who's gone here.
Right.
Also, can I just add real quick?
And these bases in the rear, that's conscripts and a training cadre. As Jessica said, they're not getting involved in this. These are 20-year-olds that just got put in a uniform, a couple of weeks ago, and some guys that have been rotated to the rear to, teach them the fundamentals. They're not standing up to this. He is going to have to pull frontline combat units. That's the only way he survives this.
Right, and folks, just a quick update from me. So we are listening to live experts podcasting on what is going on with this situation in Russia. Just to bear in mind, this is a very fast-moving, very fast-flowing. You can literally go away for an hour, come back and find that there's more information, a lot more information, and so on. So it's a very quickly, very fast-moving, as any a coup, I guess we can call it now. It's a coup. Coups are designed to be quick. They're designed to be quick and effective. They're supposed to catch the opposition, or in this case, the government by surprise and get things done quickly without the government having the time to respond, to mobilize forces and so on. So this is always going to be a fast-moving thing. So let's go back to the podcast, and I'll be back shortly.
Just generally, if you can explain what your sources are telling you in Africa about Wagner activity there, and if there's any changes on your assessment that they might be heading to Russia.
Okay, thank you for inviting me. Just to introduce myself, I've been working with different projects, among other, always on Wagner project, which led to sanctions against the Wagner Group. And basically, the statement I've seen on Twitter was the Wagner Group was transferring its troops to Russia to support Prigozhin, etc. But the reports are actually false, because we have a lot of people on the ground in Africa, in Mali, in Central Africa, and other African countries. And the thing is, there's absolutely no activity from the PMCs in Africa, actually. I mean, maybe we will see something changing in the future, but there's actually nothing happening right now. And the thing is, I think it will be very interesting to keep an eye on what's going on in Africa, because either Prigozhin failed in Russia with his coup attempt, either he win, and I think it will be reformed. I mean, Wagner Group will be reformed in Africa, and it will have a lot of impact.
Just quickly, we are seeing, just breaking here, Belarus as well. We are seeing potential coup attempts from Belarus based on what I'm seeing. I'm going to read out the Kalinowski Regiment, made up of Belarusian volunteer soldiers fighting against the Russian army in Ukraine, will make a public announcement to the Belarusian people at 5 p.m. today. And I'll read out the rest of their statement. The traditional white, red, white flag will soon return to Belarus. Free Belarus. So obviously we're seeing resistance here against Belarusian government. And I would find Belarus to be, I would not be that surprised if we saw a coup in Belarus. I think we all know that the president there, Lukashenko, has significantly less support than Putin. And he's in power because of Putin. So if we see Putin struggling to stay in power in Russia, I don't understand how Lukashenko can remain in power and keep his grip over Belarus. But that's just an important piece of breaking news there. But I want to go back to the panel and go back to Austin.
Yeah, a couple of things here. I took some notes. Number one, nuclear fear mongering has been an ongoing line that sort of Russian-aligned sources have been, hitting again and again and again since the beginning of this war. Right? There were vague nuclear threats made about Finland potentially joining NATO. There were vague nuclear threats about the West supplying tanks to the Ukrainian armed forces. There have been vague nuclear threats about the West, in any of its arms packages. So this is nothing new.
Can I say one thing, sorry, Austin? In all these threats, Putin has power over the Kremlin, over Russia, and is not fearing for his life. Just want to mention,
Sure.
this is
Yeah.
the first time those circumstances have changed. But your point is still valid. Go ahead. Sorry.
So my point is that when it comes to nuclear threats originating from Russian supporting or Russian sources themselves, right? It's a very much a boy who cried wolf situation. If you make a nuclear threat one time, that's a serious sort of threat to international stability. If you make it 2 times, that's still the case. If you make it 135 times and nothing happens, then it starts to get into the realm of, okay, is this actually serious? Now, to your point about Putin himself being directly threatened, again, my calculus is still on this. It is a far higher potential for harm to Russia to conduct the use of nuclear weapons on its own territory than that of a foreign entity. We have not seen Russian nuclear weapons usage in a tactical or strategic sense in Ukraine thus far. I do not see any sort of reality where we would see Russian nuclear usage on their own turf. That'd be a critical, dare I say, mortal loss of legitimacy for whatever side decided to do so in that endeavor. That being said, additionally, when it comes to Lukashenko, yes, I would agree Lukashenko's regime is far less stable than Putin's was. And what we do know is that nature abhors a vacuum, right? As we've seen previously, when Russian security forces have been focused on something like the war in Ukraine, countries previously friendly to Russia or currently friendly, whether they're in the CSTO like Armenia or Azerbaijan, take advantage of that. So I would not be surprised if we do see demonstrations ongoing in Belarus in the near future, depending upon how this shakes out. And then last but not leastly, of course, Putin is against Prigozhin right now. Putin is against Wagner. But the question is not what direction Putin decides to go. The question is what direction do Russian military units and Rosguardia units do? Because as Jessica very aptly pointed out earlier, if the Russian military is not directly contesting Wagner's advances, if they're just saying, we're keeping out of this, that itself is a critical threat for Putin's ability to sort of clamp down and re-secure the security situation in Moscow. And then finally, in regards to your questions regarding why are we seeing these checkpoints only having a machine gun, a grenade launcher, I think this goes to some of the previous points made in the early hours of the space, in that much of Russia's mobilized military forces are currently in Ukraine or on the border. So if they're going to redeploy some of those back to Ukraine, not back to Ukraine, sorry, back to Moscow, they're going to need to airlift them. There's no way they're going to be able to drive and catch up to Prigozhin on the road. It's unlikely they'll be able to do so using the rail network. So something to keep an eye out for is if there's a large-scale military transport movement from areas where we know Russian units are deployed, attempting to sort of shore up those internal security services.
So based on all that, I'm just trying to catch up on everything. I think the situation where I'm very interested right now is, we just got something. Okay, hey, we just got a picture, and then it's called, I'm just going to read it directly. In New Moscow, near the Central Ring Road, there are armed personnel carriers with the military. So the military continues to deploy armed personnel carriers across Moscow in anticipation of Wagner's arrival there. It would be interesting to see. I think right now what we're seeing is that Wagner, and we have to see specifically how many Russian military forces has switched sides to Wagner. Because
also,
yeah.
I've been missing for the last few hours. How many people have, like, I know we don't know the number, but in the last few hours, how many have switched sides?
So it's hard to specific. So we got an image of one soldier who claimed a specific parachute regiment has switched side. It's always hard to confirm that. We got another one of a BARS regiment, which these are kind of like Russian shock troopers, stormtroopers, basically, that have been very prevalent by the Russian military in Ukraine. Those guys, the BAR Z elements have switched. The Storm Z element has switched sides also to Wagner, and there was a couple of soldiers that released a statement. So it's hard to say, Suleiman. And
Is it also possible? Just another question: is it also possible that what Russian forces are doing, the military forces or Putin forces, however you want to frame them, are basically waiting for Wagner Group to get close to Moscow, and that's where the basically the resistance is going to occur?
I think if you're okay, so let me,
because you don't want to spread out, do you? Like, you don't like.
And I think but I think the problem. I agree with you. I think that is probably the plan. I think the plan from the Russian government right now, from what we're seeing, and the speculation is, I think it makes sense. They're trying to secure the capital because that's the center of gravity of the Russian government. But the problem with that shows is that then the Russian government and the Russian Ministry of Defense does not have confidence of able to stop Wagner before they get to the capital. right? So their
But
hope.
wouldn't that be weak tactics? Like if it was me, I would do the exact same thing. Like I wouldn't be spreading my forces
I mean,
out.
if you want active combat in your capital city, and you think that's not. I mean, I think it's not about tactical decisions at this point. There's operational, strategic decisions that have to be all being coordinated in the entirety of the situation. And do
No,
you
but would
want
you do that
Russia
though,
to have?
also? Would you,
If they
if you
had the
were in charge,
forces,
would you spread your forces out? So I
if I
understand the
had,
risk to the capital.
I know, I agree with you're not understanding my point. I agree with you. They wouldn't spread their forces out. That's the problem, though, of this conversation. That Russia doesn't have enough combat power to stop Wagner, so they have to consolidate their defenses in Moscow, which shows and proves that Russia's military acknowledges the shortcomings they have to halt Wagner advances. So their best hope is to try to stop them in Moscow. And then, by the way, Suleiman, I think the Russian military also has to take into account not only of stopping Wagner advances, but also to ensure that within Moscow, the situation calm is stable currently, and they need to have forces both to stop Wagner and also to implement basically a state of emergency in the city of Moscow. But if I may, Suleiman, because I think to your point, I would like to go to Alex. Alex, if you disagree with my whatever I said, please push back or please provide any comments, because I think the showing if Russia has to hold on to Moscow and fight in Moscow, I think that's kind of proving our point that Russia's military doesn't have enough to offer to stop Wagner right now.
Yes, there are actually the comments you made and comments of two other previous speakers, I think were sort of spot on in relation to one, Wagner in Africa, which I'll hit in a minute, but then also potentially what's going on with the Russian forces, right? So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. There has been a brutal frontline battle going on over the last 16 months. If the Russian forces were to withdraw from their positions to try to come back into Russia to take care of this force, right, they're going to leave that front line open for a Ukrainian advance just at the time they prepared for a counteroffensive, right? So that's the first point. The second one is, are they sitting on the sidelines, like you said, because they're not sure who's going to win, who's going to, and how this is going to play out? Or someone made a comment earlier, which is not infeasible, and is that Putin, is he attempting to negotiate or de-escalate this before he has to commit military power because he doesn't want to pull the troops from Ukraine, right? And he doesn't want to do that, or he thinks he can take care of it with the forces that are available to him. Any of those are certainly plausible scenarios. But one thing is clear is that we're not seeing wholesale military movements against it. And whether we've seen a couple of reports of, Moscow Oblast, I think if there were significant numbers of forces, we'd likely have seen cell phone videos and that kind of stuff leaking by now, right? So that's one. Regardless of how this plays out, I do want to hit one point as it relates to Africa. And the secondary and tertiary effects of what's going on now, regardless of how this plays out, could have a significant impact on the continent. If this continues to go, and if the forces in Africa, the Wagner forces, which by all accounts have not begun any movements, and they usually do, as previous speakers mentioned, rely on the Russian Air Force for transport, end up seeing more comments from them, supporting what's going on or things of that nature, and Wagner has to be reformed. Those forces are there helping to do two things, right? Prop up strongmen in Africa and also bring back natural resources to help Putin avoid sanctions. So what do you do at that point? Do you end up, pulling them? How big does the reform go, and what does that look like for the stability of African nations where those dictators are being propped up? So the third order effects on this could, transcend well beyond and into the African continent.
So actually, Kostas, can I ask you a question specifically? I want to ask you this specifically, Kostas, is have you seen any comments right now? So the main areas where we know that Russia, Wagner operates is Mali, the Central African Republic, Libya, and other, obviously other sub-Saharan African countries. Have you seen any official statement from any African country where Wagner is present on the situation currently in Russia?
I didn't look at a lot on African statement at the moment, but I'm sure there's some countries will probably have shared their through about what's happening now in Russia. Thing is, you have to understand that Wagner is not only about saying PMCs on the ground in Mali and try to find some terrorists, etc. It's also about influence operation on the internet. As I've been working on it, we've seen a lot of Wagner operations on Facebook towards local populations because they're trying to push them to support any new leader which is favorable to Moscow, and basically that's it. So the thing is, all these events happening now in Russia will have a lot of consequences on what's happening now in Africa. Of course, it's a direct threat to Europe, because if there's more instabilities in Sahel, in Mali, in Central Africa, we will have lots of more troubles coming in Europe in the future. The thing is, there's a whole how to say whole shadow war happening now in Africa, and that's basically what I wanted to say. But I just wonder how it will end, and it will also have obviously an impact on Ukraine.
So with that, I'm just trying to make sure that there's nothing. I think just for our listeners, what I'll do is just a quick rundown, at least like what we've seen in the last couple of hours, and then down the road we'll do a full update. But I think it's just important to highlight that the key aspects that we're seeing right now in the situation currently on the ground is two aspects. One, the main effort is clearly Wagner's advancement to Moscow. We are consistently seeing from citizens of Moscow, from Russian authorities there, video footage of heavy military presence in Moscow. Russian helicopters, military helicopters consistently flying. Earlier, we also saw reports of a lot of private jets leaving Moscow, heading away, clearly seeing that something is up and something is going on, basically fleeing the country while they still have a chance. So that's kind of the one main areas of focus that we're looking on is specific on Moscow. The other one is Rostov-on-Don, the city in southern Russia that was first seized by Wagner earlier this morning in Moscow time and Russia time. And there, it's the Chechen forces are reportedly trying to advance into Rostov. They are there. We haven't seen any reports yet of fighting in the actual city, but the situation there is tense. And there are some unconfirmed reports that Wagner Prigozhin has basically set up his military headquarters in the Russian military headquarters of the Southern Military District. So basically, it looks like Wagner's may possibly, again, this is all unconfirmed right now, but it's possibly taken over and set up shop there to kind of anticipate any advances from Chechen or Russian military forces there. Elijah, I saw your hand go up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think what's concerning here is just the United States' continual integration, including with all of NATO, into this entire conflict that has to raise suspicions for all of us. Obviously, an attack, an internal coup attack, an insurrection, like they said, January 6th was in the U.S. This being obviously a real insurrection would be a total wild card that even maybe Putin wouldn't have expected that, we might have influenced. Now, that's not confirmed. We don't know that for sure. But I do know that the U.S. often does let the cat out of the bag, and they have a really difficult time not predicting their next move. I don't know why, but, they'll say we're going to make sure the Nord Stream pipeline, does not continue. And then it blows up, and then we deny that we had any involvement. And nothing's ever proven. And so, we've talked about how what we want as a nation is regime change. And while there's so many, postulates of why we're in Ukraine, most of which likely being exhausting the Russian military, if not anything, continuing the profitability of war and the strength of the US dollar. This is a very interesting move. I mean, we already had a regime change in 2014 in Ukraine itself. This is not uncommon, and this is what the U.S. ultimately wants, is to destabilize Russia. And there's a lot of theories of that. But people like myself, I'm an American, but I support Putin and his military operation exceedingly far beyond I would ever support Zelensky, who's a puppet of the U.S. intelligence. So it's just kind of like a very interesting thing, because this forces Putin's hand, and I would say, if he acts incorrectly, people have to understand this. If he acts incorrectly, the result may be exactly what America wants, which is for him to bomb his own capital, for there to be war, for there to be shelling from Putin himself. Right. You have. I'll end on this. Have right here, whether they're criminals or not. The hand of Putin has already been pushed to whether Russians are going to start killing Russians, not Russians versus Slavs, not Russian versus ethnic Russians in Ukraine. But it's already, the fighting's been here. And I think it was just recently that the U.S. said this is where they wanted things to go. So I don't think there's any other thing to say.
There's
let me provide some news. Sorry, and then
please go ahead.
We got the first. We're getting images, and again, this is everything else right now is an initial, so unconfirmed. And what there's claiming is another large convoy of Kadyrov forces. They're saying about 200 pieces of equipment. It's just a picture, so there's no way of really confirming that. Is going from Mariupol to Rostov. Remember, Mariupol was the center of a huge fight in the initial part of the invasion, where the Avaz battalion is fighting for Russian forces. It was a very bloody battle where Russia finally seized it, but it looks like Kadyrov is pulling his forces from Mariupol to Rostov, which, let's not forget, one of the campaigns for the Ukrainian counteroffensive in the south. There's speculation that Mariupol might be one of the objectives. So they're pulling military forces out of Ukraine to deal with the situation currently. Sorry, go ahead, Mario.
No, another update. I'm not sure if you've read it already, but we're getting reports an hour and a half away in the Ramenskyo district in Moscow Oblast. A convoy of military equipment also drove towards Moscow city. And there's a video there as well. Again, everything we just cannot verify, but we're getting report after report of the Wagner group getting closer and closer to the city. So, Ian, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, been following up on all this stuff I missed since I was asleep. And, earlier before I went to bed, people were all kind of giddy talking about how Putin had blown up the SMD building, how he's a bloodthirsty killer, he's a murderer, and this shows the brutality he's willing to inflict on his own people. He's going to blow up his own building, kill his own men, kill his own civilians. And I wake up, I check this thing, and it turns out it was just a flashbang that Wagner had thrown at the crowd to disperse them. Like, this is why you need to be careful, right? I just want to remind people here, be careful about reports that you hear. If you don't see something actually happening, for instance, the helicopter that was that had supposedly blown up a fuel depot. I don't think that was even the intended target, right? They were flying over the fuel depot. They got shot at by anti-air, and the anti-air thing hit the depot itself, right? I think that's what people are saying now. I mean, it's so fluid that you don't even know what's really going on. So, when you hear, oh my God, this building blew up or this helicopter crashed.
Ian, can I ask you
Yeah.
a question? And I appreciate you giving the other side as well. Why do you think there's been minimal to no resistance and now they're going towards Moscow city?
I think they're just waiting for, reinforcements. There's no point in I think a lot of people in this space, on whichever side you stand on this issue, right, have pointed out rightly that Putin's forces, most of them, like the real regular army, they're stuck in Ukraine. They don't have the well, I'm sure they have some capability of defending the city against Wagner, but it's better at this point, I think, to stall and wait and try to deplete their forces on on their way here, right? I mean, on their way to Moscow, not here.
Yeah. I think that basically they're because as you said, and I think everyone agrees on the space really, that because they have minimal forces, they haven't consolidated in Moscow city as opposed to spreading them out.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, especially if you have like a few helicopters and you can't just be flying long distance. I mean, just waiting. Right now, from what we can see, they are being taken, there's shots being taken at the convoy, right? And it's taking out one vehicle at a time, two vehicles at a time, three vehicles at a time, on the highway. And that seems to be effective because, if they were to engage them full on right now, just like, all their forces face them, if they lose a battle or if they get caught up in a battle against one part of that convoy, I mean, the convoy is big and there's multiple multiple convoys, really, not just the one that's headed to the city, right? There's multiple ones. If all their forces get bogged down in one fight outside, like really, really far away from Moscow, what happens when the other convoys show up using a different highway? Keep in mind that Moscow's
But Ian,
geography
another
yeah.
question, and because I thought that they would, like, why would they not do this? And I think everyone pushed back against me before, but it looks like they were right. Why would they not? The best point is to basically blow them while they're basically traveling to Moscow city from the air. So why hasn't he done something like that where there's he uses that something that he has in a much more stronger aspect compared to Wagner Group?
I think a big reason for that is the highway is just full of civilians right now, and they want to limit collateral damage, right? They're only taking shots when they can see that it's like a clear line of Wagner, and then you see like the middle column gets blown up or something, and then like two vehicles, from Wagner vehicles get blown up. But I think for the most part, the problem is the convoy is like interspersed in between like real traffic, right? There's real commuters basically, and they don't want to kill people basically, right? They want to limit the amount of damage that they do to the populace, because I don't think that would I don't think anybody wants to see that happen, right? I mean, it's all fun when people on social media or the news, MSNBC or whatever, they're like, Putin's willing to kill his own people, he'll kill everybody, and it's like, oh, well, why doesn't he then? I've seen only restraint from him, and some people might call that weakness, but I mean, I wouldn't trust a leader who's facing, a potential coup right now, like like a successful one, killing his own people. Like, that would not work in his favor, right? I mean, he has to limit the casualties. He has to make sure that, like these forces are engaged in a way that just sort of makes sense, right? I mean, if they're the best way to get at them is to hit them at the checkpoints, right? Because civilians are going to get out of the way, and there's going to be actual battles fighting on the streets, but they'll be bogged down.
So we've got a departure of another special flight of the government of the Russian Federation from Moscow, heading again north west, exactly the same path it just took off a few minutes ago, 15, 20 minutes ago, and it's going on the same path as the other planes that ended up landing in St. Petersburg.
And then another breaking news, which I don't know if it's breaking news, but you might have mentioned it, but it's important contextually to what we're talking about. It says, in the Moscow region, until July the 1st, mass outdoor events and education organizations are suspended. The government has a decree.
Yeah.
Now,
we're talking about
why they're telling people to basically, they're telling civilians to not be out in outdoors.
Bro, they're talking about yes, one we support. They're preparing for war. They say they or for battles or conflict. They've asked. I think there was reports of potential martial law being declared, and also you've been with me for long, so you could probably update on that point. Again, man, we're talking about Wagner forces being either on the outskirts of Moscow city or 30, 60 minutes away, based on the constant reports we're getting from various sources.
My argument is that it's highly likely that the reason why there's been minimal resistance, except for the air, except for the they could have shot them out the air, but Ian's argument is they didn't want to hurt civilians, that they've got minimal forces and they want to make sure they consolidate the efforts. It's going to happen outside Moscow or near.
No,
Moscow
I think that's the
City
most logical. I think that's the most logical explanation, but I think that's the problem for Russia. I
get that, but then doesn't that prove because why I'm explaining that point is just to slightly push back on, and it may not be the case because we're all we're just trying to guess what's happening, but that it's not the fact that people are allowing Wagner through. It's not that Wagner just going through and that people are turning and joining Wagner. But in reality, the consolidated forces, there is going to be a fight between them, but it's going to be in Moscow where they're not spreading the forces out, where they're able to consolidate their army, and where you got the greatest chance to win. Like if I was in charge, that's what I would do.
No,
I see two. I see two. I see two possibilities. One is Russia. If Putin goes to Petersburg, buys time, consolidates his forces there before he goes back, or two, the army's not getting involved because they don't want to die. They can't stop Wagner right now, right? So what are they going to do? Die for Putin? I don't think they're going to die for Putin. And I think those are the only two options. Is Putin goes to St. Petersburg, buys some time, consolidates his forces, and then pushes back, or people
one of the planes that took over from Moscow to St. Petersburg is now returning from St. Petersburg to Moscow. So we're just seeing constant movements. Most military planes are heading from Moscow to St. Petersburg.
I think we might have shooting in Rostov right now.
I think it's a bit noisy for me in the background, but Mario and everybody, I think the battle's going to be around Rostov-on-Don because that's where Prigozhin and Wagner have their leverage. It's over those southern commanders, the nuclear capability. The reason why we haven't seen a sort of retaliatory strike is because there are also anti-aircraft systems there. Those are all under Wagner control. And so until they actually wrestle back control of that and get the southern commanders back in power, then, he has leverage. That's where the fight is. If there's going to be a fight, that's where the fight will be.
Yeah, and just to add to what you're saying, Jonathan, breaking news is, I think this is what Allsource was about to read. It says the first shots in the center of Rostov-on-Don, PMC Wagner drive away local residents. The last few hours they have been waiting for the arrival of the fighters, Ahmed. So again, there is.
So the video doesn't show actual. We don't. From the video, we're not seeing any or hearing any shootings, but we are seeing civilians basically leaving that area. And to be honest, this kind of generally matches what we were expected. But I think a conflict, at least in Rostov right now, might be sooner than what was. I think whoever the previous speaker was saying. I think you're right. I think we'll probably see first Rostov, and then Moscow soon enough.
So we are seeing probably the two most important battles right now in this coup: the one in Moscow, the one in Rostov. If we see Moscow fall, Kremlin fall, I wouldn't say it's game over for the Kremlin, but it's getting very close to calling it game over. And if we see the fall of Rostov to the Chechnyan forces with potentially the support of other factions that are supporting the Kremlin, then that could be the end of the coup. Both headquarters are under attack. I just don't know which one's more of a threat. It's just too early to tell. I'm not sure what you guys think.
Well, the one in Moscow, they're nowhere near Moscow.
The key,
So
Mario, the key here is
they're
that
half 30 to 60 minutes away from
Mario.
Moscow.
The key here is the Chechen forces, because Putin can feel confident that they'll still remain loyal. So he's probably trying to figure out which of the elements of the Russian army are still loyal to him, and so that's why this is where the battle will be. And if he can, he'll use the Chechen troops to try and sort of counter and regain control of Southern Command.
Yeah, how loyal are the Chechnyan troops to Putin historically?
Extremely loyal.
Extremely
so
loyal.
I think it's important, Mario, and I do have to hop off for a little bit, but some final points I'd like to make here are that I think it's important to compare the situations we're looking at in Rostov versus Moscow. In Rostov, we're looking at the Russian state sending the Chechens in on an offensive sort of pattern, right? They're going in, they're trying to root Wagner out. On the contrary, with Moscow, everything that we're observing seems the objective seems to be to delay. We're seeing roads getting torn up. We're seeing drawbridges being pulled up over river crossings. We're seeing checkpoints being set up. That is all in line with the idea that Putin is trying to buy time with Moscow. That's why we're seeing these flights to St. Petersburg. That's why we'll potentially start seeing redeployments into Moscow while Russian forces consolidate. And also, in regards to the comments on where's the Russian Air Force, as Colonel Jeff pointed out earlier, the turnaround time for some of these strike packages does take hours to days. And secondarily, Wagner does have air defense systems. So I think there's a serious sort of concern that if you mobilize the Air Force, you start sending strike packages, and these planes get shot down, that's another hit to a rapidly scrambling Russian internal security apparatus. So some things to look for in the immediate before I hop off are, how does Rostov go down in the next hour, maybe 2 hours? Because from what it looks like right now, with Wagner clearing civilians out, they're preparing for a fight. If we start seeing shooting there, then escalation will be happening very, very quickly. Additionally, continually monitoring the convoy to Moscow and how these checkpoints deal with them, whether they wave them through, whether they even try to put up some resistance, will be another nice sort of indicator for how this is going. Once again, Mario, thanks for having me up.
Piotr?
Sorry. Let me break in. We're sorry. So the wreckage, we're getting the first images, and this has not been reported. This type of specific helicopter. The helicopters we got reported shot down were 2 Mi-8s transport helicopters, 1 Mi-35 attack helicopter, a modern version of the Ka-52. We just got wreckage reportedly of a Ka-52 that was shot down in Talovaya, Voronezh region. They're reporting that the crew died and it was shot down by Wagner. And so I think because we've got a report that a 4th helicopter shot down when originally it was 3 or 4th. This might be the 4th one that is a Ka-52, which is a more advanced Russian helicopter that got shot down with the crew members killed.
Piotr, go ahead. You got some, sir?
Yeah, thanks, Suleiman. Yeah, just keep in mind that the Russians have been putting delays and potentially forcible charges around bridges south of Moscow to try and delay potential invasions of the forces down there. There's also friends of mine in St. Petersburg saying that there is quite a lot of activity around a few of the airports with notable sort of high profiled planes and delegational people. So there's a lot of activity. Putin's gone under, which is inevitable during this time, because he gives an initial statement of calm and assurance that he, as the leader of the country, is going to fight back. But now he's gone under as he begins to go into the operational phase of trying to actually, get control of the situation. Because at the moment it's crisis management as much as it is, as Austin and others are saying, they're trying to delay so that they can basically get themselves together, because Wagner have basically, as I said before, done a bit of a blitzkrieg. The time is not on their side, in the sense of if the Russian government can get their shit together, then they can likely, hold back the Wagner forces. Wagner is more well trained, but it doesn't have the numbers. So that's what I'd say initially.
So hypothetically, if now we know they basically go into the Moscow city and they're not being stopped, there's not been any form of resistance up to now, When do you see, if there is any resistance, and we don't know if there will be, when do we?
Suleiman, sorry, just gotta also share this. So now we're getting from Russian state media, the RA Novosti correspondent says, I'm just gonna read it verbatim, it's on the breaking news channel. About 5 shots were fired at the headquarters of the Southern Military District in Rostov-on-Don. The fighters of the Wagner PMC asked people to disperse. I think this matches the video that was mentioned earlier as well. So now we're getting a Russian state correspondent of RA confirming the video and the claims of shots in Rostov-on-Don.
And a minute ago, more photos of pictures of Wagner convoys by Tux News. Wagner convoy moving along the M4 highway in the direction of Moscow. Someone could look at this and geolocate the exact location. I can see smoke in one of the photos coming from next to the freeway, so something was shut down there. And there's been Igor Igorkin claims the eyewitness report that Wagner convoy have entered Moscow Oblast. Igor said this over an hour ago now. Almost an hour ago, sorry. So we're just seeing, again, report after report. I think it's conclusive that Wagner should be in the city of Moscow very shortly. What happens next is anyone's guess. But go ahead, sorry guys. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think some of the commentary has been absolutely correct leading up until regarding the Russian defenses. So we've seen planes going back and forth to St. Petersburg. I mean, Russia has continuity of government plans, just like the United States does. That was enacted after 9/11 when you saw President Bush being flown around the country. So if they do feel there's a genuine threat to the stability of the regime, it would not be unheard of for Putin to flee St. Petersburg or something. I think the prospect of him leaving the country at this point.
You are breaking up, Alex. So
ability to sort of put up a fight to hold them, which you'd want to do if you're in their position, right? Is you're going to want to get them to fight, expend all their ammunition if they can, keep them from being resupplied, and then bring in the rest of your forces to kind of mop it up. So I think the comments that were made about Rostov and where this goes right now, and if they're able to break through, is key, because now they've lost the element of surprise, right? Because the jig is up, everybody knows what's going on, and now the second part is speed, right? In order for this coup to, if that's what ends up being beyond a mutiny, as Malcolm mentioned earlier, it's going to require speed, getting in, and then getting defections from both the military and Kremlin insiders in order for this to work. And that part is all completely unknown at this point. So anybody predicting the outcome in either direction really has no idea what they're talking about. None of us have enough information to accurately predict which way this is going to go.
Although it's likely to be a very, it's going to be a difficult and probably protracted. It's basically 2 land forces. This in order to remove the leverage and obviously the capability that Wagner has, the ability to fight hand to hand. This is going to be a hand-to-hand fight in Rostov-on-Don, and it's going to be pivotal. This is going to be key to what happens next. So if Wagner lose control of Southern Command, then they lose all their leverage, and then the Russian military, depending on who's still loyal to Putin, can move en masse, and that's with air power and all of the other systems that they have.
Yeah, I would just add to that Rostov-on-Don is one of Russia's larger cities. It's culturally very significant for the Second World War. My family lives in Novosibirsk, which is the third largest city and industrial heartland of Siberia. But from what I'm understanding, much of the activity is just going to stay on this side of the Russian Ural Mountains. What I am trying to gain more information about is what's the general public perception of this in Siberia and further east, because the further east you go, telecoms disappears, infrastructure disappears. So the general sentiment towards the Kremlin varies a lot across Russia because of its size. So, and to what Jessica said earlier, Prigozhin is going to want this to be done with by Monday. Otherwise, Putin and him are going to be in a real, the next 24 hours are really going to be critical. And I'm not one to sensationalize, as you know. So things are going to pick up in the next few hours, I think, as the evening sets in as well.
Hey, Mario, so War Monitor just tweeted this. I'm just going to read it for everybody here. So I'm just going to read it entirely from his tweet. Residents of Moscow allegedly began to receive calls from unfamiliar numbers, supposedly from PMC Wagner. Residents are called to support the Wagnerites and take to the streets. It's from War Monitors.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Right, let me go to Colonel. Colonel, go ahead. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. So
hold on. Before I go to Colonel, sorry. I just heard that in the background. So also you're saying that residents are getting calls to support Wagner?
Correct. So residents of Moscow allegedly begin to receive calls from unfamiliar
automated
numbers,
or a person
supposedly
speaking?
from PMC Wagner.
Is it automated
It's probably going to be automated
hold on,
like
let me,
WhatsApp because they use these WhatsApp bots the same way that
it probably is
Afghanistan did.
automated. I with the space, it's very hard for me to do both and listen, but it's probably automated, and they're basically demanding them to go to the streets and support the Wagner.
Yeah, this is what the Taliban did when they were taking Kabul. They bombarded, they bombarded everybody
And
with
just
WhatsApp bots.
sorry to interrupt, Ian. There's unverified reports again from War Monitors, supposedly that Chechen troops are now in Moscow Oblast. So they're unverified. Is an unverified video that he's posted, but that's what he's saying. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So we're seeing. Hold on. We're seeing Chechen troops, according to War Monitor, both in Moscow Oblast, which is the first I hear of it, unless I missed it earlier, all source, and heading to the southern district as well. And I think they've arrived there as well. We heard a bit of shooting. I think only 9 shots, nothing too major. But we've seen the Chechnyan forces both in Rostov and in Moscow Oblast. Is that correct?
I have not seen in Moscow Oblast. If that's breaking, by all means, please share it.
That's just breaking from a minute ago. He did say it's an unverified video, so please do verify, and that's why we tried to be.
And the video. Have you seen the video in terms of the?
Well, everyone, just quick update where we are at. We are listening to a live podcast with various experts and sources that are keeping us up to date on what is going on with this situation in Russia. Sorry. It is a very fast-moving, very fast-flowing situation in Russia, so we need to bear that in mind. There's a lot of changes. You could go away for half hour, come back, and loads of things have changed. So let's just keep an eye on what's going on. I will keep going with this podcast. We are live at this moment in time, so please stay tuned. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to like and to subscribe. And let's get back to the podcast.
Look, I'm not a I'm not a Russian expert, right? I'm a Russian military expert. Rostov-on-Don Rostov is an important place because it's the head of the southern military district. But Putin just destroyed it. Like the building's burning. There's nothing left there. They could take the city.
What
I don't
do you mean
understand.
the building's burning when it's literally standing right now? Where's the video of it burning?
Okay. Did we not talk about it earlier that the
Yeah, that
building
was wrong.
actually
That was
targeted and
that was
destroyed?
wrong. It was a flashbang that Wagner threw at the crowd.
Yeah. So that was a
There was
flashbang.
no burning.
Exactly.
There was no.
All right.
Yeah, they never
All right,
attacked
great.
the building.
Okay,
so Putin never blew it up or anything. The troops are still standing up there.
Okay.
Okay, so good. So that's great. And Ian, thanks for correcting that. I did not get that clarification. I'm sorry. But I still don't see necessarily all the value. Are they going to pull? If the Chechens take over that headquarters, what does
So, Colonel, think about it's good to see you, by the way.
Sorry. Let me break in for a second. I do want to provide, because this goes to the Western response. I guess the White House just announced that President Biden discussed the situation in Russia with the leaders of France, Germany, and Britain. The White House said. So I just wanted to provide that.
And also we have sources close to the separatist leadership in Donetsk. The Wagner convoy that's nearing Moscow right now has about 5,000 fighters.
So just to Colonel's point, think about it, Colonel.
One second, sorry, Peter. Did you say that I just want to make sure you understood that you said that the Wagner forces going towards Moscow city only has 5,000 fighters?
The ones nearing Moscow right now has about 5,000 fighters. Not much.
So they've got other forces that are basically at the tail end.
Yeah, exactly. The forces are scattered everywhere. We're talking about the convoy that's close to Moscow, potentially at the borders of Moscow city.
See, them numbers are small. So again,
they are spread. You look at the Russian military, the full size of the Russian military. The number is significantly higher than the checkpoints we're seeing on the Russian, on the Moscow, on the outskirts of Moscow city. So
if I may, just
Piotr, I want to get you. Yeah, Piotr, I've got a question for you. A couple of hours ago, you did mention your sources. I think you tweeted it as well. Your sources said that there's been reports of Wagner on the outskirts of Moscow city. We haven't seen any such reports. We've seen them come closer and closer to Moscow city, but not on the outskirts yet. Obviously, it could happen any minute. Did you get any more updates on this? Have you been able to verify it from anyone else?
Yeah, I'm checking on that one. I can't verify that. So if you want to remove it, I can retract the tweet. what I would say just to that is there's a lot of people who have, a desire to disinformation in this kind of role. So people will be deliberately wearing different pieces of uniform to mislead. Remember what the Russians did in Crimea in 2014, little green men. They didn't wear anything with memorabilia so that they could confuse people to invade. The other thing I just wanted to say to Colonel's question or point was, think of Napoleon and his invasion. What did the Russians do? They burnt down Moscow. So there is a propensity for Russians to burn something if they think it.
We're not seeing any indication of that at all.
Okay, I just wanted to use that as a historical.
Yeah, and people were using that as a historical example when they talked about.
If I may, just sorry, I think we're starting to get more and more. Just 1 second, we're starting to get more and more reporting right now from. So, two things I want to bring up. One, some Russian Telegram channels. Again, this is all unconfirmed. It's hard to verify, but some Russian Telegram channels are reporting that Wagner's convoy to Moscow has stopped. Again, I have no other confirmation. That's the only thing that is being reported right now. So that's number one. And two, it does look like the U.S. continues to reach out to its allies in Europe and NATO. An account that tracks Ace Jao, that Asuta tracks a lot in Turkey. He just claimed right now that the Turkish Foreign Ministry, Hakan Fidan, and the U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, met on the phone to discuss this current situation in Russia. I think the U.S. government now is going to call every single ally they have to court to try to get the most up-to-date information to try to provide a unified front on the current situation.
And we're seeing, and we did see the Ukrainian forces mention earlier, I think an hour ago, that the counteroffensive is going as planned. A bit before that, they said that they've taken back territory that was under Russian control since 2014. So we are seeing, reportedly, it's obviously based on the Ukrainian forces, but it's not too surprising, a lot of progress.
Is this an official statement, or is this a Telegram pages that are claiming that?
I can't remember, it's a couple of hours ago, but it was by the Ukrainian forces themselves that was going to claim. But again, everything should be taken with a grain of salt. Everything anyone says anywhere not only on this panel, but any news source.
I really don't see.
Do you want to go back also to the
2014 locations, given that it's all staffed by DPR and LPR? It's not staffed by Russians.
Understood. I just want to get. I just want to ask a question. Also, the question I have for you is: you said there's been reports from Russian state media, I guess unconfirmed, that the military convoy, the Wagner convoy, has stopped moving. What do you know about this?
Not media, Telegram. The fundamental
Telegram.
difference.
Okay. So Russian Telegram group. Any images, any other sources, and do you know where they exactly stopped?
1 second. No, not yet. I have not received any other information at this time, and it does not provide an exact location of where they might have stopped.
Okay, so it could have, could be stopped because they're facing resistance. Could be stopped on the outskirts and they negotiate a peace deal. There could be a peace deal. It could just be anything, or they might have not even stopped. So just can I tell the audience we have no idea what's happening. Thank you, Alex. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, well, obviously, as you said, some of these reports have to be taken with a grain of salt, but there's a couple of things to note, right? So the first is, if it's actually 5,000 troops that make up that column that Wagner is traveling on, we've seen reports that their total number of forces is somewhere between 25 and 50,000. If it's 50,000, it's 1/10 of their total force structure. If it's 25,000, it's 1/5.
Also,
right?
can you please mute? You got a hot mic. Go ahead, Alex.
No problem.
Hey,
Thanks.
Mario, you're gonna have to drop me, man. I'm getting that glitch again.
Oh, okay, we can't mute. All right, go. No worries. Go ahead, Alex. I'll drop also.
Hey, thanks for the shout out.
No problem. Yeah, so I mean, if those numbers are accurate, it's between 1/10 and 1/5 of the overall number of Wagner's forces. So the question remains, where's the balance of those forces is one. Second, 5,000 is about the size of a U.S. brigade in terms of people trying to figure out how big that is. And in terms of trying to occupy a capital city, a brigade of troops is not going to do it unless you have absolutely no resistance from the military. So them stopping out, if all those reports are accurate, them stopping outside of the city, to potentially regroup or wait. I mean, let's not forget when we had the Thunder run up to Baghdad in 2003. U.S. forces had to stop because they advanced so quickly that it almost outran the supply lines. So if these guys are moving quicker than anticipated, it's also possible that they're stopping for resupply. And as we've seen in the last year and a half, Russian logistics can be described, in a Latin phrase that we call an utter and complete shit show. So if that hasn't got any better, that's entirely possible. And then, as it was mentioned, what do you do at that point with 5,000 troops? It's enough to pose a security threat. But at that point, does it then start to signal that this is real, and you start to see defections? Do you start to see senior leaders or more military forces switching sides? That, if this is going to go, that is the more likely of the scenarios. Trying to see this in open combat, if the Russians actually commit forces who are willing to fight, the chances of Wagner breaking through all of those forces is slim to none. this is going to require support. And again, Prigozhin knows that. So either he believed he was going to pick up support along the way, or he's had support in the background that people are unaware of. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Alex,
I agree with that.
That's the question I had, Alex. If they've got 5,000 soldiers, which isn't a huge amount, could it also be the case that they're waiting there to basically have more people join them? And if they don't, then they're going to have to wait out a bit longer, because 5,000 just isn't enough.
We don't know if it's enough. Hold on, no, we don't know if it's enough, Suleiman. We've just been discussing, and we've had multiple reports. Even though 5,000 doesn't seem like a lot, the resistance and the reports we're getting of the resistance within Moscow city, again, everything grain of salt. There's not much equipment there at all. And the main form of resistance that we've talked about for hours now is the Russian Air Force. There's been a few strikes came in, and then that's it. A handful of strikes, and that's it.
But if the strategy, Mario, is which I was talking about earlier, if the strategy is that they've consolidated all their efforts in Moscow city, and so therefore they're waiting for Wagner to get there, then they won't have enough. This is the point I'm making, that it looks like from a strategic perspective, you don't basically disperse your forces, and then you will just be easily taken out. If you consolidate your forces in Moscow city, that's the best strategic move.
Yeah, but we haven't seen. Yeah, you can consolidate your forces again, but the enemy's approaching. There's not much forces based on what we're seeing. There's not. So we do have a map. A lot of military bases are in Moscow Oblast, not Moscow city. Well, they've crossed the entire Moscow Oblast. Again, Moscow is not just a city; it's the entire state, and they've crossed entire state of Moscow. Very little resistance so far, almost no resistance, and they've passed multiple military bases, almost at the outskirts on Moscow city. The checkpoints that we've seen have barely a bunch of armored vehicles and machine gun checkpoints. There hasn't been any images,
Mario,
any videos of significant
the M4.
military
They're on a
equipment.
highway, so I don't think it's easy for the people in the military bases to even get to them in time. It's like just to stop them as a roadblock.
But Ian, I'm talking about the what I'm referring to is the Air Force.
Okay.
We've seen strikes by the. Remember before you went.
Mario,
hold on, Ian, do you remember when before you went to sleep, we started seeing strikes by the Air Force on Wagner's convoys? And I'm like, okay, now we're finally seeing the response. It was not long after Putin's speech, almost immediately afterwards. We're like, all right, now we're starting to see the response. And then it just went silent. And the silence continued when you went to sleep, when you woke up, literally almost no airstrikes whatsoever. That oil refinery was before you went to sleep. And it continues till now. This is what concerns me.
The issue with doing airstrikes is that you got to keep in mind that the Wagner forces they have a substantial amount of anti-air defenses. So sending in just like helicopters left and right, you're just asking for them to get shot down. So that's not a good strategy. They need to figure something out, a way to get rid of those anti-air defenses before they commit to any sort of like massive air attack on the convoy, because the convoy itself does have these books, and they do have a lot of anti-air surface-to-air missiles that they're carrying. So I don't think that would be too effective anyway. I mean, the fact that they managed to get even a few hits in is quite surprising to me, because I thought that maybe Wagner would shoot them down, but I guess they failed. They only shot down.
All right, so we got some task recaps. I'm going to read the Russian state-owned media. Just a massive shout out. I remember, by the way, last time we hit 100,000 listeners. The spaces were glitching like crazy, and it was only going for a few hours. This one's been going for I don't know how many hours. I'm actually going to check exactly how many hours the spaces has been going on for, and there's been almost no glitches whatsoever.
14 hours.
It's been going on for 18 hours. I've got here the record
wow.
number. 18 hours and 45 minutes. 18 hours 45 minutes. And we're at over 100,000 live listeners right now, millions so far, and we've seen little to no glitches whatsoever. So I just want to give a shout out to the team, making sure Spaces is working well and allowing us to cover this. Now, the updates from TASS. A criminal case was opened against Prigozhin under Article 275 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation on organizing an armed rebellion. In Moscow, the Moscow and Voronezh regions, a counter-terrorist operation regime was introduced. Follow the main events in our online broadcast. So everything, they're just recapping here. There's nothing new. Vladimir Putin addressed the Russians in connection with an attempted armed rebellion by Wagner. In the Voronezh region, during a fire at an oil depot, depressurization of 2 tanks occurred. June 26 will be a non-working day in Moscow. No shit. The Russian Defense Ministry announced the destruction of the Ukrainian warehouse with Storm Shadow missiles, seeing attacks on Ukrainian territory. But another interesting thing, Ian, remember when the mutiny well, the coup first started, we saw strikes on Ukraine. We're like,
Yep.
oh, it seems nothing too serious because they're still striking Ukraine. Then we had some military experts say, no, look, Mario, these strikes are usually
They're
planned in
pre-planned in
advance, and we're
advance.
just seeing
The
a
strike back
continuation.
and just yeah,
Exactly.
they
So
plan out days in advance. Sometimes, you know.
Yeah. Exactly. So we saw a continuation of pre-planned strikes, but then since then there hasn't been any strikes on Ukrainian territory. At least nothing has been reported. Putin signed a law on fines and arrest for violating martial law. So there's your point, Suleiman. You said why are they not allowing? Why are they saying telling people not to have events? Well, there's a martial law being implemented. Some schools will have a mine risk education. Wow, I didn't see that. Some schools will have a mine risk education program. Also, the Telegram channel Fighter Bomber, allegedly linked to the Russian Ministry of Defense, claims that the Russian military lost 6 helicopters and 1 plane during the confrontation with Wagner to date. So just some more updates here. All source, I'll bring you back up. I know you're glitching. Let's go to Piotr and then Alex.
Yeah, thanks, Mario. So I wanted to bring a couple of diplomatic updates. I've been in touch with a few of my colleagues who work in the space on that area, and you mentioned it earlier. I think that the US has already had some behind door or what we call backdoor diplomacy meetings with the British, the French, Germans. But what I'm very interested to point out to everyone is how few countries have publicly come to the support of the Kremlin. Right? We've had the Islamic Republic, a pretty broad statement. Turkey's explicitly said that they will support Putin, but that's because Putin was very supportive of Erdogan in the election in Turkey a month ago. So it shows you how you scratch back, I'll scratch yours. China and India are the two main countries that I am watching as a geopolitical person to see how they respond. I think the Chinese are going to be pretty shocked about as much as we all are about what's happening. And I'm going to be very curious to see if they do release a public statement, how it's going to be phrased. Because at the end of the day, President Xi is a pragmatist. He's going to want a Russia that is on the side of the Chinese, but equally, he's got quite a good relationship with Putin personally. And when it comes to autocracies, the personal relations of the leaders are as important as the state as a whole. So I recommend everybody to keep in mind those main
Piotr,
actors.
two questions. Piotr,
Yes,
two
sir.
questions. I know we saw some movements around Taiwan. I've got 2 questions for you. First, there hasn't been anything coming out of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, regarding the movements in Russia, unless I missed something, Piotr, if you've got something there. Also, this is, let me know if you agree, Piotr, this is good news for Taiwan, because China just witnessed the collapse of the Russian government due to their
that's the
war in
collapse of
Ukraine.
the Russian government. That's
so
just
Mario,
clear.
actually on the China thing,
potential.
if I may, just on the China thing, because I think this is an important conversation. We are starting to see the first indication of Chinese media and how they're portraying this. Again, this is some of them is from state media. We're not getting anything specifically, but they're basically comparing this to kind of historical examples where the Chinese, back then, the Qing dynasty was unable to maintain control. And some of them are actually becoming critical, and Chinese state media critical of Putin, blaming Putin basically for neglecting Wagner and causing the situation. So we're starting to see the initial, at least from Chinese state media, criticization of Putin, but nothing yet officially from the Chinese government.
So we're seeing what I've seen, and that's based on the various statements. We saw that Kazakhstan, Belarus to a lesser extent, but Turkey, Kazakhstan, and now we saw that in China to an extent.
So I just shared a tweet in the next, Mario, from
Yes.
the Wall Street Journal, which came out about an hour ago, stating that it's getting quite surprisingly low coverage. So you've got the main state media paper called the Global Times. They've hardly mentioned it, not a dicky bird. The South Chinese Morning Post, which is a more of a Taiwan-focused, a slightly freer paper, has mentioned it a little bit. But no, China remaining quite quiet on this. And I think it's because they, like, the US and other monitoring the situation. They don't want to make any too quick knee-jerk statements and get it wrong. If the Chinese say something too soon, that could either play into the hands of Prigozhin or gave too much confidence to the Russian government when they need to be focusing on it. I don't think the Chinese would support Prigozhin, but equally, I think this will severely, I think, dent the long-standing relationship between Russia and China, because Russia has been the steadfast secondary partner in China's desire to usurp the Western-led political order. So quite quiet on that. Modi's just come back from the US. I don't think Modi's going to get involved, to be honest with you. So, but what I am interested in is the Middle Eastern states, right? The Gulf states, pretty quiet. African states, pretty quiet. Uganda said they'd come out and send their forces if the Russians need them, which is quite bizarre. So yeah,
No,
lots
that's
to
not really
unpack
bizarre.
there.
I mean, they've been close allies with Russia, and they train in Russia. The Ugandan military has a detachment of forces in St. Petersburg that's training there.
I know, but what I mean is from a logistics standpoint. You know what I mean? To get Ugandan forces all the way up into southern Russia is not exactly an easy.
Well, like I said, they have a
operational
detachment of
effort.
forces in St. Petersburg, so they would deploy those guys first.
Yeah, Mary, did
so,
you have a quick
just
question for me as well?
Yeah, not a question, man. Not a question. I've got a piece of information. Just let me verify quickly.
Well, Mario, while you
also
verify,
just
I think
check
we're
on
starting
these.
to see Western governments through the embassies in Russia. So the French foreign ministry just advised all its French citizens not to go to Moscow. Obviously, with the current situation, and they're highlighting the current tensions. And we're starting to see a lot of Western governments advise against any travel or to stay in place if you're already currently in Russia.
Also, Russian channels are reporting that Ukrainian units have crossed the Dnipro River.
Correct.
And fights are
Correct.
ongoing, neither destroyed Antonivsky Bridge. The enemy has already transferred 3 tanks with the help of a ferry. Repeat, the Ukrainian forces have crossed the Dnipro River.
And that's in Kherson. So that's remember when they blew up the dam?
And more reports. Okay, we got some good news. Some good news. There's sporadic reports. I'm trying to get the source on Russian Telegram channels of negotiations ongoing between the Wagner Group and Russian authorities. Now, when we say Telegram channels, they're not random Telegram channels. There's a few Telegram channels that are trusted in the OSINT community. Also, do you want to give us a 10-second overview of these Telegram channels that you and your other people in your community
Wagner, Russia has a plethora of Telegram channels that cover everything from Russia to Ukraine. Some of them are more reliable, some are not. But you always have to take everything that was said with a grain of salt. And I would be very careful of these conversations and negotiation for Russian Telegram channel. This could be an attempt to try to portray the situation as calmer as it is, because we see tensions are very high in Rostov-on-Don right now, and also in Moscow. So I think we just need to see if there's any official
but remember,
statements.
you did say, okay, so Turkish foreign minister is discussing the situation in Russia with Blinken. Things are moving extremely fast. You did say that the Russian convoy may have stopped, according to some reports, may have stopped moving. Yeah, it may have stalled. Again, another way to speculate is that could be due to the negotiations that are ongoing.
That would be very lucky.
Okay, so
because they do have communications with the commanders on the ground, not just Prigozhin.
There's also reports, again, in Telegram. We don't know what's true and which is just psyop and information warfare, but there's other reports that Wagner already has a presence in Moscow, like kind of like sleeper cells, and they're waiting for Wagner to arrive to activate. Again, this is the problem when you're trying to disseminate information in a breaking environment, and what is true and what is false, what is fake news, information warfare, where it's actually legitimate information. There's so much information out there that's really hard to pinpoint exactly what's going on.
Okay, so I've got some more information here coming in. So we've got Lyubov Sobol, who's a Russian political and public figure. Can you talk about her, please? Also, do you know much about Ms. Sobol?
I think
before I read the piece,
isn't she the head of the RT? Correct? If I'm not mistaken, I might be mixing up people right now.
Let me check. She is a member of the Russian Opposition Coordination Council and the producer of the YouTube channel Navalny.
Oh, no, I do not. Okay, no.
So I think she's opposing. So Sobol is a well-known figure of the Russian opposition movement. So she said the following: urged to, it's pretty extreme, extinguish Putin, taking advantage of Prigozhin's rebellion. She turned to adult men with resources: extinguish Putin right now, hand him over to The Hague, where he will be dealt with humanely.
Where is she located?
Siloviki, FSB, I'll let you check. Investigative Committee, Prosecutor's Office, all do not follow criminal orders, sabotage, strike, eggs. I'm guessing she's not located.
I'm guessing she's not. No.
In Russia. Prigozhin now has titanium eggs, and you find your own. Okay, so it's just very anti-Putin. There's not much there, not much substance. Someone that hates Putin. Okay, so the dollar in some exchanges in Moscow, according to Moldova Libera, is already being sold for 200 rubles. How much is the dollar in rubles, according to the exchange?
Did you say 200 rubles for a dollar?
Okay, yeah, it's 84 rubles. Well, according to Moldova Libera, in some exchanges in Moscow, it's being traded for 200 rubles.
Jesus,
There's so many things happening.
That must be
But we're not able to.
Who are, dealing with
I don't have. Look, guys, I don't have enough team members to verify the speed in which all this is coming, especially not on a weekend. But I'm just reading out and saying where it's coming from. Also, as you're trying to help, trying your best to help. But so the team said in the chats of Belgorod calls for some kind of flash bomb in support of PMC Wagner began to spread. We're just seeing a lot of ribbons, just some sort of movement to spread in support of Wagner, which is just a red ribbon around the wrist. So just nothing too exciting. I do want to go back to the panel.
Actually,
get
that's
more
key,
thoughts on what
Mario.
we've
That's
seen
actually
so
very
far.
important because that's important that red might be an identifier, right? Because one of the issues we run into is how do you identify? So it's Wagner, and that's actually masked because earlier yesterday or a couple hours ago when the first images came out in Rostov, what we saw were the tanks were all marked red. A lot of the vehicles were marked red. We also saw the white wristband, but we also saw red. This could be an indication of now when we start seeing videos, has Wagner utilized the red wrist armband in the red color to identify who they are? And if that is confirmed, then it's easier for us to track which one are Russian Ministry of Defense and which ones are Wagner. So that's an important information. Again, it's unconfirmed, but important.
All right. All right, I'm going to go to the panel just to give the team members a bit more time to verify all the information. We've literally got like 8 people verifying the news right now, and there's just too much coming on. So let's just give us some time. Colonel, I'd love you to give us your thoughts on what we've read so far.
Yeah. So Mario, it's interesting that you talk about the potential for a negotiation, and I realize that there's excitement about that, but I have to be honest. If I was in Putin's shoes, I'd probably do the same thing. What a negotiation does is it buys you time, and the one thing this thing's moving so fast. He wants to try and slow it down. He wants to try and get his, the Chechen forces more in place. He'd like to get to that air tasking order cycle that I said, it's going to take a couple hours to get airplanes in the air where you're really going to start flying them. So the idea of a negotiation is not a bad tactic on Putin's
But Colonel, isn't that another error by Putin? Should he have not done that so rather than go so aggressive in his speech earlier this morning, should he have done a more tamer speech, try to negotiate, and then when he's got his forces in place, then try and take Prigozhin out? Like, even that, do you think that was a misstep based on
I disagree with that.
situation about negotiations is right? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would disagree with that assessment, because I think that you have multiple commanders on the ground who work for Wagner, obviously, that they may be negotiating with, and perhaps the strike on the convoy earlier that we saw, a number of Wagner vehicles taken out by Russian forces. That was like a warning strike. It's like, hey, we'll do more of this. We'll blow up more of your guys unless you start talking to us. And that could possibly be the situation where they dealt a warning blow, and now it's like, okay, let's have a conversation. You don't have to die with Prigozhin.
No, I think I disagree. I think Suleiman's right, and I'll tell you why I think he's right. When Prigozhin came out, he literally gave Putin a pass. Right, he said that Putin was not being informed by his Minister of Defense and his Chief of Defense on what was going on. They were withholding evidence from the president, and that was a pass. And Suleiman, I'm with you. I dropped my jaw when that speech was that bold. I really thought there was a chance where Gerasimov and Shoigu were just going to be kicked to the curb, and that there was a potential that Russia could reunify itself with somehow Prigozhin being in some leadership position in the Ministry of Defense. That speech was so polarizing. As soon as Prigozhin heard it, his hands were tied. There's no other choice now.
But I just have to go back to there's just no way for I just can't see if Putin kicks Gerasimov and Shoigu out because he's forced by Prigozhin. Shoigu and Gerasimov are only in power because of Putin. If he kicks them out because of Prigozhin's threat, then Prigozhin's in charge, even if Putin's president. That's it.
Exactly.
He can't do
it.
No,
also, so I agree with that. There was any other form of speech he did would have shown some form of immediate weakness. I'm saying if he gave this veneer of basically kowtowing to Prigozhin, and then you put yourself in a situation where you can put your forces in place, you can even try and get Prigozhin arrested, but you can make a number of moves. Now what's happened is he's gone in hard, and it looks like, based on what everybody's saying, he hasn't even got the backup in terms of in Moscow to even have some kind of decent.
Well, that would be weakness, right? He can't do that. He has to deal with traitors.
Hold on, guys. Everyone, hold
I
on.
just want to share
also,
this.
when this is breaking news, just mute.
There's videos coming out right now of Wagner forces freely willy walking into stores in Rostonov, just buying supplies, they're just in stores buying whatever material they want, food, etc. And I think it's clear as day right now. If there's any doubt, and I think there wasn't at this point, but Rostonov is 100%, no doubt, under Wagner control. It is the base of operation for Wagner for this coup attempt against Putin, or this military rebellion. And Rostonov is the center of operations right now. They have absolute control. The videos coming out from that area clearly show it. Sorry, go ahead, Ian.
I was saying that he can't show weakness, and he also has to keep in mind that he represents the Russian people, and what this represents, right? Wagner's insurrection, it's a betrayal of the Russian people. It's not just a betrayal of Putin, it's a betrayal of the Russian people, because they have gone against everything that they stand for. I mean, they're supposed to stand for Russia, and here they are, fighting against Russians. So for him to show weakness, for him to say, "Hey, you guys are cool. I'm going to kick out Gerasimov and Zoroykin," like that would be unfathomable, because like no one appointed Prigozhin as this military leader to do what he's doing right now. Right? He doesn't have any official sanction anywhere, or official
Well, Ian,
or
he does
unofficial.
have one big support though, which is the Russian mums, right? Russian mums are an infamous. If you cast your minds back a few months, Putin was filmed sitting down with a bunch of Russian mothers to talk about the losses of boys and young men in body bags that were coming back from the Russian front lines in a very televised, Russian typical propagandist bit of PR, right? So, well, my point is that he is going to be quite popular among certain members of the Russian population.
Also, yeah, you gotta press the alt mute all when there's breaking news. Go ahead,
I mean, look, Mario, we got over 100,000 listeners now, so there's going to be some glitch because I did click it. Sorry.
Good. Yeah.
So, 10 minutes ago, approximately, on a Russian Telegram channel was reporting that another helicopter was shot down in what is that region, Vorodar? Like the another Russian helicopter was apparently shot down. I think that now makes 7 Russian helicopters shot down, and then 1 IL, possibly 22 communication platform. So that's what 8 aircrafts have been shot down in less than 12 hours. I think this is the biggest loss of the Russian Air Force since the beginning of this invasion right now, in less than 12 hours, all done and executed by.
We also have reports and a video. The military is mining bridges across the Oka, a local residence around Moscow. So there's mines being placed by the Russian military to slow down the advancement of Wagner's forces, and the security forces drove a lot of trucks to the place, blocked the roads, and helicopters fly near the Krutishki airfield. So just some more updates. U.S. official says top U.S. general spoke to the Ukrainian counterparts. Nothing special there.
So Ian, can I ask you a question? I don't disagree that Putin always has to look strong, but how is it not a strong speech that he comes out, he stands behind the podium, he looks extremely angry, and he says, "I just learned from Prigozhin. I had a discussion with him. He is 100% correct that Gerasimov and Shoigu have been lying to me, and I am furious with them. I'm putting out a criminal, I'm filing them that they are now criminals of the state. I am bringing Prigozhin in here to learn more about some of the information that he's had. Our nation has been completely upended by these two individuals who I no longer declare to be Russians. It is absolutely unbelievable that they have destroyed us."
It would be a lie.
Well, dude, the guy tells lies all the time.
No. This would be so blatant a lie that no one would buy it. It's ridiculous. Like, he's not going to throw his own generals under the bus.
Little green men. Little green men was a ridiculous lie. No one in the world believed that.
Okay,
either.
Little green men, whatever.
A year later, he laughed about it.
You're trying to make Putin's just going to blatantly lie to the public and say that the people that he commanded, that he ordered to like the people directly under his control have been lying to him. So how stupid is this guy? No, he's not going to do that. That's ridiculous. No way.
He's going to look weak in front of the army. That's the problem he has, which is why he's deploying Chechen troops. And the reason why Wagner has probably stopped entering or moving at pace into Moscow is because of the rumors of Chechen forces deployed there that are faithful to Putin. Prigozhin and Wagner probably thought, their trip to Moscow, that army units were just going to roll in behind them, because it's obvious that general soldiers, those that are fighting, they identify with him and are seem to be more loyal to him than they are to Putin. So again, I come back to this piece about Rostov-on-Don, which is where this is where he will be stopped. This is where Putin can seize back control. If he loses that, then all he can do is buy time before more of the army units get behind Prigozhin and Wagner, and obviously the Chechen forces, which I think only number about 10,000, become overwhelmed.
Go ahead, Alex, and then Elijah. Elijah, you've been waiting for a while. Maybe go Elijah first, just for balance, and then we'll go to Alex.
No problem.
Yeah, it is interesting, some of the language that's been used by some of the speakers here that show sort of an already slanted bias towards Putin, which I understand many Westerners have, calling this an invasion, using the phrase from the start of the invasion, or the accusations of lies. I mean, we're talking about geopolitics, where if you could point to me a leader that doesn't work in some frame of deception or dishonesty, then I would say that you're probably not pointing me to a leader, because that's what they do, right? They work with information war. But with what's happening here, I mean, you cannot tell me by any means that Putin would be so ill-informed and so cut off from his top advisors that he wouldn't have some understanding of what was about to occur. And, even if we're talking about, it's in the moment, a 12, 24-hour warning, I mean, even, deploying these foreign-based mercs in response already sets a barrier of separation. Like I mentioned, he calls this a special military operation. And while many people, like to say he's evil for that, then you'd have to stand against the United States government, which has waged many special military operations in the last several decades. Putin's goal is not to wipe out fellow Russians. His goal is not to wage war with fellow Russians. His war is with it's not with anyone. It's the securing of his own statehood in his country. And so, when there's a variable that's thrown in like this, especially when we're going by like 6-second TikTok clips and tweets from unverified accounts, and much of which even is from Russian state TV, which you can't believe, state media in general. To tell the truth, especially, in America or with Russia, we're kind of like trying to draw on conclusions, and we kind of sound foolish, because really, Putin is not acting for very clear and obvious reasons, right? This is not part of his mission. He's been very clear and led us operatives in operation of what he's trying to accomplish, and it's not to go to war with mercenaries of Russian descent or Russian cooperation. And so, delaying conflict is going to be the number one goal, and he's going to try to continue his operation or special operation in Ukraine. And he's continued to want to end this war. Russia wants to end this war. Putin wants the war to stop. It's the West that wants it to continue. So it's not like he then wants to export the war further onto domestic soil and continue to wage it specifically in the capital. And so, like, this idea, I'll end here, of just, constantly predicting that, Putin is just this genocidal, insane leader that's much different than any of these other leaders in NATO or in the United States in general, is just absurd, because realistically, he's been clear on his objectives, and we have to take a leader at their word unless he's shown differently, and he hasn't. And this doesn't show any difference. So I don't think he's going to act and just start killing his own people unless he's exhausted every other resource, or else he defeats his entire initial purpose.
Yeah, but nobody disagrees with what you're saying. That's exactly what everybody's been saying. We've said throughout this space that he has been quite. Yeah, no, that Putin basically has been careful to ensure that no lives are lost. Even we talked about Ukraine and talked about how he is a lot more moderate when it comes to Ukraine compared to if Prigozhin was to take over. In addition to that, yes, what we've been doing on the spaces, there's been some level of speculation that there will be in this scenario, but we've been reporting what the news we've got. We've told when it's unverified and when it's verified, and more importantly, we've talked about the various angles that this basically coup can take. And what has happened is, even though I've been pushing back, I've been surprised that Wagner's even got far to the Moscow city. So even those people who were making the argument that he would get to Moscow, there's been no resistance. Now we don't know the reason why there's not been any resistance. So then one speculates what are the reasons for it. So there is various angles from this, and so we're going into that. But Patrick, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Patrick, just before you go, I do want to get some reports. If anyone, Piotr, I know you've got sources on the ground. Lev spoke to his sources on the ground.
Mario, apparently it's kind of confusing, because now they're claiming that certain bridges that are not in the vicinity of where Wagner was advancing where Wagner was advancing to Moscow, that Russian air forces are blowing up bridges. So, and there's videos of it, but it's hard to really specify if it's true or not, because that same video that was published claiming of blowing up bridges was also another account was claiming that was a Russian helicopter shot down. Again, guys, this is all just very hard to confirm, but I'll try to look more into that, Mario.
I appreciate it. Patrick, I'll let you give us your thoughts. In the meantime, we do want some reports, especially from anyone on the ground. We will be getting, we have limited internet connections in many parts of Russia, many parts of Moscow. That was even reported by Russian media. So it's been hard to get some information, and some information has been slow as well. But Patrick, would love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, just this notion that, Putin is fully informed and he knows what he's doing. This is the guy who sent in 8 mutually unsupported thrusts into Ukraine and dropped airborne over the capital because he believed they wouldn't fight without first suppressing air defenses. This guy's been a victim either of his own hubris or of what he's been told since day one. There's no reason to think he hasn't pushed his own people much further than they were willing to go, because he thought they would keep following orders. I mean,
Prigozhin or Putin? You lost me. Prigozhin or Putin, dude?
Putin. Putin has led his own people into a slaughterhouse, and frankly, it seems to me that they're fed up with it. I mean, that's Prigozhin's rap. He sounds like, disgruntled Tsarist soldiers from 1917, for God's sake.
Yeah, I know this. I know this doesn't play well, but I agree with Patrick. Right? I've watched Prigozhin for the last 6 months, and look, I'm no one's going to claim that I'm supportive of Russia, but I'll tell you, he comes far closer to obeying the laws of armed conflict and the Geneva Convention than the Russian forces.
He's a freedom fighter now. Is this how we're going to paint this narrative?
No, hold on. No, that's not what I'm saying. Listen to me, Ian. Jesus Christ, man. What I'm saying is he actually did prisoner swaps.
Colonel, can I just provide some news?
Ahead.
Sorry, let me just, and then I'll push it to you. I just wanted to provide something. I think this is also important. So President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, said the following, quote, "Today the world saw that the masters of Russia do not control anything, nothing at all, just complete chaos. The world should not be afraid. We know what protects us, only our unity." And then we got videos of large numbers of trucks going to block roads to Moscow. It's kind of like dump trucks and fire trucks, it looks like, or dump trucks and garbage trucks going down there. It's a significantly large convoy. And then also the president of Kazakhstan will hold an unscheduled meeting of the Security Council tomorrow. We'll hear reports from law enforcement agencies on the situation in Russia. Okay, go ahead, Colonel. Sorry.
Thanks. He buried his forces with honors and dignity. I mean, there's pictures all over the place of his forces being buried and taken care of. He's accounted for his people correctly. He's actually paying off family members of those that are deceased in contracts that he had made with them. So it's not about being a freedom fighter. What I'm saying is there's a lot of soldiers on the Russian side like, hey, that dude gets it, man. If I die here, I want someone to take care of my family. If I die here, I want to be buried with military honors because I fought for my country. If I get captured by the enemy, I want to make sure that someone's going to freaking try and get me back, and that I'm going to be taken care of, and that they're taking care of those guys, they're prisoners, because I don't want to be fucking beaten to shit when I'm in jail.
So I just want to also, so if you could do me a favor, can you give us a recap? We forgot to do it for the last couple of hours. A recap of everything we know so far. We'll do it like a video, maybe 4 to 5 minutes this time, just because it's been so long. In the meantime, we do have our team looking at if anyone's on the ground in Russia. We do want to hear from you. If you're talking to people, we've got sources there. Please DM me. The team is checking DMs. Please include sources. We'll need to verify everything. We'll bring you up on stage, especially anyone in Russia that does have internet connection. In the meantime, also, I'd love you to give us just a quick overview on how things are going, and then we'll continue the discussion. Go ahead.
Hey, Mario,
go ahead, Elijah. Just quickly unmute. You got to unmute. Elijah, you got to quickly unmute before also goes on.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say real quickly, it's 3 o'clock here in Australia.
Yeah, all good. Anyway, yeah, all good. I appreciate it, Elijah.
Me on.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for jumping on. You're welcome anytime. Also, would love the update, please, sir. The mic is yours, also. Can you unmute?
Okay. The whole thing I don't get muted while I talk. Okay, so I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. So we have the first things again from the beginning of this from last month in May of 2023. Prigozhin announced the seizure of Bakhmut. From that point, once he announced the seizure of Bakhmut, though, it's very important to highlight that prior to, during, and immediately after seizing it, he has consistently blamed
Prigozhin,
Wagner
the chief of Wagner. Just
correct. Yeah, for the listeners, the chief of Wagner, Prigozhin, when he has consistently blamed the Russian Minister of Defense Shoigu and the chairman of the Russian General Staff, General Gerasimov. Prigozhin consistently blamed those two Ministry of Defense officials of not providing enough support to Wagner to seize Bakhmut and any other operations they had. Immediately after seizing Bakhmut, Prigozhin announced that he was going to pull Wagner forces out of Ukraine and that he needed time to refit and reconstitute his forces for any possible offensive operations. Between May 2023, and just until yesterday, basically, Prigozhin has consistently and heavily criticized Shoigu and Gerasimov of being incompetent, undermining Russia's objectives in Ukraine, and of being incompetent and leading to the death of thousands of Russian soldiers. Shoigu, mid-June, announced a plan to incorporate every single Russian PMC would have to sign a contract to now be subordinate to the Russian Ministry of Defense. Clearly, this was a challenge to Wagner, and specifically Prigozhin, in his ability to seize absolute control, to maintain control of Wagner. Yesterday, Prigozhin released a statement on his Wagner Telegram channel indicating that the Russian military launched an attack against a Wagner camp.
And I can take over also, so I'll take over a bit from you here. Yeah, also, I'll take over a bit here, continue the discussion, and then I'll let you fill the gaps as well.
As well. Like while he was complaining on Telegram about how he wasn't getting enough munitions for his troops.
And just quickly, just give 2 seconds. Let me just give the update, and I'll give you the mic back. So we've got Prigozhin, the head of the Russian mercenary group Wagner. So he accused Russia of bombing his military sites in Ukraine. So it was near Bakhmut. So he said that the bombing, and I remember we were preparing for the Imran Khan interview we did, I don't know how many, probably yesterday, I don't know how many hours ago. So we had it prepped, and I told Suleiman, my co-host, I'm like, hey man, we should probably delay that. Prigozhin is saying that his base was bombed by the Russian military. And then we concluded that it's likely or hopefully him over-exaggerating as he usually does. Despite the Russian military defense claiming that there is no truth to his claim, Prigozhin said that 25,000 mercenaries would take part in a military coup organized by him. It was yesterday. I'm not keeping track of time. It's been a while. I haven't slept. Those who destroyed our guys today, who destroyed tens of thousands of lives of Russian soldiers, will be punished. That's what Prigozhin said. Now, initially, it was nothing targeted at Putin, but our concerns where he was focusing on the on Putin's higher ups, people that the executives that report directly to Putin, and I'll read out who they are in a bit. Those who destroyed our guys today, who destroyed tens of thousands of lives of Russian soldiers, referring to the Ukrainian war, will be punished. So that's what we were hearing this. I remember we were hearing this as we start interviewing Mr. Khan, the Pakistani Prime Minister. Igor Girkin, ex-Russian Federal Security Service, has stated, quote, the military coup attempt has begun. That was the first reference when we got that message of a military coup taking place. It took me a while to call this a coup. Eventually decided to do so. Multiple sources were claiming back then that emergency statements being prepared by Russia's Ministry of Defense. Other sources were claiming that Russian National Guard is on alert, so started getting concerned. Prigozhin sent an audio message saying details start emerging. The Minister of Defense urgently arrived to Rostov in order to conduct an operation to destroy Wagner, saying that they've used artillery and helicopter pilots covertly to destroy us. Some people say that might have been an assassination attempt against Prigozhin, but we just don't know. And then the tension started rising. And then we just saw sudden movement by Wagner, and we saw them get into Russian territory very, very quickly. And then they started approaching Rostov in the southern district. By the way, also, if I get anything wrong, do let me know. And I remember me and Osos were talking as soon as they entered Rostov Oblast, the state, with no resistance. We're sitting there talking about it, and suddenly there's reports of tanks around the headquarters, the southern district headquarters, where the commander of the southern military district and deputy defense minister were located. And then not long after, Prigozhin is sitting there meeting them. And that's where we knew things are really getting serious now, and Putin is at risk, because there's a potential alliance between Prigozhin, between Wagner, and the southern district, which is about a quarter to a fifth of the Russian military. And he took over the command center of the Russian military in Ukraine, which is the majority of the military. And obviously, since then, we've just seen constant movements by Wagner towards Voronezh. And again, they got there pretty quickly. We saw a few clashes then. And then Putin gave a speech. And I'll read a few highlights of the speech for anyone that didn't hear it. And we're almost up to where we are today, where we are now. He said, Russia is waging a hard fight for its future. The troops are fighting heroically. The fate of our people is now being decided. That's Putin's speech. I don't know how long ago anymore. The authorities will now allow a split in Russia to repeat. We face betrayal. Exorbitant ambitions led to treason against Russia. Any unrest in a mortal threat. So it's very, very aggressive words. And he did say any internal unrest is a mortal threat to the state. I think that's one of the more extreme terms he's used. And after that, Prigozhin responded, naming Putin essentially as an enemy, and moving towards Moscow. And that's where we are today. And the move towards Moscow, it went a lot faster than we all expected. And we've had reports hours ago they're already in Oblast, Moscow Oblast, the state of Moscow. And we've had reports from people on the ground, but we haven't been able to confirm them. Anything comes from the ground, it's just very difficult to confirm. But we've had multiple reports now that they're in Moscow Oblast, and some reports, Piotr, you had your sources say they're on the outskirts, but that wasn't confirmed further. Also, was there anything else I missed?
No, that's the generic rundown. Yeah, no, that's good, Mario.
It was a number
No,
of
I appreciate it.
while we were reporting all of this, there were a number of I guess false reports on the destruction of the SMD headquarters that was unconfirmed at first. People were cheering it on, saying, yeah, Prigozhin's won. That didn't happen. That literally didn't happen. That was fake. Also, it's worth mentioning that Prigozhin, what led up to this, right? Months ago, he was claiming that he was having munition shortages in Ukraine. That is also unconfirmed, right? Because the Ministry of Defense denies that, and there's now speculation, a lot of speculation, in fact, that he had simply been hoarding all of his ammunition, right? Which is why it enabled him to actually perform this attempted coup, right? This act of insurrection, using all of the weapons and munitions that he had basically hoarded while he was in Ukraine, and to use it against the Russian government, right? So and yesterday, when he claimed that his camp was attacked, I think people on all sides, whether you're Ukrainian or whether pro-Ukraine, pro-Russia, whatever, pretty much determined, even on the space, right? We speculated quite strongly that that may have been faked, right? Because it looked like a really low quality production. It didn't look like like what he had claimed. He claimed that his whole camp got blown up by MOD. It seemed very unlikely that they would do such a thing, right? I think that was he used that as a precursor to launch this attack, this act of armed insurrection on the Russian government under the false pretenses, claiming that look, our people they're traitors to us, they're killing us all on the battlefield, and they're not only are they cutting us off from weapons that we desperately need, so we're going to take matters into our own hands. I think we had a lot of some speculation yesterday that Prigozhin, he has been put in a hard spot, right? Because although he made his name in Bakhmut, his claims was that the counteroffensive, that when Ukrainians did a counterattack, Russians would not be able to resist it at all, right? That it would simply crumble. And Surovikin proved him wrong, right? Surovikin and Gerasimov, they proved him wrong.
Ian, I got some breaking news.
Oh, so got breaking news. Yeah, Belarusian president.
Okay,
Is
so
that
I'm just going to read this. This is from Fight. It's the Belarusian president held talks with Prigozhin today. Lukashenko says that Prigozhin had agreed to stop the movement of armed persons on the territory of Russia and to take further steps to de-escalate. That is coming from a Telegram channel started by Fatix News.
I'll read out the message from the press service of the president of the Republic of Belarus. This is a very important development, a positive development. I'll read out the statement. This morning, Russian President Putin briefed his Belarusian counterpart on the situation in southern Russia with the private military company Wagner. The head of state agreed on joint actions. This is really good news so far. Let's continue. As a follow-up to the agreements, the president of Belarus, having additionally, let me also, can I finish and then you'll tell us about the being skeptical. As a follow-up to the agreements, the president of Belarus, having additionally specified the situation through his own channels, and in agreement with the president of Russia, held talks with the Wagner PMC Yevgeny Prigozhin. Negotiations continued throughout the day. As a result, they came to an agreement on the inadmissibility of unleashing a bloody massacre on the territory of Russia. Prigozhin accepted the proposal of the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, to stop the movement of armed persons of the Wagner company on the territory of Russia and take further steps to de-escalate tensions. At the moment, an absolutely profitable and acceptable option for solving the situation is on the table, with security guarantees for the Wagner PMC fighters. As previously reported, also during today, the president of Belarus held 2 meetings with the power bloc of the country on this situation. Initial thoughts, it's a very pretty major development.
That's a massive development. So, I mean, what does Prigozhin get out of this deal?
I would just be very skeptical. I would be very skeptical that first of all, Lukashenko's generally full of shit. Sorry, I'm just going to say it. Number one. Number two,
if that is actually statement true, being full of shit.
Yeah, Lukashenko releases.
He has numerous times.
Oh, has he?
Yeah,
example, please.
Lukashenko. that Ukraine is imminently going to invade Belarus. Consistently, something they're talking.
Okay, but I don't think
that
has like nothing to do with it. I mean,
why would he? Okay, again,
make
this
up?
On. First of all, hold on.
You can ask for an
guys,
example. He gives you one, and then
guys, let's also and then we'll go to
second
Ian
point,
and Colonel. Please also
right.
go ahead.
Look, I'm just saying. I'm extremely skeptical of any claims by Lukashenko. But if
this would align, just quickly, sorry,
case,
this would align also. Yeah. This would align with Russian Telegram reports that the Wagner convoy heading to Moscow has stopped. No confirmation from Wagner sources. So we had multiple sources. We've been having it for a while that the convoy heading to Moscow has stopped. There's been no confirmation from Wagner on this. So this is a very positive development that I'm not going to say the coup has halted or stopped, but it is a positive development. I think this is the first positive development we've had probably since the coup began. That's the first positive development.
My question here, assuming
it's valid.
Yeah, assuming it's valid, and I'm assuming that it is. I have no reason to believe otherwise. What does Prigozhin get out of this, right? I mean, how is this deal going to look like? The guarantees that he's getting for him and for his troops, I assume, because they wouldn't, just be throwing themselves into the meat grinder for no reason. I'm assuming, and we have to speculate here, he probably gets, Belarusian citizenship, sort of like, he basically stops being Russian and he gets some sort of official sanction under the Belarusian government, right? Because he is a persona non grata in Russia right now, right? He is an enemy of the state, and his actions are unpardonable, pretty much, right? I mean, you don't perform treason like this, so it has to be something like that, right? This is an out for him and an out for his troops, because I mean, there's no way that this would have ended well, right? Not for Prigozhin. There's no way he would have successfully, gotten Moscow to capitulate to him. That just isn't going to work. We don't live in 1917 anymore, and we live in a different world right now. The world would not accept Prigozhin as a leader of the Russian government, and the Russians, furthermore, and this is the crucial part, they would not accept him, deposing their lawfully elected government, to install this military dictator. That's just no way. So I think this is the best outcome, assuming it goes through and it doesn't fall apart.
I'm just inviting someone from the ground. We are getting more reports that it seems this is accurate. Lukashenko's press service stated that at the moment there is a draft of an acceptable option for decoupling the situation with Wagner PMC with security guarantees for his fighters. That's a Russian source there. And then we've got here more information from SOTA. SOTA also, can you tell us what SOTA is? Also,
I believe that's a Russian state media, if I'm not mistaken. But there's so many acronyms I don't know. If somebody knows exactly what it is, please provide it.
Yeah, I'll read it up in a bit. But there's a lot of we're getting more and more sources that it seems this is accurate. Let me invite a couple of speakers that are on the ground in Russia, and then we'll continue. I want to get your initial thoughts. Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to make the quick point that as they work out a deal, and even if that includes Belarusian citizenship, understand that Russia still kind of needs Wagner. They're the historical way to look at this is that Putin's overreach necessitated the very rapid rise of Wagner because they needed that ability to contract through them, right? Putin has gone to Ukraine, Syria, Georgia. He's had troops in Belarus. He's had troops, we forget, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, in Kazakhstan to help put down some of the unrest there. He's taken de facto sovereignty between parts of eastern Ukraine, the Crimean Peninsula, the breakaway provinces in Georgia of over 2.5 million people in about 13, 14 years. By any historical sweep, that's not a slow pace. So the need for Wagner or a Wagner-like competing center of power in Russia is going to be maintained, whether this guy gets cleaned out or not. Just wanted to make that point quickly.
So Jason, you think, because you're quite right, like Wagner and the Wagner group, I mean, Bakhmut was basically the Wagner group. So are you saying that even if this deal does come into fruition, which we don't know, but we're just basing it on the statement
this
of
will need PMCs and
Lukashenko.
I have a breaking news thing on this.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I have a breaking news regarding that. So
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Putin signed a law about an hour and a half ago on the possibility of calling convicts to serve under a contract. The law also provides.
Yeah, we've read that.
Okay.
We've read that 2 hours ago.
Yeah, so that
Yeah,
law
so-
plays into this, right? Because they do need an army that they can conscript without, them being conscripts, right? They have to be, these.
No, but Ian,
convicts.
Ian. The question I was going to ask Jason, but I'll ask you now as well. He still needs the Wagner
Yes.
group, and so this deal, would it just be Prigozhin, or would it be like a number of people from Wagner group, and then he'll put a different leader in Wagner group, and then will there be some kind of like issue with with whom they have allegiance? Like, there's a number of issues that are played here. What do you think?
That's a very good question, and also one I'd like to know the answer to, because I don't know the answer, and Belarus certainly plays into it. I don't think he would manage to retain his Russian citizenship given what he has done. I think that Wagner and Prigozhin, get some sort of a cover from Belarus, and they get to, I guess, officially be Belarusians, but then continue to serve in Wagner, continue to serve in the SMO in Ukraine. So I don't think that's ended, right? That has certainly not ended. And
If you're
Prigozhin
Putin,
himself is not interested in ending it.
If you're Putin, how can you even trust that? Like, these guys turned on you. There was, let's say in this situation, what you're saying, there was going to be a coup. Like, how can you even have any modicum of trust on them that they can't do it again? Like, this guy has
Prigozhin
continuously
would probably
called
be
out
taken out of power. I think that the commander, who's in charge of Wagner, is going to have to be bequeathed onto somebody else, right? I don't really see him being in charge anymore, but I do see him getting some sort of safe harbor given what he has already done. It's like he's proven his point, right? He's made his point.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah, he has. This action. This is like.
Do you understand?
What do you want him to do? Like
Wants,
raise Moscow?
No, he wants. You expect a guy like Prigozhin to literally just go, oh, hey, Belarusian citizenship. Boy, that sounds like a shit hot deal. But I've been literally leading a war fighting organization for a very long time, and I'm just going to step down because that's what I wanted. Ian, you look.
I have no idea what he's going to do. I have no idea what the deal looks
oh
like. I don't think any of us does. Right?
Okay, I'm not saying I know what the deal is, but look, I agree with you that this, although it's optimistic, I said, look, this is Putin's best move. He needs to buy some time. So I completely get the whole idea of trying to establish some level of an agreement so that he can wedge in a little bit of time. And I think that's what it is. And I agree with all sorts. We should be very skeptical of it, but it is good news. But here's my point.
And let me go. Yeah, guys, let me just go. I want to go get an update on the markets. How are the markets reacting to this? I always like to look at the markets to see what the general consensus is.
Yeah,
I don't think they know yet, right?
So at the beginning of the day, like I said, the spread betting markets, the weekend markets, which is the DAX, the Hang Seng, the FTSE, the main markets, right? IG Group, which is the largest spread better, they present peer-to-peer markets. Germany actually opened up, and then when people realized that all hell's breaking loose, European markets went down about 1%. U.S. markets were trading down 60, 70 bips. The news you just broke now, Mario, has lifted markets in the order of around 20, 30 basis points. Liquidity over the weekends is not high, but just to put this in perspective, liquidity today is on par with the SVB buckle. So it's one of the most highly liquid weekend markets that I've seen. So it's a pretty good indicator. I think the bearish view was, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If Wagner wins, then it's, there's chaos and civil war and all this. And if Putin wins, then the geopolitical risks continue, because then he'll be more emboldened and probably will be a lot more aggressive. So I think the read on the markets was not, at the beginning was, hey, Germany benefits because Germany is the most levered market in the weekends to a solution in Ukraine. And now they're saying, you know what, it's murky. It's probably bad news either way. But markets did lift in 20 minutes.
The markets can't really move because it's the weekend, right? Guys, I mean, it's the weekend. They're closed.
So I just want to provide an important, I think, just before we take too much credence. One, we have not heard anything from official Wagner channels, nothing at all, or a statement from Prigozhin confirming Lukashenko's statement. So that's number one.
We have to
wait. Number two, if you look at Wagner Telegram channel, up to this point, has been consistently saying the same message. We are going to finish this. We're going to fight, and we're going to finish this. Like we are gun ho. We're on a war path. So I would wait before we take credence to Lukashenko's statement, who has a tendency to be exaggerated and serving Putin's mouthpiece in a way, and Russian media propaganda point of view. I would believe this a lot more if we get an official statement from Prigozhin or Wagner Telegram China confirming this. And I think that is more important right now than just taking Lukashenko at his word.
Yeah, I know. We
I think all
wait for
sources
that.
correct.
Everything
Sorry, I've
else-
been waiting for just a bit. So, and my phone's about to die. We've been on here for a few hours. I want to thank all of you for hosting this, folks on the panel, everybody else who's listening, and also to Elon and the team at Twitter for keeping this up and running with over 100,000 people on here. I'm a tech exec during the day. This is not easy. So thank you for that. The last piece that I will kind of leave you with this is I completely agree with all source. Until we hear this from Prigozhin or from Putin, I would take all this with a grain of salt from Lukashenko, just given his history here. So if we go off what's known, as we just mentioned before, just to finish that summary that came, reports of a column of about 5,000 forces, that composition's unknown at this point, headed north towards Moscow. About 2 hours south was the last report somewhere in the oblast. Reports of about 8 Russian military helicopters shot down, still not confirmed, but there is video, circulating around that that's happening. Certainly not enough to take the capital. Level of support from within the government's unknown, so we still don't really know how this is going to play out. The last piece I want to touch on is the reports that were mentioned from Taz about this being a counterterrorism operation. For those of you who are listening and trying to figure out fact from fiction, you need to consider the source and figure out who the target audience is that source broadcasts to. That is a Russian state element that's now calling this a counterterrorism operation. They're not going to have any extra things to bring to bear other than what they're already trying to do. This is more of a domestic political audience that they're speaking to, letting them know that they're actually doing something about this and trying to cast Wagner as terrorists for right now. It's also going to be very interesting to see how Prigozhin would have to walk back comments that were made about them being responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Russian soldiers, and they want to overthrow the government. It's really hard to walk that one backwards. So it'll be very interesting to see if this negotiation actually plays out.
Okay, so on the point about it being a counterterrorism.
Let me hold on, guys, just 2 seconds, everyone, just 2 seconds, guys, please. There's a lot of speakers. Tara, I know you're on the ground in Russia. You gave us an update earlier in Moscow. Are you there, Tara? Tara, you got to unmute bottom left corner. There seems to be a bit of a lag, so what I need to do what I did before. I need to.
Mario,
I don't
Yeah.
see her.
Can I just
Oh,
take
okay,
a
I
statement
see it.
from? Wait. I got a statement from Wagner, and I don't think it converts. I'm going to read this. This is coming from Wagner Telegram channel. I'm just going to read it verbatim. Today, along the route of PMC Wagner, all local emergency services continue to work in full and cooperated with the participants of the March of Justice. The ambulance service, the fire service worked. The employees of the Ministry of Internal Affairs continue to provide security. In case of need, they were provided with all kinds of assistance from PMC Wagner. In turn, local services and residents supported the movement of the columns. Logistics routes were not violated. The supply of shops and permits not disrupted. Thank you, Russia. And then they put hashtag Russia with Wagner. This was posted 4 minutes ago.
Also, I'll just quickly. I will need to do the reset. It's just that we are get a bit overloading. So if the space crashes, I'm doing the reset we did before. It worked before. If the space crashes, we'll restart it within 1 to 2 minutes right afterwards. Just a heads up. So I'll be doing that reset in a bit, just because we have so many people.
By the way.
But yeah, go ahead. Also. Yeah, and Tara, maybe in the meantime, Tara, can we get an update on the situation in Moscow and what we know so far?
Okay, so right now what's happening is everything's quiet here in Moscow itself, because they've imposed, a lot of people are being told to just stay in their apartments, to stay inside, wherever they are. And I got an intelligence report, it's unverified, that the president of Belarus has negotiated a temporary stand down with the Wagner Group. And again, this is unverified, but it's pretty good. It's a very good source that I got this from, who's usually right, but basically has negotiated them to stand down for now, and they're making some sort of agreement over Prigozhin. So the march should have happened right now. Like right now, Prigozhin's troops should have been in Moscow. They're not. And so this negotiated is not permanent. This is just like a step towards like a de-escalation is what they're calling it.
And just some breaking news, which adds to that, I think it's breaking news. It says Prigozhin published a new audio recording saying, "We turn our columns around and go back." So again, it adds to this statement by Lukashenko. It adds to the fact that the Wagner is no longer moving forward. It does look like, I know people are saying don't take it with a grain of salt, but again, we're trying to piece.
Suleiman, I think we got audio. I think we're getting audio from Prigozhin. I got to confirm it. I got to see if the guys who translate. Hold on. What they're saying, and now this is Prigozhin, and this I got to confirm this transcript. But he says, "quote: There were negotiations, but no deal." I'll see if I can get the exact translation of his audio, but he's saying that there was no deal yet.
So what about this bit of the audio?
Let me.
Where it says,
I'm
"We turn our
resetting
columns
just
around and go back."
Yeah, so guys, both of you mentioned the sources. I will be resetting the space now. If it crashes, I'll be restarting again. It worked before. Let's see if it works. Just a reminder for everyone: go on my profile and go into the space. If it does crash, I'll let you continue, guys. Sorry. All source and Suleiman, just on those 2 reports.
Yeah. So the one I got is from, it says SOTA. So again, it's a Telegram group, but also will be able to give us more information on that. But separately, why I'm mentioning that is when you piece in what Tara said, you piece in what Ian said, you piece in what the president of Belarus said, the fact that the Wagner group as a group forces are not moving forward, it does seem like there is some form of negotiation going on. Maybe there's no deal at the moment. That makes sense. They haven't got a concrete deal, but it does look like there is some form of negotiation going on. So again, that's something to take into consideration when you piece things together. That seems highly likely.
Yeah, and they're calling it a de-escalation. That's it. They're not calling it a resolution, just a de-escalation at this point.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that if they do want to have a proper deal, that would need to be signed and there need to be witnesses, right? It has to be done.
All right, guys. So
legal
first
venue.
the reset worked, so everything is fine, and we're still running the space.
That's good.
Walmart just tweeted, and he's DM'd me as well personally, saying this is from Reuters. Prigozhin in an audio message said, "To avoid bloodshed, we are returning our convoys to bases." Again, to avoid bloodshed, we are returning our convoys to bases. We are seeing de-escalation for the first time since all this started. We could have a peace deal. I don't know how that peace deal would look like, and who will have control of the government, of the Kremlin. Our guess will be Putin.
What you want to ask is what happens to Prigozhin, right? You don't ask
exactly
what happens to the Russian government, because the Russian government is fine. It's always been fine. It's never been under attack. Even Prigozhin didn't say,
I wouldn't go.
Ian,
I wouldn't go to the extreme. Come on.
I would, because he never ever targeted Putin, right?
Then obviously, go back. Ian, you were asleep. He did. He mentioned Putin many times and said Russia will have a new. He said Russia will have and he said Russia will have a new president.
Was that from him or was it from?
That was from Prigozhin. That was from him directly. So I'll let you go. I'll let you go check all this.
That one back.
Yeah, go. Yeah, exactly.
So Mario, I think we're getting conflicting reporting because and I think this is where we need to get somebody to translate the entire transcript. So maybe he is saying, "Hey, we're de-escalating," but Prigozhin has said now consistently on multiple Telegram channels affiliated with Wagner that says negotiations were unsuccessful. So the question then is, does that mean because negotiations were unsuccessful, we are going to continue? Or, hey, because there's negotiations, although they're unsuccessful, we're going to halt to see the results of these negotiations? I think that is kind of the discrepancy because it could be exactly that.
Also, most of the translations that are coming out from his audio, and I guess we need some verification, is that he's turning back. There's another one here.
The translation I got is that he's turning back.
He could be turning back, but he is also saying that the negotiations were unsuccessful.
They're not done yet because there's no deal.
How can
the negotiation is ongoing, right? He has to actually sit down with all the participants involved in this whole conflict and work a proper deal out where they sign a contract. That's just how it works. You can't just have a telephone deal.
And Prigozhin's goal with this was about Shigoi. He wanted a different. So it was really with between the upper elite military leaders. That's what this is about. And
well,
I don't know who said it, but
Tara,
you're right.
If this translation is right, he said they wanted to disband Wagner. So it looks like that was his motivation behind it. He thought.
I mean, I think again. I'm sorry. I'm going to read something else from literally Prigozhin's Telegram channel. I'm just going to read it verbatim. And this is where it's confusing. I don't know if there's like just a lot of reporting coming out and disinformation. But here's another one specifically. He says Prigozhin denies reports of agreement with Lukashenko. I did not accept any proposals from the president of Belarus, Lukashenko. Negotiations were held but were unsuccessful, said the head of Wagner PMC. And this is the quote, "We went and continue to go to Moscow. Our first units are already on the outskirts. We are waiting for reinforcements and we will go inside." And that is like literally from a Wagner Telegram channel with Prigozhin.
All right. So while you guys interpret this, I do want to go to a tweet by President Zelensky, president of Ukraine, 3 minutes ago. "We all remember how the head of Russia threatened the world in 2021. He had some ultimatums. He was trying to show a kind of strength. The year 2022 showed that he confused his illusions and the lies he was fed with strength. They in the Kremlin are capable of resorting to any terror, capable of resorting to any stupidity, but they cannot provide even 1% of the necessary control. And they are the problem. In one day, they lost several of their million-plus cities and showed all Russian bandits, mercenaries, oligarchs, and anyone else how easy it is to capture Russian cities and probably arsenals with weapons. Now, it is very important that no one in the world remains.
Mario, I got to read something else from AP Wagner. So the AP Wagner Telegram channel that reports directly. This is AP Wagner. This is quote: the state of Russia, right? The state has long ceased to exist. Putin deliberately destroyed all the institutions of statehood. Corruption has finished off the rest. The end of this feast of life is imminent. Undermining bridges will not stop what is inevitable. Justice will prevail. And what he's saying about the bridges is because we're getting reports of Russian Air Force destroying
This is not
bridges.
Prigozhin,
This is from
this is
AP
a
Wagner
Telegram.
Telegram channel.
This is not Prigozhin himself.
AP Wagner.
Yeah, so he.
But that's not
also,
Prigozhin.
that's fine,
Prigozhin released an audio message, and I can read it here. It's very short.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it now, Ian. So he released an audio, says, and it's from Baza. So again, this is from a Telegram group, and he says they wanted to disband Wagner PMC. In a day, we walked less than 200 kilometers from Moscow. During this time, we did not shed a single drop of blood from our fighters. Now the moment has come when blood can be shed. Therefore, understanding all the responsibility for that Russian blood will be shed on one of the sides, we turn our columns and leave in the opposite direction in the field camps, according to the plan. So this is Prigozhin's message, which has been translated, needs to be verified, but it's a translation, and he's saying the opposite also. But that's fine. We're getting very points. Well,
so a lot of this too is about money. Remember earlier when you were talking about the negotiations that Prigozhin had, he didn't get the $20 billion rubles that he 20 billion rubles, excuse me, that he wanted,
sorry,
not dollars.
Apologies. We do interrupt when there's like breaking news. Again, now from TASS, which is it's gone now. But anyway, sorry, continue. But it was the same point.
But basically, a lot of this has to do with money, and you need to keep that in mind with Prigozhin. He is a mercenary. These are paid soldiers, and there was a failed contract that just happened that was 20 billion rubles. I misspoke and said dollars, and it was rubles. Sorry.
Yeah, and so another, again, from the TASS Telegram group, it says Prigozhin said that PMC Wagner is turning the columns and going back to the field camp. So again, we're getting similar translation, similar reporting about the same point about them turning back. Again,
but the reason why he's not accepting, I think, that is because one of the terms was that Prigozhin be unconditionally surrender himself.
Right, everyone, just a quick reminder what we're doing here. We've got expert podcast speaking right now. Please take in for the information. It's quite interesting to listen to. This is obviously a very fluid, very quick moving situation. It's very difficult to know exactly what's going on, but the podcast does show some people with various sources and whatnot, and military and political experts on the podcast as well. So let's get back to it.
Share this moment in history altogether. I believe what we're witnessing now is the beginning of the end of Putin's Russia as we know it. And we're watching, his entire
source
of
this is not.
I believe so.
It is not the end of Putin's Russia. No, this
as we know it.
Not really. Hi guys, this is
it's
Russian Market
beginning
speaking.
of the end of
If I
Putin's
may
Russia
just
as
interrupt
we know
you.
it.
I really do.
Guys, let's go one by one. Let's go Russian markets, if you don't mind, guys. Russian markets, go ahead. Good to have you, sir.
Yeah, hi guys.
And thank you for the nice, kind words, Mickey, by the way. Go ahead,
yeah,
Russian
thank you. This is definitely not the end of Putin's Russia. And also, I was quite suspicious when it started, the whole fuss about it, this coup, and overnight everybody was talking about this. I didn't take it, honestly, too serious. It reminded me strongly of this Turkish coup in 2016. I even suspect it was in a way a little bit staged. I would even say that maybe Prigozhin wanted this attention, but then I saw these military jets bombed and all these victims, and I said, well, it really does look serious. But now I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it is some sort of operation. We will maybe find out later on. And also this question about stock markets and ruble. Actually, the Russian market itself, it's actually cut from the world market. So there won't be any impact on Asian markets, on US markets, because we are quite isolated. I might see that might be some spikes in oil futures for the crude oil, but generally I think we won't see any impact, and the whole story will be then forgotten in a week. I really think it is non, as you say, non-argument, just nothing. It's the whole fuss about it. It was made just so that the Prigozhin gets his attention. And don't forget that Prigozhin also did his troll factory, and he knows how to make scandal. But again, he made this huge, how to say, trouble for the whole Russian government, and also for Russian nation and people. We were quite worried for these hours, but now in the end, even we see Lukashenko, the hero who brings this peace to convince Prigozhin to bring back all the forces.
I want to go just going to go through the reports again. So it does seem that based on the various reports, we do have a confirmation that Wagner is seeming to be turning the columns and going back to the field camps. It does seem that the coup, I'm not going to say it's over, but it's at least on pause for now. We're going to see what happens next. So that's just the latest updates we're getting.
Mario, if I could just make my point, I understand fully. I'm not saying this is the end of Putin or end of Russia. I'm saying it's the end of Putin's Russia as we know it. We always knew Russia as a singular pole of power. Now what's starting to emerge is a multipolar Russia with multiple sources of power. This is something new, and this is a historical moment for us to be witnessing. We don't know how it's going to play out, but now we're looking at Lukashenko, Prigozhin, oligarchs. This is before there was one person alone in charge. He decided everything, and that's no longer the case. That's historic.
Sorry, I was just
Patrick, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if this is accurate, if Putin is turning around, then the question
you mean Wagner?
Prigozhin, sorry, Prigozhin. If he's turning around, the question you have to ask yourself is why.
That's a good question,
and that's one that I'm not hearing. They can't keep him out of Moscow with what they've got in the area. We know this. So why is he turning around? He hasn't achieved his stated objective. Gerasimov and Shoigu are still there. He hasn't deposed Putin. Why is he turning around?
Hey Mario, sorry to
interrupt,
but I think the space is glitching because a lot of people are getting booted out. I thought I was the only one. So, about to go on a rampage here, but it looks
Ian,
like
okay, hold on, Ian. Yeah,
Ian,
I know. Just
can I speak,
Patrick was
please?
speaking in, please.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Patrick.
And it's not because it's not 1917, as some people blithely urge us to believe. These are the same people that told us that modern conventional warfare was a thing of the past before February 24th, 2022. It's not. The Russians have been ruled by strong men since time immemorial. That hasn't changed. If Prigozhin wanted Moscow, I think he could have taken it, maybe. So the question we have to ask, if he turns around, is why? And I'm not seeing any obvious answers to it.
What happens to Prigozhin next? So I'm just reading here. Prigozhin says it's over, according to Dmitry. I'll read out the quote. They were going to dismantle Wagner. We came out on 23rd of June to the March of Justice. In a day, we walked to nearly 200 kilometers away from Moscow. In this time, we do not spill a single drop of blood of our fighters. Now, the moment has come when blood may spill. That's why, understanding the responsibility for spilling Russian blood on one of the sides, we are turning back our convoys and going back to the field camps according to the plan.
Well, I was right. Hate to say it.
Okay, so we just need. So there's the audio of this. I am just telling you right now. There's a disconnect. If this reporting is true, if you track the AP Wagner and Wagner specific Telegram channels, this is not what
we understand. We understand. Guys.
Out there.
All right, so guys, let's just keep it back to easy. But Von, good to have you back, and also I understand what you're mentioning, but I think it's good to verify that behind the scenes. According to all the sources, it's hold on, Ian. It's according to all the sources, it seems to have ended. But look, it definitely keep verifying it in the background. Let's discuss it in the back channels, and then share it. I'm just going through. Austin Defender is awake now. He just posted 2 minutes ago. The leader of the Wagner PMC, Yevgeny Prigozhin, has confirmed that he has ordered his forces to begin to move back towards their field bases in southern Russia and eastern Ukraine, stating Wagner realizes all the responsibility for the fact that Russian blood will be shed on one of the sides. We now deploy our columns in the opposite direction to the field camps according to the plan. That's the best news we've heard. Oh, sorry, I've got everyone muted by accident. That's the best news we've heard. Von, Igor, I'd love to get your thoughts on what we just heard. Good to have you both back on the panel.
Yeah, I just took a nap, woke up, and apparently it's over.
No, okay, so not over, but it just happened literally about 30 minutes ago.
Soon.
It does seem like it's de-escalating. We don't know what's going to happen next, but it is
fanboys in
de-escalating.
full cope right now on Telegram. I see them melting down. They're like, "No, this is not true. It's disinformation."
All right, so Ian, please.
I'm not talking about anybody on the panel. I'm talking about
no, Ian. It's not about what you're saying. It's about just jumped in when Von was about to speak. That's all. Von, I'd love to get your thoughts on this, and then Igor.
My thoughts on this are generally the same as they always are. This is why I like to wait to see how things play out and not speculate wildly. Not that anyone could have predicted that it would play out this way, but I'm just hoping that people maybe learned a valuable lesson about letting the speculation and imagination get the better of you before things finish playing out.
This has also been reported by CNN as well. Just, I mean, for those who value the reporting of mainstream media as well, it's also been reported by CNN. This argument about speculation. Look, Von, everybody, because we're not on the ground. We're not talking to Prigozhin. We're not talking to Putin. So whenever some form of move is being made, it's what one does is analyzes what the impact of any statement is, what are the various angles of it. And
Sully, you're right, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, and I was specific, wild speculation. Wild speculation is an analysis. It's letting your imagination get the best of you and just going wild on a speculation train, which was happening for hours in here earlier. Let's be honest about that. I'm talking sober analysis. Good.
All right, guys. Can you stop this whole back and forth? I was right. You were right. This is speculation. It's not speculation. It just gets a bit annoying. I'm trying to be patient about it. Can we just stick to what we know now and keep reporting what we know, what we don't know, and speculate on what could happen next, mentioning what is speculation, what is not speculation? Igor, I want to go to you, and then I want to go back to Von again, just to get the thoughts on. I know, Von, you just woke up, so I'll let you read everything as well. Igor, we've seen heavy de-escalation. I think this is the first time in I want to check how long I've been awake. So this is the first time since this has all started that we're seeing positive news. Mario? So I do want to get your thoughts. I want to get your thoughts, Igor. Is it over, and what could happen next? And I know you've been covering closely.
Before you comment, I do want to share this quickly.
Hey guys,
Igor, 1 second.
I think he can't hear you. Osos, go ahead, Osos. And Igor, I'll give you the mic right after. Go ahead, Osos.
Hold on. Sorry. Yeah. So I did notice. So in AP Wagner, one of the comments that is actually getting a lot of reactions, and quote, is from one of the Wagner guys saying, end quote, "I'm breaking my contract." So I think that now we're starting to see the Wagner Telegram channel follow along these claims of Prigozhin's deal in negotiation with Lukashenko, and apparently a lot of Wagner guys are not happy about this. But I did just see that on Telegram that I wanted to share.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that. Also, keep us posted, Igor. I'd love to get your thoughts. Igor, you got to unmute bottom left corner.
Yeah. So apparently, Tula governor in Russia, Alexei Dumin, was involved in the negotiations on behalf of the Kremlin with Prigozhin. Prigozhin's announcement is very, very unambiguous and very direct that he's turning around his columns that were going toward Moscow, that he's gotten to within 200 kilometers, and then now he's saying to avoid bloodshed on either of the sides, he's doing this. There's a claim that the deal is that Prigozhin gives up the idea of going to Moscow, and in response, from the other side, Wagner gets security guarantees from the Kremlin, and they will deal with the situation of Shoigu and Gerasimov, meaning that Shoigu and Gerasimov will be replaced as Prigozhin had wanted and had been calling for their executions for quite a long time now. What we have to look for is whether Wagner leaves Rostov. Because if Wagner doesn't leave Rostov, the coup is going to continue. It may be him just buying time and collecting more forces and resources and allies, while there's going to be some big exhales going on at the Kremlin. If he doesn't leave Rostov, that's likely what's going to happen. I do not expect Prigozhin to withdraw his forces from Rostov, which is a city of 1.1 million people.
Oh, we've got here one of our regular speakers says 100% agree with your statements there, Igor. I do want to get more feedback on the news we just saw. Piotr, Patrick, anyone else that wants to jump in, just put your hand up. So
Yeah, can I jump in on that?
Yeah, Piotr, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, buddy. Yeah, so this it's really interesting, right? I'm just trying to take stock of what we've just heard from Igor, as well as what's happening, right? I think it's quite clear that the intent was always to scare Putin, right? This is no longer Putin's Russia. This is Putin and Prigozhin, or Putin, but under the auspices of he knows he doesn't have as 100% consolidated control as he thought he did. And I think Prigozhin always meant to do a bit of a feint, possibly because he always emphasized in his earlier statements late last night about the defense ministry. It was about Gerasimov, it was about Shoigu. It was never specifically about the Kremlin per se. So he wanted the defense ministry to be changed. He wanted the military structure of Russia to be changed. So going out from here, I think we're going to see a significant purge, potentially a massive reshuffling. I'm going to be fascinated to see what Putin comes out saying immediately after this. I'm going to be fascinated to see what the Chinese have to say, but also what Medvedev and some of the Defense and Security Council are going to say, because at the end of the day, the Defense Ministry works very close in hand with the FSB. And if those guys didn't see this coming, like they didn't see the drones coming, even if it was a symbolic strike on the Kremlin, it shows you a massive hole in Russia's
Piotr,
just
can
general
I
defense
ask you a question? Just something is not clicking. The Putin and Wagner, they've both crossed the red line. They've all, Putin called this fighting heroically for the fate of the people, called it a betrayal, a mortal threat. Split in Russia is going to repeat
exactly
itself.
what happened, Mario.
And then we saw Prigozhin. I'll go to you right after Ian,
Sure.
after Piotr. But we saw them Prigozhin just mention Putin and just move militarily to Moscow. I'm glad to see what was happening, but I just don't understand what's going to happen next. Like, how would this look like? Would they go back to business as usual? Piotr, Patrick, and then Ian.
So my 2 cents is that this was about. I think the Wagner Group, or at least Prigozhin, had been planning something of this level, maybe not this scale. And this rapidity, but clearly I think that there was a degree of desire to force Putin to actually do something instead of, they've been making threats. Increasingly, Prigozhin has been making these very strong statements, words, and then it was time for action. So I am speculating here. I want to make that clear for everybody, but that's based on, previous examples that we've seen in the past few weeks and months. What have we seen? A huge amount of losses on both sides, but including Wagner at Bakhmut. It took them over 9 months to try and secure a town which was never strategically important for the Russians or the Ukrainians. And so clearly Prigozhin is feeling resentful and frustrated by that. And he was like, right, okay, I'm going to show how incompetent and how capable we as a Wagner force can quickly take some of the most well-defended.
Piotr, the question, I'll repeat the question again. But what could happen next? That's okay. But what could happen next? Like,
mate, I think what's going to happen next is Putin is going to. I don't think there's going to be a change in leadership. I think there's going to be a removal of certain actors in the defense ministry. I think that those people that came out very candidly and express their support for Putin will suddenly disappear. And I think that this is, but it's difficult to tell because we're not in the mind of Putin. What I will say, bottom line, and I'll pass over to you, is that this is a new Russia in the sense of Putin is not, he hasn't got both hands on the steering wheel anymore. There is someone else in the cockpit who is, implicitly, forcing him, right? His position is severely weakened if it wasn't already from the war.
Completely disagree with your assessment of that.
I think
Good
Putin
to
is
know,
running
Ian.
chess. Now, keep in mind, when all this was happening, what happened in Ukraine, right? The counteroffensive restarted, right? They restarted counteroffensive, pushed back a lot of positions, and at the end of the day, these Wagnerites, they're Russians, right? They don't want to see all of their efforts in Ukraine be diminished by this action, right? And nobody wants to see that. That's not the goal. The goal is to strengthen Russia, and Prigozhin himself has been extremely clear that the SMO would continue even after all of this happens, right? What I'm going to speculate now, I'm not in the mind of Putin, but I'm thinking like he plays chess, and right now he's going to consolidate his power. He's going to recognize all the failures of the Russian military and consolidate that under a more effective strategy. Like this is, if anything, it works out in favor of Putin. But to Pyotr's point, just to Pyotr's point, and I'll be very fast. Just to Pyotr's point, he's just talking about the reshuffling of power. How before it was Putin and Putin alone who made all the decisions. Now the person who's going to help guide Russia's military decisions is going to be Wagner Group and Evgeny Prigozhin. This is an entirely new framework of power for the state of Russia, and all of Putin's power emanates from his ability to control things and decide things. Putin in his pomp. This does not happen for Putin in his pomp. Putin in his pomp. First of all, no one has the balls to challenge him or stick their finger in his eye and challenge him. But Putin in his pomp crushes this revolt, takes power, and looks like a hero in Russia. Now that is not the case. He gave a speech which was pretty tepid, and now there's nothing but question marks in Russia. This is not something that would have happened just a few years ago.
So we do have just a battalion, Wagner battalion, that's going to hopefully join the space if they can. So I'm just sending him an invite now. In the meantime, I do want to read something that just came out. So I am getting reports that Wagner's troops are going back away from Moscow. So we're getting back to their military bases. But I just don't understand what is going to happen to. So everyone was saying it. I think everyone agreed. Prigozhin is we don't know if he's even going to survive this. If he's going to end up being jailed, there's no way he's going to continue operating as usual. But if this is the case, he's going back. He's no longer advancing towards Moscow. So either there's a deal to ensure his safety, or he's going to maintain a base in the south and maintain forces as form of protection. I just don't know how it's going to look for Prigozhin and what options Putin has. I'm sure things are being discussed in the background. Von?
Yeah, so I expect to see Shoigu and Gerasimov shuffled around eventually. I also expect to see anyone who sided with the coup to be purged, like Erdogan did, eventually, not right away. As for Prigozhin, I mean, amnesty was offered to everyone who put down their arms, and he did, so that applies to him too, technically. I think it was there was a lot of saber rattling and a lot of brinksmanship, but that amnesty and Lukashenko stepping in were a means for everyone to save face and go home without killing anyone. So happy ending, I guess, for the time being.
Patrick, I want to go to you, and again, my question is, I'm hoping to get some sort of answers of how that could look like, because the reason I just was surprised to see a resolution is I just didn't know, because when you cross a red line, it's just kind of the point of no return. I think we all kind of agreed that a few hours ago. That it was just difficult to see, to see either side take a step back, and someone has to emerge as the winner, either through conflict or the military chess happening behind the scenes. But it just seems that they've both agreed to kind of just end this peacefully. So what I want to try to understand is, how could they end it peacefully?
Well, the answer is they can't. And there's an old saying, if you take a shot at the king, you better not miss. Whatever Prigozhin thought he was doing, this looks like a shot at the king. And if he leaves Putin alive and in power, he's a dead man. Putin will consolidate, he will rebuild, he won't make this mistake again. And eventually he will purge Prigozhin and Wagner and anybody else who was even slightly hesitant to back the regime, because he has to. And if Prigozhin really thinks that this is going to go back to the way it was, he's a fool.
Well, hasn't been a fool so far. Every decision of his has been very calculated.
Well, they always are until they aren't.
I mean, this is the issue, really. He has. I mean, I agree with what sorry, I couldn't. Whoever said that, because you essentially have a situation where one of them has to go, You can't have a scenario where they're both going to coexist now. And so this basically the president of Belarus getting involved gives them an out, gives them both an opportunity not to look bad. And if somehow, which I have doubts about, that if he's able to give the leadership of the Wagner group to somebody else, then that it would be a win for Putin. But I just doubt it, because he's he's so involved in being in charge of a Wagner group, and the Russian military have been relying on the Wagner group, for example, in Bakhmut. This is, despite whatever happens, this is still a huge loss for Putin, in my opinion.
I wonder what you're thinking if you're Xi Jinping now and you're sitting in Beijing. I mean, you rely on Russia, sort of existentially for commodities, and you're seeing, basically a private military group charge up to essentially uncontested up to Moscow with tanks, and now there's this power play. You're not really sure how it's going to shake out. I'm sure you're talking to people on the ground, but Russia is the most important, most strategic partner for China. You're seeing the United States trying to build this strategic NATO alliance with India to contain you, and you're just sitting here like, oh, this does not look good for us. I wonder what's happening in Beijing and what they're thinking about. Do you want to watch it play out?
I mean, that's an excellent question, because Mickey, like anyone knows, in these Ukraine-Russia discussions, I've always been pushing that I'm not being in support of Ukraine as much as everybody else is. But even in this one, when I'm seeing what's happening, it just again makes Russia look weak. It makes, for example, NATO look a lot stronger. It makes it, and I know this is not about NATO, but you just have to look at it from a holistic perspective. I mean, anyone who's negotiating with Russia, and Russia was making even deals in what you're referring to, Mickey, they're having a discussion with China. We know that. I mean, this just puts everybody and gives everybody a situation where they'll have less confidence about going down that road now.
We'll come back 2 weeks from now and see what it looks like.
Ian, what do you think?
Okay. So I think come back 2 weeks from now and see what that looks like. Is the SMO going to ramp up? I mean, that's going to tell us everything we know about this current situation right now, which, arguably is there's a fog of war situation going on right now. But 2 weeks from now, what does this look like? What does Russia look like? What does Ukraine look like in 2 weeks? Are they going to ramp up are they going to escalate the SMO? Because I predict that's what's going to happen.
They're going to have to, aren't they, Ian? They're going to have to significantly escalate to try and make people forget this, because this is a
and
disaster.
It's also a consolidation of power, right? I mean, like I mentioned before, like Putin's playing chess here, and I think China is also playing chess. They're going to play the long game. They're not going to make any knee-jerk reactions or make any comments on the situation until it blows over, right? That's a smart move, is just to keep quiet and monitor the situation.
I just want to read this, and again, this is from Ocean Defender, so I'm just going to read it because I've seen also a lot of accounts claim this, and this is from Russian state media, although I don't have the exact source, so I'm just going to read it directly. According to Russian state media, major changes to the leadership of the Russian Ministry of Defense, including changes to the current defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, and the Army Chief of General Staff, Valery Gerasimov, have reportedly been agreed upon in order to stop the march of Wagner PMC group towards the capital of Moscow. These negotiations have also reportedly included the assured security of the Wagner group. So if this is true, then this is what we were talking about earlier about Prigozhin, through the threat of force and violence, managed to get Shoigu and Gerasimov removed, if these reports come out true, indicating that for all intents and purposes, unless I think this is where I think Putin now has to plan his plan B, how does he regain control? I think, Patrick, you said it, because right now the guy who controls the guns and has the military force in Russia that can actually affect change, as demonstrated by what's going on, appears to be Prigozhin. So Putin definitely has to come up with a plan to tame it. But we got to see if these reports come true and Shoigu and Gerasimov are removed from the Russian Ministry of Defense.
So if they are removed, I think it shows, if anything, that Putin has always been in control. This thing was theater, right? I mean, we speculated early on that this was theater.
How he could have fired them in a heartbeat and nobody would have questioned him as much.
Wagner, are you sure about that? I mean, these guys are protected. They have a lot of political support in the Kremlin, right?
Okay.
Shoigu and
so
Gerasimov have a lot of protections in the Kremlin. And this, Prigozhin's always been calling it, right? He didn't call it a coup at first, right? The coup label was given to him by the Russian media and by the international media. But he has returned to this rhetoric about how it's a march of justice. It's proven its point. He proved his point, right? That the heads of the MOD need to be replaced. That needs to be some systemic change there that is going to benefit the Russians on the front lines. I mean, what was their meeting 3 days ago, 4 days ago, maybe 5 days ago by now, because we're talking about this a day after this has all happened. What was that meeting between Putin and Prigozhin about? We don't know, right? We can only speculate on it. But I think, Putin has always been playing chess here. And, I might sound like maybe I'm, being a bit of a fanboy or maybe wishful thinking here. But I mean, when was the last time Putin's made a mistake like this that
Okay,
saw
Ian,
something like this happen ever?
the meetings between a leader and the person who's launching a coup against that leader in history has happened. We've seen it in Mali. We've seen it in this, across. That's not an indication that Sudan recently, Hamedi and Rouhani met consistently all the time, and Rouhani, Hamedi failed at the coup, and now they're in civil war. If
Putin's
for
not
Putin to
those
say
guys.
that, if
Hold
you're
on, Ian,
telling
hold on.
me then Shoigu and Gerasimov, if you're actually advocating that Shoigu and Gerasimov, with all reporting indicates, were lapdogs for Putin, that is clearly what it is, had enough power to be in control of the Kremlin, and that Putin could not have just automatically fired them, then you're just proving our point that Putin is not the most powerful man. So either
and now
he
perhaps
couldn't
he is.
fire Shoigu and Gerasimov,
And now perhaps he is.
he couldn't fire. After declaring war on Prigozhin,
The
and Prigozhin
consolidation of
having the
power
guns,
looks like this, right? And what we're going to see now is a purge, right? A general purge of the MOD, as well as all of the staff units that sided with Wagner. They're gone. They've proven that
takes
they're
over
disloyal.
that. Is it Prigozhin going to take over?
Also,
Because
also,
that's
can I ask you a quick,
Prigozhin has the weapons.
also a quick question, because
Oh.
I did miss a bit. What in terms of from the I know we're concentrating on the coup, but just in terms of what impact has this had? Because I heard Mario saying that there has been this loss in land. There's been movement from Ukraine. So in terms of from that perspective, how much impact has it had on the Ukraine?
I mean, I think there's some footage that's coming out, and I think there's going to have to be confirmed. But I don't want people to
lost ground. Also, has Russia lost ground due to this?
There is
or has that
reporting
had
of it.
zero to minimal impact.
I think there has been reporting of it. There's been reporting that Russia has lost ground. There has been reports that Ukraine has crossed the Dnieper River. But obviously, the whole entire focus right now has been on the current situation domestically in Russia, not on on Ukraine. And we have to get, although those videos might be a little bit delayed, and then it takes time to actually geoconfirm exactly what's happening. And then again, from Ukrainian sources, we have said there has been reports of Russian forces have been pulling out in certain sectors along the front line. Now, I don't believe is determinative of now Ukraine has the upper hand, they're going to win automatically. But clearly what Prigozhin did in Russia right now clearly had a major disruptive effort on Russia's defense one way or another. The question is, how quickly can they recuperate if this is done? Because I think the excellent point was brought up. We need to see if Prigozhin actually follows his words and actually leaves Rostonov dogs.
And so
that
is
is an
the
important
side of
aspect.
the argument of that also is that if there hasn't been, and this just goes to what Ian was saying, I just want to balance out the discussion, that if there has only been a minimal amount of movement from Ukraine, it hasn't in the battlefield, there hasn't been significant impact. He gets to consolidate power, and therefore Russia in the long term is a lot
How
more
does he
stronger.
consolidate? How does he
Ian's
consolidate power? And Prigozhin has the amount of power he has.
Ian's argument is that basically you've got people like Prigozhin, who was basically causing discontent in the administration. You saw him calling out the MOD a number of times. Putin might have used this and also found people
This,
who
I think
basically,
this is
who basically
silly.
didn't trust him.
I think this theory would have made sense about.
No, I'm
16
not. This is not my position.
Yeah,
I'm
but I
just
think
giving
it's
the
just not. I wouldn't want to.
understanding
Yeah,
of
I just don't want to. I want to push.
Well, like I said, you got to see
theory.
how it plays out in
Yeah,
a couple of weeks. Right?
Yeah, let's see.
mean,
But
if
I don't
there's
want to
a
push.
continuous
Hold
and
on.
it escalates,
Hold on. I
then
just.
it's going to be a big deal.
I'm not sure if you can hear me speak, but I was saying is that I think we've explained that theory pretty well. I think we're past it. And I just want to.
Really think
what
so?
I want to focus. Again, I don't know.
We're not past it. Just to consider how we passed it. If he starts
But
basically
Mario,
taking
I
out
think
some
the
of his
important
commanders,
aspect.
how we passed it. We're not
Hold
past
on,
it.
Suleiman.
There's something there you might say it's less credible. Also, let me finish my point. Or you might make the argument that it's less credible, but you can't make the argument that we're past it. That's like the.
But Mario, if I may, just and then we'll go.
Thank you,
I think, but again, this is the problem when we're having these debates. Remember when we first started this debate, what was the constant argument for those who are saying who are in favor of Putin? This was a psyops operation by the Russians to something Ukraine, something. Right? That was the and then ever since then the goalpost continues to shift. This is what clearly happens. Wagner was able to take advantage.
And that happens on both sides, bro. Like even now, even now, I'm seeing like you're right. That did happen. People make whoever's pro-Russia or pro-Putin was making them excuses. Similarly, now when the deal's happening, people on the other side are having a panic as well. So this happens. Like it's not one side who does this, and that's why, from the balance perspective, like I agree with you that happens, but that's part of it. But anyway, let me go to Patrick. Patrick, what's your thoughts on what's going to happen next? So we know that there's these discussions. How long do we wait before we find out whether there's going to be fruition in these discussions, or will there be movement again? Could there be a retreat? Like, what do we think is going to be happening?
Is there actually one thing I want to ask Patrick? Is there a possibility any of this could be a bluff? Considering that I just don't understand how Prigozhin could still be in power after what we saw. So Patrick, maybe that's a question I'd like to know.
Well, I mean, I think I had this said earlier. I think in the long run, Prigozhin gets purged. He has to. And I have to say, I don't agree with Ian on this. There is no way Putin did this just to get rid of Gerasimov and Shoigu, and for two reasons that stand out to me, at least. Number one is the damage to his own legitimacy. It looks like he almost just lost his capital. Whatever Machiavellian games he was playing, that's going to be an impression on a lot of people.
2 battalions?
2,
I don't think so.
2,
Ian,
a
please,
lot of his own troops refused to fight. And that's the other side of this. Yeah, they were conscripts. Yeah, they were rear area units, but they refused to oppose this. And that betrays a level of rot in the Russian army that is genuinely dangerous. I don't think he exposes both of those things just to get rid of 2 subordinate officers that he could have trumped up any number of charges on if he really felt he had to get rid of them.
Well, I would say I would posit the opposite position here and suggest that this shows where Russia is weak and who needs to be purged, who needs to be gotten rid of, right? When you have commanders who are turning tail or siding with Wagner or standing down despite having orders not to do so, that shows they can't be trusted. Those guys are gone. Those guys are gone faster than Prigozhin is. And if anything, this proves what Putin needs to do to make sure that his army is 100% foolproof, right? Because yeah, it does expose a massive weakness or series of weaknesses in the Russian military. All these things need to be dealt with, and we will see this being dealt with in the coming days and weeks.
Russia, so important updates 1 minute ago. Russia retains control over tactical nuclear weapons that will be deployed in Belarus. This is in line with international obligations. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said on the air of the ONT television channel, "We were very concerned about the nuclear weapons of Belarus, and Russia claims they have these tactical nuclear weapons under control." Prigozhin's mercenaries leave Rostov-on-Don to the cries of leave Rostov. So they leave Rostov according to
Rostov.
this.
Okay.
And they're stating Wagner. Guys, please, just okay. I'll say it if you let me finish, please. Prigozhin, so Wagner in strength. That's according to SOTA. And then we've got TASS reporting in the work of the Telegram messenger in Russia. Failure continue according to the Down Detector portal. So this is just the latest update. Again, further de-escalation. People were saying earlier that we would not see a movement out of Rostov and just movement out of Wagner. So we see Wagner completely pulling out of everywhere, which is surprising to most. And
I don't want to
very
gloat,
good news.
but yeah.
Sorry, just as an update, Mario, what you read out about Wagner fighters in Rostov, I don't know whose mic's open, but it's echoing, leaving, that's true. But there's conflicting, and this is unverified at the moment, that Wagner troops are turning on Prigozhin and saying that this was a drive to Moscow and they will be going to Moscow regardless.
Who's saying that?
This is a Middle East Spectator. It's a Telegram channel who's been posting updates, so it's unverified.
I think there's just some pushback. I just don't think it's enough. If we look at the movement on the grounds, they are going back to their bases. But there's definitely going to be people that are not
clearing out stuff.
Ian, please.
I'm sorry, I've interrupted you like a million times today, Mario.
Okay, thanks, bro. But there's movement back to the bases.
To give Mario credit. To give Mario credit, he's a lot of patience. He's going for nearly 23 hours.
30, so over 30. But yeah, so Von, what do you make of this? What do we make of Wagner forces going back to their bases?
I need to share something. So this is from a Rush Brief Telegram channel, another Russian Telegram channel. It says from FightTux News, quote, source, the criminal case against Prigozhin will be dropped and PSC Wagner fighters will receive legal immunity.
Who said that? Sorry, read that again also slowly, please.
Yes, is from Rush Brief, a Russian Telegram channel. They say a source of theirs claims, quote, the criminal case against Prigozhin will be dropped and the PMC Wagner fighters will receive legal immunity.
Who made that statement?
It's a Russian Telegram channel called Rus Brief.
And how
again, that shows.
just to quickly just want to verify how legitimate is that Telegram group? Because I know you know them well also.
I mean, it appears. I mean, again, as anything.
Moldova, Libera, Moldova,
media.
There's media reports as well that criminal cases have already been dropped from Prigozhin. This is
so that will be most likely as part of the negotiation. And another important aspect to take into consideration is remember some of what Prigozhin said, that no blood was dropped. So that's an important aspect, that even though this was a coup, they both sides ensured that there was never any kind of physical conflict. I know some helicopters that
7 Russian helicopters were shot down.
No
and
human died, but
also
also no human.
What do you mean no human died, Suleiman? Helicopters, 7 helicopters.
Humans flown by drones, perhaps AI.
Suleiman, people did.
KA-52.
Guys.
So when after the helicopters dropped, Mario, we had reports where he continued to say. So unless Prigozhin is lying,
he's probably of a.
Have you guys got actual report that someone's died though? No, that's a real question. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. Have we got an actual report that someone died?
I'm pretty certain he said his.
No. Even look, guys. Again, if we have 5-10 people died, it's really bad. But if you look at the number of deaths in the Ukraine war, this I would still say this is a coup. A coup generally has a lot more deaths. So no blood. I don't want to sit there pointing out about him lying, not lying, etc. At the end of the day, very little to no blood was spilled. I think this is what matters. But I think the impact this will have is I think positive. I hope it's going to be positive. And for me, what's positive is an end to the Ukraine war. Finally, now how that and hopefully I could be completely wrong, but hopefully that's what we'll see. This is for me positive. But yeah, I want to go to Mickey and Vaughn. You guys have been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
Vaughn's been waiting for like 30 minutes here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Vaughn, Mickey, go ahead.
So, what was your question, Mario? I'm sorry, I heard it, but then I got sidetracked with everyone getting.
Prigozhin just got immunity as well as his forces. So how long is that immunity going to last for? We know what Putin does to anyone that questions his authority. What would you expect him to do? How long will that mutiny last? Is that a legitimate, not mutiny, immunity? And how long? Yeah, what can Prigozhin? What options that Prigozhin has?
Breaking news from TASS here: in Voronezh, the restrictions on movement of vehicles has been lifted.
Wow, everything is just moving so quickly. This is mental.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is mental.
It's done. As I said earlier, Putin offered amnesty to anyone in Wagner who put down their arms. This negotiation is Prigozhin putting down his arms. Therefore, he's eligible for the amnesty. This will hold for the near term. I don't know midterm. I mean, he did commit treason, so eventually he'll probably get purged. But like I said, I expect to see. And everybody's talking about African coups here and there, but the one that people I think we should really focus on is the Turkish. Is a Turkish coup, and how Erdogan jumped at our opportunity to use it to his advantage to consolidate power. I expect Putin to do much the same. As Ian said, all the disloyals outed themselves as disloyal. Expect them to be purged. Anyone who was hesitant to immediately side with the government, I expect to see viewed with great suspicion going forward, to say the least. This is bad for Russians. This is probably really bad for Ukraine too, because this is potentially where we see this consolidation lead to basically a much more hardline approach, because Gerasimov and Shoigu were two of the major roadblocks to that. So it's going to be very interesting to see who replaces them at the helm. It's going to be very interesting if it's Surovikin, because General Armageddon didn't earn that name for no reason. So that's my take on this. Also, for what you said, all source. Yes, people are moving the goalposts. People on all sides do that. But let's be honest, if you're not adapting your argument and your perspective to as you gain a new information, then you are not thinking analytically. And I don't understand what the point is if you're not being analytical to that degree.
No, look, I just remember. I'm just saying this, and I'm going to say it again.
Oh, by you, I don't mean you personally. I just want to be
I
clear.
know. But I think because I want to agree with you on something that I think is very important, and this is where we cannot just. This is something that Patrick has said, and I think we need to highlight importantly. If Prigozhin managed to get, and it looks like it's all coming to fruition. It looks like it's all getting to fruition. If Prigozhin, through his actions, which were clearly, as I think we all agree, was an armed insurrection / coup, armed rebellion, or whatever, new mutiny or whatever, managed to, 1, gain immunity for him and his force. 2, get Wagner now to be incorporated with legal protection under the Russian MOD. 3, managed to get Gerasimov and Shoigu fired. If you're Putin, you, as Patrick said, and I think everybody said here, importantly, he is forced to consolidate power because right now Prigozhin has the weapons. He has the power. He has demonstrated by his action that he is the most influential player right now in Russia. He achieved his overall objective by threatening to go into Moscow. Nobody's disputing that he was marching towards Moscow. He was going to Moscow. When he achieved his objective, he consolidated and pushed back. I'm sorry, but this idea that Putin somehow now thinks that he somehow consolidated power, I just can't see how anybody can look at Putin and say, you're clearly the most powerful man in Russia when you have Prigozhin, who through military force managed to do that. And that's been my argument. This is a challenge to Putin's regime because Shoigu and Gerasimov were part of the Putin regime.
You're underestimating him.
But on the flip side, it's not that he has to take the opportunity. This is an opportunity to consolidate power. Take it. But on the other hand, it's weird to look. He didn't achieve this by military force. He moved the column up to Moscow and then accepted amnesty and negotiated. We got to take all the factors into account here. This isn't some I drove tanks into Moscow and shot people. This isn't. Yes, it's a challenge to his power, but not to the extent that people think. You got to look at these things a bit more balancedly, because he accepted the amnesty. It was negotiated, and an attempted coup that ended with single-digit bloodshed, because there's pedants who are going to call me on that, and negotiation, and that's a sign of weakness. You guys are insane.
No, but Vaughn, okay, first of all, this is the greatest loss of life for the Russian Air Force since the beginning of the invasion, number one. Number two, though, that I think is very important to highlight, that we need to admit, we are assuming right now that generals within the Ministry of Defense will willy-nilly accept this. Let's say, Ian, you're right, that Gerasimov and Shoigu have enormous political power that Putin cannot fire them on their own, and now they've just been released. Then what is the effects on the Russian military chain of command where a private military corporation can dictate who is in power within the Russian Ministry of Defense? This might be over in this time frame right now, but you have to analyze the second and third order effects. Ideally for Putin, everything just settles, the dust settles, everything goes away. But if I'm Sirvokin, if I'm a Russian general currently in Ukraine, and Prigozhin comes up to me and says, you will do this, you will execute this operation, does that Russian general has the balls basically to say, no, I'm not going to do that because of X, Y, and Z? This is a complete, this is the textbook example of degradation of mission command and command and control, and firing your Minister of Defense and chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff during an active war is, one, terrible in of itself, and two, the down effects across the chain of command will be felt. I think that, now, this is clearly, I'm speculating, but just to say, this is done, let's shake our hands and everything is hunky-dory for Russia, after everything we just saw in the last 12 to 24 hours, we need to continue to analyze the effects of the Russian military going forward on this.
Also, can I ask you a question? So obviously I've been following this and you've been following it. So you said, I'm really glad this is the outcome at the moment. But you said Prigozhin wanted to show Putin that he has all the power. Mission accomplished. He's done that and now he's retreated. For what? So why would you make an enemy of somebody like Putin just to show him you have the power and then retreat and think it's all fine? What was the purpose of this? surely this whole exercise over the last 24 hours was not just to show Putin from a distance. Because do you think Putin's not going to take measures now to do damage limitation, to protect and you
I
know?
agree with you, Khaleesi, 100%.
So then what's
Of
the
course.
point? No, what I'm asking is, I'm not being confrontational, but I'm just brainstorming with you. What was the point of this? Surely it just wasn't to show the power. There must have been, I mean, I'm still trying to figure it out myself. What was the purpose of this? Why did you do it?
Because I think Prigozhin. So this is the question that we need to analyze also, right? And I want to push it on to other speakers. I don't want to hog the space. Is that now Prigozhin can now claim that he has been framing for months now about the incompetency of the Russian Ministry of Defense. He has made it his effort that his enemies are Shoigu and Gerasimov. Through his Telegram channels and posts, he has not been able to achieve those objectives. He just was not successful. So he used this force. Now, what I think there might be some backstory to this, right? And I think where this kind of ties into is that Shoigu, let's not forget, attempted to consolidate power under the Russian PMCs and force them to sign them as part of Russian Ministry of Defense, right? This has been a push of the Russian Ministry of Defense consistently to have Wagner subordinate to the Russian Ministry of Defense. Prigozhin has been fighting vigorously against that and trying to maintain his independence as a mercenary group. He has now achieved that through these negotiations. He has now achieved that he is undisputably one of the most powerful figures in Russian military and political aspects in Russia today. He has demonstrated it with, as he claims, with not significant amount of bloodshed. Yes, the Russian Air Force has suffered an enormous amount of losses, but that can. But now Prigozhin says, now I have legal protection for Wagner. But to your point, Khaleesi, Putin is not done. If Putin is willing to poison and kill dissidents across the world for defecting, he is clearly
I
going to
agree.
have
I
to
agree
target
also.
Prigozhin.
This isn't.
Yeah.
This is. I agree with you. This isn't over. And what you just said there, maybe it was actually to enforce what his role in all of this is, and it's not subordinates. And maybe that's what it is. He's shown it, but I just think it was crazy.
Another thing you have to keep in mind. Another thing to keep in mind is that meeting that Prigozhin had with Putin. He obviously looked him in the eye and he says, "I am not afraid." This movement that he had is nothing but a challenge to him. Listen, there's no way you have a meeting with a guy and then 3 days later you challenge him. You go and you take his fruit cup and you say, "I don't think you're going to do shit. I'm going to come to Moscow and I'm going to make you fire the people I don't like, and there's nothing you're going to be able to do about it." You know, to Vaughn's point, I understand the change of assessment, but let's look and document the change of assessment so far. In the beginning, it was like, this is not happening, it's a psyop. Then this is happening, but it's not a big deal. Then this is happening, but it's not a coup. It's just it's some kind of rebellion. Okay, it's a coup, but it's not a big deal. Now it's okay. It's a coup. It's a big deal, but actually it was Putin's design the entire time, and he's absolutely in charge. Pretty soon, what's going to happen is this is Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton's fault. I think I think all source is absolutely correct, and Piotr is absolutely correct. We are now starting to see the emergence of a multipolar Russia. And if you are China or if you are allied with Russia, you're starting to have question marks about who's actually in control. This is the first time it's ever happened. Nobody ever. We can all agree that Putin in his pomp, this does not happen. But everybody goes into decline. Every boxer goes into decline. Every leader goes into decline. This is when you watch Putin's speech, it was sort of like a little bit wishy-washy in a sense, right? It wasn't as strong as a historical Putin piece. Putin in his pomp, if somebody marches an army from Rostov to Moscow, Putin in his pomp kills them all, emerges as a Russian hero, and basically gives them zero tolerance. Now he's giving them amnesty. Every military leader is going like, huh, interesting.
But Mickey, that's assuming that
Prigozhin
doesn't fall out of a window. I mean, I'm just being honest with you.
Let me say, Danish, I understand that, but like Prigozhin has made the calculation that he's not going to. I agree with you. There's nobody who's challenged Putin politically who is alive today. Nobody. So if Evgeny Prigozhin survives,
you should say that. I'm just going to interrupt you 1 second.
every moment that he is alive is a
Just sorry, Mickey, I just muted you. Just Khaleesi's got an update, then I'll go straight.
Yeah,
back.
and it kind of adds to Mickey's point. Statements coming out, anti-terrorism committee, cases of provocative messages with calls to participate in protests are recorded. These actions are criminal. Measures will be taken, and that's from the National Anti-Terrorism Committee in Russia.
If you guys,
so kind of
if you guys
point.
don't think that the Russian military or their intelligence agencies are monitoring all of social media, you're mistaken. All of these accounts, all of these Telegram accounts that were pro-Wagner and calling for Putin to be decapitated, they're done. They're finished.
They know, but they know that they're being monitored. And a lot of people believe that the FSB was upset at the invasion of Ukraine from the very beginning. And a lot of people in Russia believe that the FSB backed Prigozhin in some way, shape, or form. They would not have had this march on Moscow if they did not feel he had backing. Prigozhin is not a fool. He knows what he is doing. So every day this guy is alive, is a spit in the face of Vladimir Putin, and he knows it.
Prigozhin is a pawn of Putin. He is fully financed by the Russian government. Wagner itself is fully financed by the Russian government. All their weapons and supplies are from the Russian government. Prigozhin is not a military commander. He's just a face of Wagner. How come?
What does the M in PMC stand for, Ian?
Inflammatory statements.
Please
Why
tell
wasn't
me.
he arrested? He's a useful tool, right? That's what Putin always uses him for. He's a cudgel. When Putin needs to do something that's blunt, he sends in Prigozhin, and he gets the job done. Today he got the job
This
done.
might not be
Guys,
over,
I've just
though.
let me just give you a quick update for the audience. I've just tweeted a summary of what we know so far, just summarizing all the breaking news that came in. Everything's been discussed. I've just kind of pinned it above. Let me pin it in the space as well. Let me know if I missed anything, guys. But let me read out what we know so far, and just for anyone that just joined. It's really good news. I'm just really happy and at peace on a personal level, at peace after seeing this. So I'll read out what I said. The official statement from Prigozhin, the head of the Wagner Group and the leader of this coup, says it all. I don't think anyone expected this. That's obviously my personal opinion. Quote, they were going to dismantle Wagner. We came out on 23rd of June to the March of Justice. In a day, we walked to nearly 200 kilometers away from Moscow. In this time, we did not spill a single drop of blood of our fighters. By the way, Sully, he says of our fighters. So he's saying his fighters haven't died, which is hard to believe because we've seen his convoy get hit. But again, it doesn't really matter. Now, the movement has come when blood may spill. That's why, understanding the responsibility for spilling Russian blood on one of the sides, we are turning back our convoys and going back to field camps according to the plan. The president of Belarus, Lukashenko, has been, and someone just removed it. Let me read it here. Accepted. The president Lukashenko has been in talks with Prigozhin all day. Prigozhin accepted the terms of Lukashenko's agreement and agreed to help the movement of armed individuals affiliated with the Wagner Group in Russia and take additional measures to de-escalate tensions. The agreement also guarantees security for fighters of PMC Wagner. It seems that the attempted coup has come to an end, and Prigozhin, along with his men, will return to their bases. Reports of Wagner forces not only leaving Moscow, but also leaving Rostov. Media reports that criminal cases have already been dropped from Prigozhin, and that Prigozhin and his forces will receive full immunity. Restrictions on movement of vehicles have been lifted from the Voronezh region, which saw clashes during the coup. My thoughts. I did not expect this that would end peacefully with a deal, as it seems both sides seemed at the point of no return. I have no idea how Prigozhin and Putin can both operate in Russia with what just transpired. That's what I've just been asking this whole time, the panel. And I also have no idea what will happen with the war in Ukraine, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a space instead of peace deal reached. Today was another example of citizen journalism replacing mainstream media with unbiased and uncensored live breaking news. So my question would be just to the panel, and let's go to Mark Driddle. Good to have you, Mark. And I think you're on the ground. You've got communication with Wagner forces, and Piotr is up as well. But what could that look like? And something we all agreed on, and everyone was in agreement that this was all very well planned. We saw the Russian military say this. Everyone was agreeing that this was very well planned. So was it planned to eventually reach a peace deal, or was it planned to go all the way to a successful coup and take the leadership? Because they were pretty close, or at least seemed pretty close, Mark, to a riddle, but they didn't go all the way. Go ahead, Mark. You got to unmute Mark Riddle. If not, we'll go to Piotr. Mark Riddle. Piotr, you there?
I have a thought, actually. if they're not here.
I mean, just one point. I don't know if you've announced this, but it says again. This is from Lukashenko's press service, and it says the president of Belarus informed Putin about the results of the negotiations with the leadership of Wagner PMC. The president of Russia supported and thanked his Belarusian counterpart for the work done. So again, he's taken credit for, and probably may have had a significant impact in ensuring that basically things don't escalate. So you're going to go to Sneak. Oh, he's dropped as well. Piotr. Oh, he's
Yeah,
dropped.
It's glitching. I think for the crazy.
Did you have it?
See.
I think Khaleesi's got an update, and if not, then I'll go to somebody else. Go on, Khaleesi. What did you say?
Yeah, just very quick. So one of the ones is the one that you've just given, and not to dampen the spirits of kind of relief here. But there is another one. Rybar is reporting, and I'll read it. It's too early to rejoice. According to intelligence data, the next phase of the counteroffensive of the armed forces of Ukraine is expected to begin tonight. The main blows will be directed not only to Bakhmut, and it's listed these two other regions which I can't pronounce. Activation is expected along the entire front line. So that was the update, and that's Rybar reporting that.
Oh, I've got more news. I just found out. I thought I was going to sleep for a long time. I've got a flight in not long. I have a long flight to LA to film a show. So breaking news. I will not sleep. Let me Ian, please. Ian, we'll go to you, but there's a lot of hands up, man. I promise you've got the record for the most talking.
Like everybody
please.
was dropping, and I guess I dropped too.
Yes, exactly. Yep. Ian, please.
Yeah. They can go first.
Thank you, Ian. I appreciate the permission. Piotr, again, the same question is as I've asked earlier. It's a more broad question actually. What can happen next? And if this was all planned, was the peace deal planned as well, or was it actually not planned and they still succeeded the way they did? It just questions a lot of things.
Yeah, I get you, and I would appreciate it if Ian can hold the mic for just a second because he's quite hot, and I think it.
Please, yeah, on a serious note, let's just keep it a nice discussion.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, I'll talk to the subject matter. So, for me, I'm not going to pretend that I was like, yes, this was all part of some conspired plan. But when you begin to look retro, what's the hindsight is marvelous, isn't it? Right? We can all sit here now comfortably in our couches and say, yes, that was all part of a very clearly well executed plan, and maybe even the peace deal was. I'm not sure. I mean, clearly there was a desire to do something, I think, to make Putin sit up and pay attention even more than statements from Prigozhin. But maybe the Wagner Group didn't expect it to go this well. To what we were talking about the last time I was on stage with Ian when we were chatting about it, even if it isn't a massive threat to Putin in real time, it is a massive impact to his, at least from an optical point of view. Geopolitically speaking, international relations speaking, this is going to have harmed people's belief, I think, in Putin a little bit. Even
a little bit, Piotr, let's be honest, it's a lot, and before, don't know, I'm jumping.
I think it is, but I'm trying to be fair to both sides. I don't want to get into a back and forth, right? So I'm trying to be balanced here. In terms of next phases, I'm going to be looking at statements from foreign governments. I'm going to be looking at statements from the Kremlin themselves. I'm going to be looking at what Telegram and the people of Russia are saying about this. And I'm also going to obviously be looking at what's happening in Ukraine. On the ground for the Ukrainians specifically, again, whether or not you are on the Ukrainian side or the Russian side, this has played into the Ukrainians' hands marvelously. You had 400,000 troops or so of Russian forces on the eastern banks of oblasts in Ukraine, and now suddenly a whole bunch of them have had to be diverted or distracted, and suddenly we've got unconfirmed reports of Ukrainians pushing through all the way to sort of, in some cases, I think there was that suggested convoy that was Ukrainian in Russian territory, right? I think that was pretty debunked quickly, but it goes to show just how quickly this situation can change. And I really do think, what, for me at least, as someone who has strongly pushed back against the likes of Kim and others in that,